Section 31 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 21 of Book the Second, Childhood in the Streets, which will prove that a certain French gentleman was not only alive, but stirring. It was about this time that the firm of John Coppings, Tandstickor and Company opened an office in London. These gentlemen were, it appeared, Swedish merchants, largely engaged in the Russian, Prussian, Australian, American, and many other highly important trades. They had determined upon establishing an agency in England, the management of which they entrusted to a confidential clerk, Monsieur Chose, a gentleman of French extraction and great business energy. The first thing that Monsieur Chose did was to take a back room on a second floor in Bread Street, Cheapside. The next was to order a brass plate as big as the shield of St. George himself, and have it fastened up on the most conspicuous part of the door-post. All up the staircase, at every landing in fact, was painted in large black letters, John Coppings, Tandstickor and Company. Indeed, every provision was made for enabling the enormous mob of customers who were to have transactions with the Swedish firm to find out easily their way to Monsieur Chose in his little back office. The clerks in the employment of Messrs. Finney, Haddon and Company, importers of Scotch goods on the first floor, were rather disgusted by the prominent manner in which Monsieur Chose had blazoned all over the house the name of his hitherto unknown firm. On one occasion their managing gentleman, Mr. Macpipes, meeting with the Frenchman on the stairs, could not help observing to him in his most sarcastic manner that if his business was as large as his brass plate, he'd soon require a bigger apartment than a wee bock garret. Such was the French gentleman's politeness that, instead of firing up at this taunt, he only laughed and shrugged his shoulders. The easy manner in which he talked of turning over £100,000 as calmly as if it had been a haycock made a favourable impression upon the suspicious Macpipes. The personal appearance of this French gentleman was simple and highly businesslike. He evidently despised the foppishness peculiar to his countrymen. His bushy chestnut hair was seldom brushed, and the only golden ornament about him was his thin gold spectacles. His face was entirely shaved, and he walked with a stoop which half concealed the countenance. Every day as the clock struck 5, the clerks of Messrs. Finney, Haddon and Company heard him rush down the stairs, and whenever they chose to peep through the door, they saw him hurrying to the post with a big bundle of letters under his arm. Such a vast amount of correspondence was an excellent proof of the immense business Monsieur Chose carried on with Russia, Prussia, Australia, and America. By degrees, the business of the Swedish firm began to increase. Carriers' vans drew up before the door and blocked up the narrow street whilst they delivered canvas-covered bales, belted in tightly with iron hooping. Even Mr. Macpipes entertained a higher opinion of John Coppings and Company's commercial importance. Whenever Monsieur Chose went out, he never failed to stick upon his door a slip of paper to let his visitors know that he had gone on 'change, or to the Bank of England, or the docks. He seemed perfectly overwhelmed with affairs. The terms on which Monsieur Chose did business were half cash and a bill at 2 months, and so exact was he in his payments that he won the confidence of Messrs. Crady, Macaroni and Company, the large factors of Bow Lane, and agents for several Irish linen bleachers at Belfast. His first transactions with this house might be called small ones. In the course of conversation with any of the Irish firm, the Monsieur never failed to boast of the extensive business he was doing in shipping goods to Texas, Sydney, Calcutta, or St. Petersburg. He would also produce and read to the younger Mr. McRoney letters which he had received from Messrs. John Coppings, Tandstickor and Company, containing directions about the heavy purchases he was to make on their account. In this manner did Monsieur Chose slowly but surely earn for himself an excellent reputation amongst city men, and before 2 months had passed, the date of the bills he had given, he had grown to such intimacy with Mr. Crater that that gentleman would drink sherry with him in the counting-house, and with great playfulness solicit orders from the Swedish firm, and occasionally he endeavoured to tempt the Frenchmen with samples of their linens. One day Monsieur Chose rushed in a great hurry to the office in Bow Lane. He had that morning received a letter which he showed, ordering an immense quantity of linens similar to those as per former invoice, and these stuffs were to be shipped with the least delay possible direct to the Brazils. That business-pushing youth, McRoney Jr., undertook to conduct Monsieur Chose over the extensive warehouse, and to exhibit to him their large assortment of goods. If the Frenchman hesitated in his choice, the youth would descant on the excellence of the linens and the smallness of the price. So irresistible was the junior partner's manner, that on almost every occasion the foreigner allowed himself to be convinced. By 3 o'clock, boxes of linen to the amount of £400 had already been selected. They only retired for a few moments to a private room upstairs to partake of a little lunch of sherry and lobster. Business men like Monsieur Chose are never long at their meals, and in less than a quarter of an hour he had dragged the young factor back again to the warehouse. When the knowing Mr. McRoney had pressed the foreigner to finish the bottle of sherry, the answer was that he never permitted himself to drink when on business. The young gentleman could not help informing Mr. Crater that he had never in all his life met with such a fellow for work as the Monsieur. It was past 4 o'clock before the Swedish agent had completed his purchases, and when we affirm that he had selected stuffs to the amount of £700, it will easily be understood that he had not wasted his time. A van had been engaged, and, whilst the heavy bales were being carted, Monsieur Chose was settling about the payment of them. As usual, he gave a bill at 2 months for half the amount, and drew a cheque for the remaining £350. At 10 minutes to 5 o'clock, the van with the goods drove off, and the agent took his leave. It would seem that some doubts as to the solidity of the firm of John Coppings, Tandstickor and Company oppressed the mind of Mr. Crater almost immediately after the agent had departed. At exactly 4 minutes before the closing of the bank, Mr. Crater, in person, presented the draft over the banking-house counter. He was seized with a weakness of the knees as the clerk returned the paper with the answer of "Not affixed to that amount." Overcome with despair, the unfortunate factor sought an interview with the bank manager, and, after relating the story of the swindle, at last, by his agonizing entreaties, wrung from the official a confession that the account of the Swedish firm amounted to something over £100. To save himself from entire loss, Mr. Crater hit upon an expedient which might in similar cases prove useful to gentlemen in the city. He took out his cheque-book and commenced paying into the account of Monsieur Chose drafts to such an amount that at last, on presenting the Frenchman's paper, it was duly honoured. By this clever scheme did the firm of Crater, McRoney and Company save £115 out of their £700. It is but fair to assume that the French gentleman returned to Sweden for he was never afterwards heard of in London. When the affair became known through the medium of the police reports, Mr. Macpipes was heard to say that he "allers sarspected the fellow was an arrant swindler, and he would nae ha' trusted him to carry sop to a parrot, for he'd ha' cheated the puir baird by devouring it in his ainsel, the clarty vagabond." End of section 31. Section 32 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 22 of Book the Second, Childhood in the Streets. A Hunt after Philip. Although a great many years have passed since Catherine Merton died, yet Mr. Simcox, Senior, the friend and solicitor of Nathaniel Crosier, Esquire, of Swanborough, is as well and hearty as when we last left him at the prison, making inquiries after this most unfortunate lady. That ornament of his profession has grown grey and bald. He mumbles slightly when he talks, and is deaf, but his brain, he says, is as sound as ever, and many of his clients even now declare that they would rather have old Simcox's opinion than that of the first barrister in the land. The long-headed solicitor could not imagine what sudden fancy had possessed his Swanborough client that he should take so great an interest in a lad named Philip Merton. Once a week did a letter come from the country banker, written in a most excited style, requesting that every possible search should be made after this boy, and that no expense should be spared in tracing out his whereabouts. When Mr. Simcox called in his clerk of an afternoon to take down in the attendance book the details of his day's work, there was usually some such entry as the following to be made: to attending Mr. Tobias Sparkler at his residence at Hampstead, when he, in harsh language, informed us that the lad Philip Merton had quitted his employment. On further pressing Mr. Sparkler for more minute particulars, both his conversation and behaviour became violent and illegal. Cab hire there and back 12 shillings. Engaged 3 hours, £1, 1 shilling. Or perhaps the entry would be: to attending at the workhouse of St. Lazarus without, and requesting to see one Mary Hazlewood, the nurse, when we were informed that she was from home. Cab hire 15 shillings. Engaged 4 hours, £1, 6 shilling, 8 pence. Or the old lawyer might dictate as follows: attending at the police office when we saw the sergeant on duty, and requested to know whether he could afford us any information as to what had become of Philip Merton. He expressed it as his opinion that if we were patient and waited a year or 2 longer, we should most possibly find him in Newgate. Engaged 2 hours, 13 shillings, 4 pence. Ever since the day when Mr. Nathaniel Crosier had accompanied his daughter Helen on her donkey ride to Hampstead, he had never ceased to think about the curious lad who had driven the animals and called himself Philip Merton. It was so strange that his mother's name should have been Catherine. She, too, had called herself Catherine Merton. It struck him, too, the boy had a face which had a genteel formation and good features, such as became the offspring of gentle folk. He would speculate to himself whether, by any possibility, this corduroyed urchin could have been his grandson. Nathaniel Crosier was a proud and wealthy man, and not from love for the boy, but out of respect to himself, he was shocked at the idea that a child of his should remain one of the world's outcasts. In justice, we must debit this gentleman with his good as well as his bad qualities, and mention that there still remained in his heart a tenderness towards his deceased daughter, very probably because she was dead. We are too apt to weep for the corpse and neglect the living. He would repeat to himself, "What a handsome girl she was," and remember how often he had been praised as the father of so beautiful a child. He would call to mind how Sir Theophilus Ermine had praised her at the county ball, vowing she was the handsomest girl in Hampshire. With a tightness of bosom he would remember how young Lord Acres had danced with her the entire evening, and called the next day on the pretence of inquiring after her health. "She might have been my lady," he would sigh, and then fall to cursing that French scoundrel Vautrin. It is true, he never allowed anyone to mention her name before him, but he would constantly commune with himself about the lost girl, and often when his family thought he was taking his after-dinner nap, he was in reality, with closed eyes, calling to mind by-past scenes and events that had happened when poor Catherine lived at home. On the morning when he read in the newspapers the report of the forged cheque case, he was in agony till he reached the line that stated the prisoner was acquitted. He trembled at the bare idea that anybody bearing the name of Merton should be charged with a felony. A dread, too, seized him lest it should be suspected the culprit belonged to his family. "If only I could get him out of the country," was the thought that crossed his mind, and he once more sat down and wrote to his lawyer. All that day he was very irritable. A manservant had notice to quit for not answering the bell the first time it was rung, and Mr. Meekboy, the head cashier, received a severe reprimand for having discounted at 6% some bills which any other firm would have been glad to cash at 5. The last instructions given to Mr. Simcox were to pay a visit to the prison in which Catherine Merton had died, and endeavour to assure himself by undeniable proof whether she really had been his daughter, and, if so, by what name the boy she left had been christened. This kind of work was not, strictly speaking, such as Mr. Simcox senior was accustomed to, yet, out of consideration to his friend and the business he sent him, he paid a visit to Miss Perryman, the matron of the jail. That lady had grown much stouter, and had, for the last 3 years, worn a false front, but her memory was so vigorous that no sooner did the lawyer mention Catherine Merton than every little incident connected with the imprisonment of that unfortunate lady rose up in the matron's mind. "Ah, I remember the poor thing well," she said. "A most melancholy case. A broken-hearted creature, who had no sooner brought her child into the world than she went out of it. Wasn't she number 43? She added. Then, hunting over one of the prison records, she continued, "Yes, I thought so. Number 43. Here it is. Number 43. Well behaved, but refuses to eat her food. Poor soul. I always said she only got herself sent to prison that her child might not be born in the streets. A lamentable case." As a lawyer, Mr. Simcox, when he was engaged on business, never allowed his sympathies to interfere with his judgment. So he answered the matron with a dry cough, and then proceeded to ask whether the unfortunate female prisoner had left any papers behind her by which she might be identified. "I am acting, madame," he added, "for a gentleman of great respectability, who, if he could be persuaded that Catherine Merton really was connected with his family, would be willing to use his influence on behalf of her wretched offspring." "Are you one of the gentlemen," asked Miss Perryman, "who, many years ago, made inquiries at this prison about this unhappy lady, shortly after her death?" A formal affirmative bow was the answer. "Then, sir," continued the lady with great indignation, "you may tell your respectable client that upon his soul will rest whatever evil that deserted boy Philip may commit in this world. I have nursed that infant in these arms, and you may tell your respectable gentleman that a sweeter babe never smiled. You see, sir, we jailers had more compassion for that unfortunate orphan than the relations God had given it." With great dignity, Mr. Simcox replied that he was a lawyer and had nothing to do with morals or moralists, that he had come there as a professional man, and not from any mad philanthropic idea, that his business that day was to inquire after papers and not to criticise his client's humanity. "And if you can produce any documents," he added, "they may be of more benefit to this orphan boy, in whom you take such an extraordinary interest, than any expression of commiseration you may think fit to favour me with." There was a small bundle of papers, which had long been kept in the prison office, and after an interview with the governor of the jail, they were produced. The lawyer was informed that these papers had been found, stitched inside the lining of Katherine Merton's tattered gown. The old envelope in which these writings had been treasured had become rotten as mummy cloth, and on opening it the pieces separated as easily as the portions of a puzzle. Putting on his spectacles, the solicitor examined each document minutely, as a jeweller does diamonds, and with as keen an eye for flaws and impositions. He paid no attention to the remarks with which Miss Perriman chose to accompany the production of each morsel of paper. "6 duplicates," said that lady. "They always have duplicates when they come here. First the pawn shop, then the prison or the workhouse." Looking at one of the cardboard slips, she continued, "White satin dress with lace trimmings, poor soul. Perhaps she had danced in it when she lived with her respectable relations. It might have been her wedding dress, for all we know. Here's another. Sable muff and cuffs. Dear me, evidently well off at one time. Sable. 3 embroidered petticoats, gold earrings, and scent bottle. What a sad change from embroidery to prison clothes." As all these articles had been pledged in the name of Mary Smith, the lawyer refused to admit them as evidence. One of these duplicates was for a pair of boots, and another for a wedding ring. The matron, looking at the dates on the cards, remarked that the poor creature had walked barefoot before she parted with the ring. There were 3 or 4 letters, in all of which the signatures had been heavily scratched out, but in one of them the words Emile Vautrin could, when the paper was held up towards the window, be imperfectly traced. Shortly before she died, the prisoner had asked for pen and paper, for the purpose, she said, of writing to her relations. This letter she had never completed, but the fragments, nevertheless, had been preserved. There was no direction to this letter, and it was headed, "From my prison." It was as follows: "I thank my God that He will soon free me from this jail, by taking from me the life for which this long time has been a heavy affliction and torment to me. By the weakness of my body and the agony of my soul, what I now say to you is true. So pay attention to it, as the last request I shall ever have need to make. Whilst I am penning these lines, the pulse grows weaker and weaker, for death is on me. There is one..." By the indistinctness with which the last few words were penned, it was evident that the prisoner's strength had at this moment failed her. Most likely, too, that Miss Perriman's observation that the unhappy woman was about to speak of her child was correct. The tone of this unfinished letter had, as Mr. Simcox remarked, more the air of a threat than a supplication. But, as the governor observed, that was exactly in accordance with the prisoner's character. She bore her sentence, he said, with a proud resignation that would have convinced many people she had been unjustly condemned. Even to our chaplain she, although her minutes were numbered, refused to reveal her name and parentage. The remarks of the lawyer were simply of a business character. "I see nothing in all these papers," he murmured, "to prove that this woman was legally married, and that was my chief object in coming here, for, of course, if this boy is illegitimate, he can have no claim to my client, however ingeniously the pretended relationship may be argued." Just as this interview was breaking up, who should enter the room but Mr. Nathan of Lyon's Inn. He was looking remarkably well. He was as buckish as ever, and although he had grown unfashionably stout, still, by wearing a cravat of unusual brilliancy, and ordering his waistcoat of the showiest velvet, he had managed to defy the ravages of time, and at 10 paces off would have been taken for the nattiest old sprig on town. No sooner did he see Mr. Simcox surrounded by strangers than, to support the dignity of the profession, he began to cannonade the old gentleman with compliments. Perhaps he hoped that the favour might be returned. "I am glad to meet you, Mr. Simcox," he said, "as I always am of any gentleman of talent." Then, turning to the governor, he added, "If Mr. Simcox had gone to the bar, he would have been Lord Chancellor by this time." The old attorney felt himself bound to respond handsomely. "I have the highest opinion of Mr. Nathan's talents," he said, "not only for his knowledge of the law, but also for his uprightness, candour, and honesty as a man." "If I were asked to-morrow," cried Mr. Nathan, "what gentleman of the profession I should point to as being its greatest ornament, I should say, go to the Temple and ask for the senior partner of Simcox and Nicholls. I don't mind saying to his own face that to the wisdom of a Solon he unites the charity of a Moor." Nothing undaunted, Mr. Simcox replied, "Our firm has had many dealings with Mr. Nathan, and I can only say I never met with a gentleman more thoroughly impressed with a notion of justice and more opposed to the trickery of the law than my friend beside me." Presently the two solicitors proceeded to business, the Israelite stating that his client, who was the husband of Catherine Merton, was most desirous of obtaining any papers which might assist in proving that the boy Philip Merton was his true son. He prudently refused to divulge the name of his client unless there was anything to be gained by the discovery. On hearing that Mr. Simcox had possessed himself of the papers, the governor of the jail had handed them over to him, a discussion ensued, which ended in the two lawyers abusing each other with the same vigour as they had before overwhelmed each other with compliments. "If, Mr. Nathan, you expect that your pettifogging, threatening ways will have any influence over me, you are much mistaken. I know the law too well, sir." "If you know it so well," retorted Mr. Nathan, "it is a pity you don't make more use of it. I pity the client who falls into the hands of Simcox, Son, and Nicholls, for your bill of costs is all the law he will get for his money." "When you are defending your Old Bailey thieves," retorted the angry Mr. Simcox, "or attempting to save some returned convict from some deserved punishment, this bullying might do, Mr. Nathan. You had better reserve this blackguardism till your next case, sir. It has no effect on me." "I have only one more thing to say," continued Mr. Nathan. "You know no more of law than you do of gentlemanly conduct." To this Mr. Simcox replied, "You are as unfit to judge in one case as in the other, Mr. Nathan. Indeed, I cannot do better than term you a pettifogger and a bully." After which both gentlemen seized their respective hats and hurried off to their offices. And now all Philip's chances of honourable progress in life were to be balked by a lawyer's quarrel. That evening a letter was posted off to Swanborough, in which the confidential adviser informed his client that although he had dived deep into this matter, he could trace no relationship between the Catherine Merton of the prison and the Nathaniel Crosier of the bank. The grandfather was counselled to set his heart at peace and dismiss his fears, and such advice was but too thankfully received and acted on. But Mr. Nathan took an opposite view of the case. Enraged by the conduct of his professional brother, his advice was that not only was Philip Merton his client's son, but that an attempt was being made to take the child from its parent. And so the lawyer and the father redoubled their efforts to trace and claim the boy. End of section 32. Section 33 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 23 of Book the Second, Childhood in the Streets. In re the winding up of the Grand National Marriage Insurance and Universal Matrimonial Benefit Company, capital £700,000, with power to increase to £7 million, a deposit of 6p per share to be paid on allotment. For 2 months the second column in the Times had been filled with the announcement of the above company. The advertisement had caused a great deal of excitement in the metropolis, not only from the singularity of the title, but also from the humanity of its objects and the greatness of the names with which it was associated. It would seem that the originator of this scheme was a Monsieur Coquardau, a gentleman, it was said, of a religious turn of mind, who was fast earning for himself the reputation of being the greatest philanthropist of the day. He had made it, according to his own account, his mission in life to alleviate the pecuniary sufferings of the female portion of the great human family. He called all women his sisters. He had travelled over the greater part of Europe, Asia, and America, gathering necessary statistics before he considered himself in a position to launch this great scheme before the public. He said it was the loving labour of his life. The goodness of Monsieur Coquardau's character evinced itself even in his personal appearance. There was a solemn pastoral air in his suit of black, relieved only by the exquisite whiteness of his neckcloth. He was of a bilious temperament, and at times the black ring round his eyes was of such depth of colour as to suggest the notion that he had received injuries in a personal encounter. His hair was black and cut close to the head. Such was the modesty of this good gentleman that, even when he had matured his plans to ripeness, he would not allow his name to be made public as the originator of the scheme, contenting himself with the promise of a grant of £20,000 to be presented to him in consideration of his services out of the capital of the company. He made a present of the post of secretary to the company to a Mr. Horatio Bott, a highly deserving youth whose relatives had consented to embark £500 in the speculation. As a proof of Messrs. Coquardau's influence, it need only be stated that the chairman of the company was His All-Serene Highness Prince Glumpy, a Knight of the Neapolitan Order of Thunder and Blazes, of the Holy Poker, and etc., and etc. Among the illustrious directors might be found the name of His Royal Highness Prince d'Influenza, the extensive Italian landowner and proprietor of nearly all the Pontine territory. the celebrated banker of Amsterdam, Herr Iceberger, also lent the powerful support of his name, whilst Mr. Sidney Tickle, a fellow of the Institute of Actuaries, had joined the speculation, and Messrs. Okey, Pokey, and Winky of the Temple were appointed solicitors. No sooner had the first and explanatory meeting of the directors been held, than the moment it was advertised in the Times the shares rose to a premium. The philanthropic Monsieur Coquardau briefly detailed the objects of the company as follows. Out of the 24 millions of fellow Christians inhabiting Great Britain and Ireland, upwards of 16 millions are females. Supposing, therefore, that every man in the country were to take himself a wife, there would still remain upwards of 4 millions of poor women who could never hope to enter into the holy state of wedlock. Now, in order that I may check myself in my calculations, added Monsieur Coquardau, who was most nice and exact in his assertions, I will set off the widows by the widowers, and allow 50,000 for that most disgraceful of all crimes, wedlock with 2 women, commonly known as bigamy. If this calculation be admitted as fair, it follows that a grand total is left of 3,950,000 spinsters. But here, and by the mournful expression of Monsieur Coquardau's countenance, it was evident that he was about to make a distressing revelation, I must point out to you one most important fact. Many females are born afflicted with bodily deformities of so grievous a nature that even the most sanguine could not hope to see them enter the holy state of marriage. Some are sent into this world without arms, as in the heart-rending case of the well-known Miss Biffin. Others grow to an unnatural size, as instanced by the celebrated Mrs. Armytage. History makes mention of females having, for some wise and hidden purpose, been created with the heads of animals. Need I refer to the pig-faced lady? Others, again, have, by an unnatural growth of their hair and moustache, lost those attractions of the female countenance which have an effect upon the heart of man. Many ladies either have no eyes at all, or having only one eye, or having the 2 eyes, are afflicted with a squint. Some have little or no nose, or maybe in excess of that useful organ. I am happy to say that as yet we have had no instance of a female with 2 or more noses. Some have hump backs. It would be foolish to express a hope that any of these unfortunate sisters should ever know a husband's tenderness. Let us put down these afflicted beings at a total of 50,000. You will find that this exactly balances my criminal double marriages. Now, continued Monsieur Coquardau, brightening up with philanthropic excitement, it must be allowed that among the advantages accruing to the female from the marriage state, we may rank the cessation of toil on the part of the woman, and the obtaining a comfortable home. Then how are those 4 millions of unhappy spinsters to reap such advantages? I will tell you, by means of our company. We bring down the payments to be made at our office to the smallest figure, so as to suit the means of even the poorest maidservant in the realm, say 10 shillings a year. What is 2.5 pence a week? A mournfully small sum. Yet multiply that 2.5 pence a week by the 4 million women who have no chance of marrying, and what is the result? Why, a grand revenue to this company of £2,000,000 per annum. When the excitement produced by the prospect of this enormous income had in some measure subsided, the good Monsieur Coquardau once more raised his voice. Now this company proposes to allow to every subscriber who attains the age of 40 and is unmarried, an income of £200 a year for the rest of her life. It may be objected that this sum is too generous. It may be stated that the necessities of women are few, and that they could live in comfort upon 1/4 of such an annuity. But allow me to make one more statement. In fixing the age at 40 years, I have been influenced by the opinion of one of the greatest actuaries living, Mr. Sidney Tickell, who has set down that period of time as being the average period of life permitted to unmarried females. So that you see that we should have but few calls upon our funds, and indeed I do not think I should be very wrong if I stated that ours would be a company for receiving the immense sum of £2,000,000 annually and giving nothing at all in return for it. Under such circumstances, even the most obstinate could not doubt the success of our undertaking. So great was the success attending this announcement in the Times, that the attorneys to the company thought themselves justified in advancing the money required for furnishing the offices. Chairs, tables, and desks, polished up until the flies could scarcely stand on them, soon decked the company's rooms, whilst wire blinds with a portrait of Hymen in gold, flourishing his torch, adorned every window. Prospectuses of the company printed on thin paper were thrown down the areas of every square, place, and terrace in London, and in a short time the rush of servant girls desirous of becoming subscribers was so great that the presence of Inspector Beak and 6 men was requested to preserve order among the domestic crowd, with many of whom the officers appeared to be intimate. Why this company should so soon have broken up will ever be a mystery. By some it was attributed to the over-haste of the philanthropic Monsieur Coquardau, who, being anxious to realise whilst the shares were at a premium, swamped the market with 5,000, which had been presented to him as originator of the scheme, and hastily departed for France, with a view, he said, of completing and carrying out another of his charitable schemes. When the aid of the Court of Bankruptcy was sought for in winding up the affairs of this company, it was soon discovered that the funds had entirely disappeared. Indeed, the only thing that there was any possibility of winding up was the clock in the back office, one of French's, which would seem to have stopped at about the time as the subscriptions. Although the Court of Bankruptcy dispatched one of its messengers to Italy to make inquiries about His Royal Highness Prince d'Influenza, yet no satisfactory result was obtained, owing to the official being attacked by a severe fever shortly after his arrival at the Pontine territory. End of section 33. Section 34 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 1 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. On the Tramp. God help Philip Merton, and save him from the ruin to which he is hastening. He has turned tramp, and abandoned himself to the wickedness of the world. He has deserted from honesty, and gone over to the enemy. He has turned his back upon virtue, and shakes vice by the hand. Henceforth he will be found arm in arm with the beggar, the vagrant, or the criminal. By day he will plot rogueries and execute them by night. The brigands of England, the Bedouins of this land, will sing his praises. As he steers this dangerous course, the policeman's bull's-eye will be the only beacon whose warnings he will notice. By adopting the creed of his lawless associates, he finds excuses for every act he does, for he terms heartless outrage bravery. So cheaply does he reckon his honesty that to win a penny by his begging he will tell 50 lies, and even for a few broken victuals will moan and whine for an hour. Let us look back upon this boy's history and, in charity, see if we can in any way extenuate his conduct. It is true that his life had a rough beginning. Born in a prison and reared in a workhouse, there were few events in his youth that he could look back upon with even satisfaction. Unless he took a pleasure, as some do, in calling to mind the miseries of infancy, the memory of his first 10 years of life must have been full of sorrow. He was fed, not so much from the charity as the policy of the nation. Those who paid for his food grumbled as they gave the money that poor's rates were so high, and but for the fear of the law would have kept it in their pockets. He was taught to read and write, and instructed how to dig the ground, but such lessons, although they prepare the mind, have no guiding influence on the future life. In our prisons the same method of education is pursued, and with no better success than in Philip's case. It was his misfortune to be an orphan, and for this he was condemned to 10 years' imprisonment, for even his school life he termed no better fate. Compare the rules of his school with those hung up in a prison cell, and there will be but little to choose between them. The food was weighed to that nice turn of the balance which will keep life in the body. The recreation of the playground was little better than the exercise in the prison yard, and the toil in the field was the substitute for labour on the treadwheel. We do not intend to assert that in these large workhouse schools any better plan should be adopted than that which is pursued. The whole system is one of prudence rather than benevolence. They are the quarantines for checking the contagion of vice, and unless regulated by some wholesale method, their existence would be impossible. We are only endeavouring to trace out the cause of Philip's ruin. He ran away from his workhouse school and commenced his life in the London streets. Is there a man who has been sentenced to 7 years' imprisonment who does not long for liberty? Yet Philip underwent a longer term than this before he took to flight. Year after year went by, each day resembling in its monotonous routine the preceding one, until at last Philip longed for a holiday, and he took it by the only means in his power, that of running away. Young gentlemen who have their week's vacation at Easter and Michaelmas, with their month at Christmas and Midsummer, may perhaps condemn the runaway, yet it is recorded that many a noble has in his youth quitted Eton or Harrow without permission. Besides, we are charitable enough to hold that Philip's ruin was owing not so much to this act as to his desertion by those whose duty it would have been to advise him upon it. The banker at Swanborough had carriages and servants, and of these he took the greatest care. He had a grandchild, and him he flung on the world. Not a horse in his stables but cost him more money yearly than it would to have saved his daughter's son. Which, think you, was most to blame, the rich man or the penniless orphan? After parting with Mr. Mudgster and his family, Philip walked away rapidly for a mile or two, scarcely noticing the distance, so occupied was he in planning the vengeance that was to ruin and utterly destroy the nutman's future. At last his legs grew tired with his rapid pace, and by the principle of counter-irritation, the aching of his knees drew away the pain at his heart. He sat down on a gate to think over what he had better be up to now. He had £5 in his pocket and plenty of time before him, and a desire seized him to see his native land and become better acquainted with its beauties. If he had been possessed of a travelling carriage, this longing would have been patriotic and praiseworthy. But as his fortune could be counted at a glance, we are very happy to entertain the same opinion as our readers, and declare him to be reckless and given to idleness. For some weeks Philip journeyed alone, sleeping at lodging-houses and revelling in his liberty. He formed no acquaintances, for he was rather disgusted than otherwise with the coarse conversation and ill manners of those he encountered. He was not, however, destined to remain long alone. At Birmingham, at a house for travellers, whom should he meet but two of his old schoolfellows, Billy Fortune and Ned Purchase. These lads were also on the tramp, Ned travelling as a tailor, trying for work occasionally, but oftener making use of his society's card to obtain a bed, breakfast, and pecuniary relief. The cripple had strangely altered since his school days, for his mind had now become as deformed as his body, and he traded on his afflictions to beg alms as he hobbled through the country. The other boy, Billy Fortune, had grown to be a tall, powerful youth, whom many a recruiting sergeant would have been glad to see enlist. His principal excuse for asking charity was that he was a carpenter out of work. "I could as soon draw a tooth as plane a board," he told Phil, "but by God I make more money at carpentering than many a chap who works 12 hours a day at the trade." It was resolved among these boys that they should chum together, beg together, and share together. They swore friendship over a pot of beer. A few taunts were made at Phil that he was a little bit green at the business. But when the sixpenny ale began to do its work, young Merton swore so lustily and showed so good a disposition to learn every kind of iniquity that, in the end, his companions were induced to forgive his innocence. Ah! These boys! They are soft as copper wire and can be twisted into any shape. Give one of them the history of Robinson Crusoe, and he will wish that he, too, were cast upon a desert island. Change the volume to Captain Cook's Voyages, and he will vow to be a sailor. Once more alter the book to Jack Sheppard, and a housebreaker becomes the hero of his dreams. This same Philip, if gentle-voiced Bertha had been talking simple moralities to him, would, with tears in his eyes, have promised to lead a saint's life. But because two rogues were pouring their villainies into his ear, that audience chamber of the brain, he yielded himself to their noisome breath like a feather in the wind. They tell him adventures of how they were nearly lagged by the constables, of the girls they had associated with, and then, when tired of them, buried them, as they termed the act of deserting them. They relate laughable incidents of stealing linen off hedges, snow gathering, and turning a white hedge green, as they phrase it. Then Philip, seeing how captivating roguery was, and what laughter came of it, felt for the moment as if he regretted not having shared in the perils. The town of Stafford might, if it had chosen, have claimed the honour of being Billy Fortune's birthplace. It was to this town that he and Ned Purchase were tramping their way. They easily induced Phil to choose that road, for it was a matter of indifference to him which way he went. "I've been there nearly 3 times already," said Billy Fortune, "and know every house where you can get scran and rigging, or food and clothes as you call it. I know every damned trap (that's a constable) in the place, and there's a first-rate diddle cove (publican) keeps a gin shop there. If you're fond of slush, you may suck it without any danger of being hocussed, or if you're hungry, you can be certain of not chewing bow-wow mutton (dog's meat). It was a fine summer's afternoon, with a hot sun making the earth steam like a dish of potatoes, when these boys drew near to Stafford. They had been 4 days on the road, and now had only a few more miles to tramp over. The country was so well known to Billy Fortune that as they went along he pointed out to them everything that was worth seeing. When they came to the turnpike gate, all black and white like an Act of Parliament, Billy knew the keeper so intimately that he preferred going round by some fields to being seen by that person. They had had a quarrel about some gingerbread, which Fortune had purloined from a stall the man's wife kept. The apple trees in this locality growing very kindly in the soil, They thought it a very good opportunity for tasting the fruit, and so much did they approve of it that they even filled their pockets before leaving the orchard. They passed a turnip field in which was a flock of sodden-looking sheep with ragged matted wool as if their hair wanted combing. The animals turned their black faces round and stared at the three boys who were climbing the hedge, for Ned Purchase had suggested that, though the bleaters had eaten down their Swedes uncommon clean, yet a turnip often came in handy for supper. They could see Colwick village in the distance, a patch of new cottages and houses with slate roofs, and a white church standing up in the midst of them. The church was being repaired, and having its windows out, looked blind. For the next half-mile they did not enjoy their walk much, owing to the roads and meadows being flooded. The river rushed along as if it would tear away the bridge they had to cross over. The trees were standing in the wet halfway up their boughs, and only the top rails of hurdles could be seen above the water. As far as the eye could reach, right down to the line of poplars at the foot of the hill, the fields had big stains of water in them, almost as if covered with plates of metal. Some swans, taking advantage of the flood, were strolling over land they would never think of visiting in dry weather. When Mr. Billy Fortune saw these birds, he exclaimed, "If I could grab one of those biddies, I'd have him boiled." They passed by the spot where Lord Southwark formerly kept his racers. It had gone to ruin, and the courtyard was filled up with rotting and rotted leaves. The thatch to the sheds had grown black, and looked as if water could be squeezed out of it. Intent upon plunder, the boys entered this yard, but there was nothing worth their taking. So when, for mischief's sake, they had pushed down a tottering wall, and wrenched a few loosed planks from the rusty nails that held them, they returned to the road and continued their journey. The estates on each side of the road were, according to Billy Fortune, strictly preserved. "In winter," he said, "it's covered with pheasants, as thick as starlings." Suddenly the boy went all stiff like a pointer. "There's 2 or 3 on 'em now," he cried, growing excited. Despite his crutch, Ned Purchase whipped up a stone, and saying, "Here's for luck," threw it in the direction Billy was pointing. All that Phil could see were 3 brown dots, but they did not move, and looked like leaves. When the lads came to the grand entrance to Lord Southwark's park, and saw the richly gilt iron gate stretching across the broad gravelled drive, and the handsome lodges with the coronet over each window, and the coat of arms in all its glory, Billy Fortune claimed in his admiration, "That's your sort," and then, having no respect for the aristocracy, wished he had that old bloke's tin. They crept up Hurt's Hill, watching in vain to see if they could discover any of the deer that abound in the thickly wooded grounds on the other side of the oak paling. Further on they halted at a farmyard, where there had been a sale recently, for the auction bills of the farming stock were posted on the big elm trees around. This considerably annoyed Billy Fortune, for he said it was one of his places for getting scram, and he was sorry to see it coopered up. There was a curious hollow in a field close by, known to the country people as the Devil's Punch Bowl. Billy Fortune took his friends to see it, and told the story of a murder committed there. His Satanic Majesty's cup they found to be full of dried leaves, as if they were the dregs of his last draught. There being no chance of any halfpence to be picked up in the road, they continued their route by the fields. "It's a short cut to the Satinel Hills, and we could pad the hoof (walk) easier on the turf," said Billy. These hills seemed to Phil as if they would never end. The long, round, bleak mounds rose up before and about him, bald as a Red Indian's head, with just a touch of fir trees like feathers on the top of the crown. At times he could almost imagine himself at the seaside, for the hill, as it slanted up, shut out the view, and gave him the idea of a cliff, with the sea lying beyond. To vary the monotony of the walk, they tried to purloin some hens that were feeding in the road, There was a lodge close by, nearly hidden in the thick shrubberies, but Billy was a bold lad, and, despite the chances of detection, had nearly seized hold of a gallant cock who stood his ground, whilst his wives, with the wind blowing their tails open like fans, were scrambling through the palings. An old woman came out to see what the noise was about, but such rare talents did the would-be thief possess that he turned her presence into an advantage, for he begged so hard for a trifle, and told such a mournful story of his not having tasted food that day, that at last she gave him a halfpenny. When they reached the milestone on which was engraved, 3 to Stafford, they rested a while, and Master Fortune indulged his friends with an anecdote. "Do you see all this land?" said he, pointing to a large piece of undulating ground, dotted with big trees that cast a dark patch of shade under their branches. "Well, the grandfather of this here Lord Southwark got it for a nix. He was the knowingest nob that ever wagged the red rag tongue. He begged this land of King George for to make a kitchen garden, as he said. The king didn't know there was so many 1,000 acres, and give 'em. That was a good day's work, wasn't it? He's turned some of the land into farms, and very nice ones they make. Now, if you or I was to do such a dodge as that, we should have the body snatchers, police officers, after us, and get shoved in the blockhouse, jail." All criticism upon his lordship's actions was, however, stopped by the approach of a farmer on horseback, Ned Purchase suggesting that they might as well try and kick him for a few coppers. So when the yeoman drew near, the 3 boys, with their caps off, stood in the road, and under plea of asking for charity, impeded his progress unless he had chosen to ride over the young rogues. "Please give a poor fellow a halfpenny, your honour. We've been walking all day and had nothing but cold water." This was Billy Fortune's palaver. "Help a poor cripple, your honour. I'm a tailor by trade, and here's my card, sir. I wasn't brought up to beg, I assure you." And Ned Purchase put on a broken-hearted look and produced his society's card. "And haven't you got anything to say?" asked the farmer, smiling good-naturedly at Phil. Our boy was not yet thoroughly accustomed to begging. He had a feeling of degradation whenever, in imitation of his companions, he asked for charity. "Well, sir," he said, "I haven't a penny in the world, but I'd sooner work for one than take it for nothing." He half meant what he said, though. If the trial had been granted, perhaps he might have changed his opinion. The farmer looked at him and then said, "You're either an honest boy or the worst scoundrel of the 3, and gave him 2d. Then, turning to Billy Fortune, he said, "Will you do a day's work if I give it to you? You look strong enough." "Ay, and willing enough too, your honour," groaned the hypocrite. "And heaven knows I should be grateful enough if I could earn a few coppers. It's not what I've been accustomed to. I've had good parents, and now I knows what the loss of them is. I never thought I should have to come to this here." To look at him, you would have thought he was going to burst with tears. The farmer took from his pocket an envelope on which was his address, and giving it to Billy, told him to come on the morrow, and when a request was made to him for the advance of a penny to get a mossel of bread, the honest victim gave 6d. to be shared among the lot, and then cantered off. When he was out of hearing, Billy broke out with, "We've bilked (swindled) my nabs out of his pig (6d.) I thought he was a queer gill (suspicious) at first, and smoked us, but from what he palavered to Phil when he gave him his due wins (2d.), somehow or other Phil did not join in his friend's laughter. What the farmer had said had made an impression on his mind. They had scarcely walked 10 yards before Phil, though he seemed half ashamed of saying it, proposed that they should take the gentleman at his word, and do a few days' labour at his farm. The other 2 lads stared with wonder, and then burst into a laugh so loud that it frightened some crows, slug hunting in a field close by and sent them flying away to a quieter spot. "If you don't like to go," said Phil, "give me his address and let me have a try." "You want his address, do you?" sneered Billy. "Well, as I like to oblige a pal, here it is." And he at once tore the envelope into 1,000 pieces and flung them in the air. This quarrel lasted for nearly a mile, although Master Fortune made many attempts at a reconciliation. In vain did he point to a hill covered with dry fern and say, "Plenty of hares and rabbits there, Phil." He could get no answer. Nor did he succeed better when they passed a stubble field that looked grey as an old man's 3 days' beard, for, though he remarked that it was the right sort of place for partridges, Phil answered not. So they walked on in silence, drawing nearer and nearer to the town. Already had they reached the suburbs. All about the fields and in strange corners and on the roadside were the quaint white cottages of labourers, small 2-roomed dwellings with a heavy natty-looking thatch that came down over the windows like hair over the eyes of a Methodist parson, and gave a frowning expression to the little buildings. Now they reached the parish church with the ancient square tower that time and bad weather had robbed of its carved work, wearing it away like the crest on an old family plate, and the ivy growing into the belfry windows and half crowning the roof, as though the building, like a fiddle, were preserved in a green bag. Compared with this venerable edifice, the new church further on seemed upstart and trumpery. There were no yew trees, big as timber oaks, before its Gothic porch, and its walls looked as drab as a pork pie from the damp stucco, whilst in the churchyard the evergreens were scarcely large enough for a Christmas tree. Presently Billy Fortune and Ned Purchase prepared for work, for they had arrived at a part of the road where there were many handsome mansions. They examined them one by one, undetermined which to visit first. Some of them were huge, square-looking houses, proud buildings that have innumerable rooms and big dinner bells, and turn their ugly backs to the road that they may keep their handsome faces for the lawn and park ground on the other side. Or they were large bricken palaces with outbuildings like a village, and surrounded by a long wall that must have made the fortune of some country bricklayer and cost nobody knows how much a yard. The boys did well at these mansions, and had so much broken victuals given to them that they were puzzled how to carry the load. "We can sell 'em to the Mott (landlady) of the Libkin (lodging house) for a good deal, for it's first-rate scran. There's that bit of bacon the cook gave us that's worth at least $1, if we knew any bloke who was fond of it." They did not make so good a harvest when they came to the half-rustic, half-civic villas at the outskirts of the town. In vain did they ring at the doors of these handsome family residences, with their stucco-trimmed windows and porticos. Old ladies came to the windows and shook their fingers, or the servant maids slammed the doors in their faces, or the sash was thrown up and a gentleman threatened the vagrants with the beadle. "Let's hook it," said Billy at last, "and make for the Paddinkin lodging house." As dusty as if they had been sprinkled with moist sugar, they entered the town, and, hastily quitting the principal street, dived into a labyrinth of back slums, until they stopped before a dirty-looking house, over the door of which was written, "Accommodations for travellers." "This is Mother Lully's," said Billy, before they entered. "There's a very good back kitchen, and the beds is decent. But, mind you, she's a rum 'un, and as fond of a line of the old author (brandy), or a drop of the South Sea Mountain (gin), as any doxy woman in Stafford." End of section 34. Section 35 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 2 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Captain Crosier narrowly escapes being an honest man. It was nearly 3:00 in the day. The sun had been shining with singular brilliance since 6 a.m. when Captain Merton Crosier thought he had better make an effort to rise and dress himself. Seedy and dilapidated from a glorious overnight — the tumblers were filled for the last time at 4 — he wrapped his dressing gown around him and shuffled up to the windows of his sitting-room to have a peep into the street and see what kind of day it was. The curtains had been closed, and as he pulled them aside, the bright daylight made him draw back as if a lantern had been flashed before his eyes. He muttered to himself something about his being a fool to keep such late hours, and, hurrying back again to his bedroom, rang the bell for breakfast. A man in the habit of stopping out until 5 in the morning should never have a looking-glass in his room. It was a painful thing to see the captain advance timidly to his toilet table and gaze upon himself. Despite the rose-coloured curtains, he looked as yellow as mustard. He leaned forward to see if the wrinkles about the eyes and forehead had deepened, and then sighed sadly, as if he thought they had. He was looking far from well that morning. The texture of his skin did not please him, the grain of it being coarse as that of an ostrich's egg, and its colour that of cold sighs. Even when he had pushed his hair off his forehead, coughed, struck his chest, and vigorously thrown his shoulders back, there was nothing prepossessing in his general appearance. In disgust, he gave up all attempts at personal embellishment and returned to his bed. As he lay there, he blessed his fate that he was not a married man, for, thought he, how disgusted my wife would be if she saw me now. He was very low-spirited. He had a slight headache and fell into a serious train of thought. As he tried to eat half a slice of dried toast, he accompanied each mouthful with a self-inflicted lecture upon his dissolute mode of life, turning the bread over in his mouth as if it had been embittered by his repentance. Not that his reflections were the most moral ones, nor was the punishment which, according to his ideas, his behaviour entailed, of the most distressing character. "Another day gone," he thought, fixing his eyes in melancholy resignation upon the dirty boots he had forgotten to put outside the door overnight. "Another day gone. This won't do. How can I expect to feel well or look well leading such a life? It will be 5:00 before I am ready to go out. What a fool, idiot, ass I am, on such a day too, when Regent Street will be crowded. Every pretty face and every new bonnet in London will be there. It serves me right. It serves me right. I must and will keep better hours." As if determined to lose no time in reforming, he leaped from his bed and set about his toilette, the exquisite results of which, whilst they roused the envy of Mincing Lane and the Stock Exchange, had never failed to win the admiration of Piccadilly and the esteem of Hyde Park. Whenever the air was free from dampness and gave promise that a curl was likely to retain its position for a few hours, the captain took especial pains with his hair. He was of the same opinion as the Messrs. Rowland that a head of luxuriant locks was the greatest ornament which nature had vouchsafed to the votaries of fashion. How often would the captain comb forward his side hair until it had assumed its proper grace. He was never tired of rounding the rebellious mesh on his fingers or fixing it with cosmetique. With the greatest cunning, the bushy portions at the back were made to conceal the slightly bald spots in the front. He would brush and brush till his arms ached and his scalp smarted, but he never regretted either the time or the torment, provided the Brutus stood up boldly as a cock's comb above his classic brow. When the hair was neatly grained with the comb, when the parting at the back was as distinct as the centre bone of a fish, then he felt easy in his mind, and smiled complacently as he twisted his head about before his mirror. As the toilette progressed, several philosophic reflections passed through the captain's mind. As he saw his form gradually becoming more and more attractive, he was led to ponder on the wonders of art. Each time he dug his finger into his pomatum and saw how it turned the colour of his locks from a mild ginger to the rich tones of a briskly fried sole, he uttered a blessing on the great discoverer of bear's grease. After he had tied on his false collar, and seen how, by concealing a portion of the fatigued face, it gave a brilliance to the remaining features, he stood still to utter a benediction on the noble master-mind that first imagined stick-ups. He inwardly rejoiced that he had been born in an age when all these great advances in civilization had been made, and asked himself how the deuce the old fellows, meaning the dead and gone of the year 1, managed after they had been out boozing. His hat was on, gently cocked on one side so as not to crush the curls on the right temple. A petit verre had given a sparkle to his eyes and a flush to his cheek. He was ready for Regent Street and conquest. But the servant entered and handed him a note. He looked at the address and recognised Fred Tattenham's peculiar scrawl. "What the deuce can he want?" he thought, as he broke the seal. Fred Tattenham wanted £50, and he also wanted to know when that dinner at Richmond was to come off. "You know the bet we made together about that girl Bertha," ran the letter. "It is more than 7 months now, and I will trouble you for a cheque. I have spoken to the other fellows about the dinner, and we have agreed, as you will have to pay for it, you may order what you like. May I suggest paradise soup and ortolans?" After he had bitten his lips for a minute or two, and twisted the letter about like a draper testing cloth, the captain whistled, a little too flatly, the first 2 bars of "Still so gently o'er me stealing." Then he took off his hat with a gesture as if he were about to dash it on the ground, but suddenly, remembering it was a new one, placed it carefully on the table. No word escaped him beyond "Damn it!" Everyone can understand that it is not always convenient to give a cheque for £50. It so chanced that the captain, it has also happened to many other brave officers, was particularly hard pushed for money. Even a demand for £10 would have distressed him. When his glover called for his little bill of £5, he had been told that the captain was in the country. There was one thing to be said in Merton's favour. He did not abuse Bertha personally. It is true that as he flung himself into his armchair, he muttered a wicked, unfeeling curse against the whole female sex, but did not particularize the little girl opposite. The best proof he was dreadfully upset was that he gulped down 2 more petits verres of brandy, jerking off the glasses as rapidly as if he had been taking pills. Then, with the fire of alcohol to inspire him, he threw himself on the sofa and proceeded to make up his mind as to what was the best thing to be done. It was a painful sight to see this comparatively young man engaged in the dreadful labour of making up his mind. He could have packed up 20 portmanteaus in less time than it took him to arrange his thoughts. Whether his mind was of the diminutive order and delicate as a bracelet watch, or whether it was vast and wild as a primitive forest, none but those who are acquainted with the secrets of nature can reveal. He frowned like a Newton at his calculations, and tossed about as uneasily as if reclining on a sack of potatoes instead of a sofa stuffed with the best hair. Once he passed his hand through his locks, but the deranged curl aroused him to consciousness, and he quickly replaced it. He bit his lips till they were as red as if a whole hive of bees had newly stung them. But though the gilt shepherdess clock struck the quarters, one after another, still the captain could not make up his mind. He had the greatest reverence for those debts which, however dishonourably they may have been contracted, are called debts of honour. If ever a friend of his was forced to take an invigorating walk through the insolvent court, the captain, however heavy the schedule might have been, had never refused to shake the freed man's hand and pleasantly joke him upon the whitewashing performance. But should his most intimate acquaintance neglect to settle after a horse race, he might as rationally expect to take tea with the Queen of Oude as obtain a nod from the indignant Merton. He admired the noble fellow who, to pay a gambling debt, did not hesitate to ruin his entire family. He despised the mean-hearted dog who preferred leaving his losses at blind hookey unsettled rather than reduce his father to beggary or see his wife and family turned into the streets. Holding such opinions as these, the noble captain of course determined on sending Fred Tattenham his £50, even if he had to take to the Ratcliffe Highway and garrote every sailor who was getting drunk on his voyage money. Now his thoughts were turned to Bertha, the pretty little witch who had brought upon him all this sorrow and tribulation. £50 for a pair of large eyes. It was dear. Confound her rich brown hair. He might have bought a fine brown horse for the same money. Now, what should he do with her? Should he give her up and let her go her own way in life, or should he still pursue his plot against her virtue? And now the captain's mind was wavering to and fro like a hair balance, the scale at one moment turning with an attempt at morality, while, at the next instant, he thought over the girl's charms. His desires would weigh down every other consideration. "I'll let the girl go," he undecidedly muttered to himself. "She will marry some journeyman carpenter and have to get his 1 o'clock dinner ready. Fancy her pretty arms round the neck of a fellow in a flannel jacket. Imagine those beautiful hands stroking a rough head full of sawdust. That girl was born to sit in a mail phaeton." Then, striking his thigh, he added, "Hang me if I can give her up. Yet suppose I should get tired of her, and after a year or two wish her at the devil. If she was to marry one of her own class, most likely he would dote on her as they do in the plays. I wish I'd never seen those pretty eyes of hers. It's like hearing music to look at them. Pretty little thing. I know exactly the kind of bonnet that would make her look like an angel. A poor man could not give her such a bonnet. She would have to wear a common straw thing, with her hair arranged like a workhouse girl's. I can't bear the idea of Bertha down on her knees scrubbing a miserable back room. Now, I should dress her out as showy as an album binding. Wouldn't the fellows be astonished when they saw her, in her silks, satins, laces, as beautiful as the queen of a harem? For some time he amused himself by picturing the envy Bertha's beauty would arouse in the bosoms of his intimate friends. The glory of her loveliness would be reflected upon him. They would be forced to avow that he was a better judge of beauty than any of them. Besides, he thought, she is a kind of girl there would be no fear of being jealous of, for if once she gave her heart, there would be no fear of anybody else carrying her off. Then again, his right to Bertha struck him in a new light. "I'm positively entitled to her," he said. "I've bought her. I look upon this £50 to Fred Tattenham as a kind of purchase money. What a fool I should be to let her go, after investing such a sum. If I was to lay out £50 in a house, I should be called a madman if I gave up the place without getting my money back. Then why should I give up such a palace as Bertha? Whether it was that the captain could not make up his mind in less than a day, or whether Fred Tattenham's letter had disgusted him with the world, it is singular that, for the first time in 2 years, he passed an evening at home. He sent downstairs to request that Mrs. Bullentine would cook him 2 mutton chops. He drank a bottle of sherry with them, and declared it was the filthiest dinner he had ever eaten. Try as he would, he could not determine how he should act towards Bertha. To seek inspiration, many times he went to the window in hopes of catching sight of that fair damsel, and, having a contradictory mind, his disappointment only made him love her the more. When 11 o'clock struck, that being the hour at which Miss Tomsey's household invariably retired to rest, he lighted a cigar and went on to the balcony, whence he watched the window of the room where Bertha slept. He saw a light come into it, and someone close to the window, and then pull down the blind. The captain felt his breath shorten as he looked upon this female form. "There she is, pretty little creature," he said, addressing the illumined casement. "You look more beautiful than ever. I cannot give you up." Perhaps if he had been aware it was Mrs. Wortey, the cook, and not the lovely Bertha, whom he was thus apostrophising, he might have been induced to alter his opinion. But love is blind, and cannot see through a brick wall. In his agitated condition, the captain tried to soothe himself with hot brandy and water. His faculties became quickened with the stimulant, and before the 3rd glass was empty, he had made up his mind to one thing. He vowed to himself that he would not go near any of his fellows, or even walk down the Haymarket for a fortnight. "The fact is," he remarked mentally, "I go so little into decent society that I am in an unnatural and demoralized state. The only women I talk to are those that disgust you before they have answered a dozen questions. The consequence is that the first decent girl I see I fall in love with. Because she does not address me first, I consider her the most modest of her sex, and because she lowers her eyes when I stare at her, I persuade myself she is a paragon of innocence. But the truth is, I am not a fit person to judge." So the captain promised himself that he would go into society. He had plenty of invitations, 2 indeed for the very next week. "You may depend upon it," he thought, "I shall find plenty of girls much prettier than Bertha, and looking at them shall forget all about this stupid little beauty. Why, it is evident enough that girls who have been well educated and brought up at home, and who are dressed in the most expensive manner, must be more captivating than my little witch. So in this way I will save myself without destroying her. And, by Jove," he added, "if I do meet with a girl who is prettier than my wench, hang me if I don't marry her." By this last exclamation, some people might be led to imagine that a matrimonial alliance with Captain Merton Crosier was a most excellent and enviable position. But, knowing his character as well as we do, we very much doubt whether his society for life would be a fitting reward for superlative female excellence. The captain was selfish beyond the usual average. He had no taste more noble than sporting, was fond of change, and afflicted with a deranged liver, which at times made him irritable. A man's true value is never known until he is missed. The first night that Crosier stopped away from his jolly companions, they felt little or no anxiety about the absentee. But when a second and a third passed, and yet the captain had withheld his society, then did those wild boys, Tom Oxenden and Charlie Sutton, conclude that Merton's life must be in danger, and, with an impulse that did honour to their friendship, paid him a morning visit. Neither would Fred Tattenham have stopped away, but for fear that it would look, as he remarked, as if he had called for the £50. Many were the anxious inquiries which had been made down the Haymarket as to what had become of the captain. Mr. Alf Cox, of the Jolly Trainer, had made tender inquiries after his esteemed friend and noble patron, and had even volunteered to prescribe for him in case he was attacked with these here brochelles as was about, by which term he meant bronchitis, asserting that nothing was better for brochelles than a glass of the thick bottoms of a porter cask, took early on a empty stomach. The two friends were astounded, and not a little disgusted, to discover that nothing ailed the captain. It was in vain he gave as his excuse that he was tired and knocked up and wanted to be quiet for a while. They would not believe him, but, knowing him very intimately, swore there was some woman at the bottom of it. Before 2 bottles of bitter ale had been emptied, Crosier managed by his over-care to betray his own secret. That morning Bertha was working by the open window, and the extreme care Merton took to prevent either of his 2 friends having a peep at her raised their suspicions. On the excuse that the light was too strong, he drew down the blinds. If Tom, whilst wandering about the room, approached too near the casements, the captain would, upon some pretext or another, call him back again, either to show him some unimportant letter which he pulled from his pocket, or to ask him what the exact time was by his watch. When Charlie once rose to see if it were raining, Crosier rushed so precipitately to the window that both his visitors were startled by such unnatural politeness. "What the deuce is the matter with you?" said Charlie Sutton. "You've turned thundering civil all of a sudden. Are you going to turn counter-jumper?" "I'll swear there's a woman somewhere," said Tom Oxendon, and although Merton tried to prevent him, and requested him not to make a fool of himself, that youth forced his way to the window and drew up the blind. No sooner did he see Bertha than he burst into a laugh and shouted out, "You scoundrel, Crosier! Why, there's that little thing you lost the £50 about. I should have thought you'd had enough of her by this time. You don't mean to say you were still bothering your head about her?" If they had looked in his face, they would have noticed how angry he was that his secret should be discovered, and the best answer that could be made to the question was the anxious manner in which he endeavoured to get them back again to their seats. They began to banter him. "Good heavens," said Sutton, "and you really are in love with this servant maid? Why, I call that wasting time." "And money too," added Tom Oxendon, "for he won't get out of it under £60. "Don't you know," continued Charlie Sutton, "that it is no more trouble to make love to a duchess than to a serving wench? The same oaths and compliments have to be used, and, confound it, there's more glory in killing a peacock than bagging a sparrow." "How can you like maidservants?" thundered in Tom Oxendon, whilst the captain tried to look careless, as if the conversation did not pain him. "They are dirty creatures, and wear black petticoats. My dear boy, we must save you from this tomfoolery. Just imagine now, these girls never wash their faces when they get up in the morning. They don't know what a toothbrush is, and they sift cinders. How should you like to kiss a girl's hand after she's been sifting cinders? Good gracious!" "If you're seriously determined on laying your heart on the kitchen dresser," sneered Charlie Sutton, "what will you stand if I carry off the missus and secure you the key of the area gate?" Stung to the quick by these rough criticisms on Bertha, the captain nevertheless pretended to be amused. He assumed a nonchalant manner and said, "You've settled the matter very nicely between you, but I'll let you have your own way. Suppose I do like the girl, It's only a simplicity of taste, after all. It's about the same thing as if I chose to dine on bread and cheese. You wouldn't object to that." "You may dine on acorns if you like," answered Sutton, "but you won't convince me there's any pleasure in simplicity that talks of hambition, hoysters, hatred, houses, and that sort of thing. Why, the butcher's boy or the baker's man would cut you out of the field in no time." The conversation was becoming rather angry. The captain's face had grown red, and his mouth was stretched into a smile which was anything but amiable. So Tom Oxenden put an end to the discussion by saying, "Well, never mind. If Merton likes to hunt for his loves in the dust hole, let him. What the deuce does it matter to us if the adored of his bosom blackleads stoves and cleans knives? It's a queer taste, and he'll soon get tired of it." When the two friends rose to depart, they endeavoured to entrap the captain into a night on the town, inviting him to supper, and promising him unheard-of fun at the rooms of one of their acquaintances, a certain Bob Tail, who was to give a kind of evening party, to which the guests were to come as soon as the casino closed. But, with more determination than he had ever before displayed, Merton refused to join them, although he felt that to miss the enjoyment of Bob Tail's reunion was a cruel privation. Instead of spending a night on the town, the captain passed the evening at the sumptuous mansion of Gabriel Golcondor, Esquire, the rich diamond merchant. He did not enjoy himself much, for there was only one young lady there whose personal attractions were of that kind which appealed to his tenderer feelings. And as she, when he asked her to dance, was engaged 15 deep, he did not think it worth while waiting till 4 a.m. to be the 16th. The poor captain was what is called fast, and imagined, judging by himself, that whenever a gentleman danced with a lady, he made the most violent love to her that his imagination could give words to. "By the time she has had her 15 partners," he thought to himself, "she'll have had enough of flattery. And unless I call her a cat, or something of that kind, I don't see a possibility of startling her nerves." The next party that Crosier went to, he danced with 3 young ladies, all of whom he criticised minutely before he hazarded his quadrille, waltz, or polka. The first, who was 17, and wore lank curls which bobbed up and down like whalebone snakes at each step she took, discoursed with him on the merits of the different London preachers, a subject upon which we are ashamed to say the captain was profoundly ignorant. The second young lady, who had bushy eyebrows and a fine promise of a moustache, annoyed him by making love to him instead of permitting him to attempt any advances towards her. She called him a wicked man and a naughty man almost before he had opened his mouth. The third young lady, he discovered, alas, too late, had a violent cast in her eye, and, from not knowing which one was looking at him, he made some deplorable mistakes, such as saying to her when she was looking in his face, "I see you are noticing that painting against the wall. Are you fond of pictures?" The result of the captain's evening party experience was that he made up his mind that Bertha was the loveliest and most charming girl he had ever met in the whole course of his life. As he lolled in his chair after his return home, and smoked the cigar he had been longing for all the evening, he could not refrain from bursting into a torrent of praise on Miss Tomsey's companion. "I've seen some 200 of them," he said, "all got up like dolls and in first-rate order. There's not one fit to drink tea with her out of the same pot. Her eyes are argand lamps compared to their farthing rushlights, and, though I've looked into every mouth I have seen, one of her teeth is worth a peck of theirs. It's no use. I must have Bertha. She's the prettiest girl I ever saw. If it ruins me, she shall be mine." Now we would humbly submit that the captain was not a fit and proper person to form a correct opinion upon the merits of young ladies. In fixing upon a fair one, he did so as he would fix upon a horse, looking only to beauty and spirit, and taking only the warranty of the owner as to freedom from vice. He was so habituated to the rough license of the streets, so accustomed to the perfect liberty of the night house, that he felt himself cramped and gênéd under the restrictions of respectable society. He lost his boldness and dash when he had to converse with a young lady whose mamma was present. To Bertha he could rattle out protestations and love speeches by the hour. To his partners in the dance he could only stammer a few commonplace replies. If he did not enjoy himself, he accused them of being the cause, while the truth really was that when he was bold it was only because he felt a contempt for the woman to whom he was talking, and the moment respect was enforced from him, he became stagnant and insipid. His was a vitiated taste. The man who drinks raw brandy has little relish for milk. End of section 35. Section 36 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 3 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Accommodation for Travellers. Being both strong of body and proud of spirit, Billy Fortune sent the door of the padding ken flying back on its hinges with such a bang that for the moment Mrs. Lully, who was smoking her pipe by the fireside, made sure the police were down upon her. There were 4 shillings in Billy Fortune's pocket, and the arrogance of wealth was strong upon him. He made the door do footman's work and announce his gentlemanly entrance. "What! Is that you, strapping Billy?" cried Mrs. Lully, who had started up from her chair in alarm. "Cuss your awkward limbs! How dare you frighten people? When was you made Emperor of China? You've done me worse harm than the west wind, and shook me like a bush. My fingers is really ready to drop off with trembling. I made sure you was the peelers, hang 'em." The old woman spoke so angrily that Ned Purchase and Phil were half afraid to enter. When they did so, they shut the door to again very gently as a set-off to Billy's riot. Their confidence was a little restored by seeing Master Fortune advance to the old woman as dauntlessly as if she was a stuffed figure. "All right, mother," said he, "you're as spreesh as an old lass ever sucked at a bottle, and I only did it that I might hear the squeak of your quail pipe, my jolly hen. I've brought a couple of Benny Coves with lots of the Queen's pictures in their sacks. Come, it's no good being chuff. Let's have a pot of that 4-penny English Burgundy of yours, and whilst my mates are drinking of the belch, I want to talk business with you." He pointed to the bag he carried, and she, thinking he had brought with him stolen goods out of which a pound or 2 might be made, became civil enough and asked him into her back room. Few men who stalled at Mrs. Lully's hotel dared to be as free and easy with her as Master Billy. She was a woman of 60, but those who had felt the weight of her arm declared it hit remarkably young for its age, and tasted very strong of the hammer. On her 59th birthday, one Nosey Sam, a pedlar who was fond of full glasses, forgot his good breeding and behaved rudely, whereupon the hostess, taking him up as easily as a cat does her kitten, carried him to the door, and flung him into the street as she would have cast away a pan of ashes. This woman stood straight and firm as the Farnese Hercules in petticoats. Beneath her short skirts were seen a pair of thick-soled high-lows, which would have pinched the toes of a railway navvy. Her grey hair hung about her forehead and temples, long as the forelock of a horse. For fear she might, from her massive build, be mistaken for a man, she had labelled herself woman by means of a deep frilled nightcap, over which she wore a plaid shawl arranged as a hood. Her thick eyebrows hung down in weeping willow fashion, and shaded a pair of black optics that sparkled like stars through a hedge. The first time Phil had occasion to speak to her, he, in his timidity, called her ma'am, which annoyed her, for she exclaimed, "Cuss you for a lob-mouth! Call me mother, you black spy!" When Mrs. Lully found that Billy, whom, on seeing the bag, she had with sudden affection called her darling, had nothing but a scran to dispose of, she swore at him and called him a beast and a ken cadger, and hoped he would end his life on the twister. She told him to take his broken victuals to some other pig's trough. This indignation was only assumed in order to obtain the food at a cheaper rate, and eventually, being short of provisions, she purchased the lot for $1 and a gratuitous supper, the big piece of sawney bacon being thrown in for nothing. The lame Ned and Phil much preferred remaining in the public room during Billy's interview. By industriously staring about them, they managed to console themselves pending their companion's absence. The travellers who frequented the house were evidently of simple taste, and cared little for ornament or furniture. There were 4 whitewashed walls, which had become so dirty that it seemed as if no washing of any kind would ever make them white again, and at shoulder height a dark panelling of grease had been formed by the friction of the customers' backs. The safety and privacy of her customers seemed to have been more attended to by the landlady than their comfort. The window had been boarded up over the topmost panes, at least a foot higher than the tallest policeman in England could ever hope to peep over, but the tables and forms that stretched along each side of the apartment were outrageously narrow. For those who came in cold or wet, there was a roaring fire that would bake limbs or cloth into hot dryness in a very few minutes, and the sand on the floor had the double advantage of covering the nakedness of the boards and making them serve as a large spittoon. Beyond a few inscriptions scratched on the stained whitewash, there was nothing to relieve the broad expanse of even wall. For fear the inmates should grow tired of gazing at the ceiling, and seeing nothing to amuse the eye, a gentleman who signed himself Yorkshire Jack had, with the flame of a candle, written these words: "Just out of the blockhouse, jail, and never felt better." When Phil became more at home in this lodging-house, he got on the forms to read the writings on the wall. The desks at Eton or the visitors' books at Shakespeare's house are not more crowded with carved names and gratuitous remarks than was this whitewash. Tramps on their circuit seemed to be of the same flesh and blood as gentlefolk on their travels, and to be bitten with a similar passion for leaving behind them a written trail of their progress. One of these inscriptions was, "Joe the Bouncer at his old game again." Another related that Blinky Sam stopped there and found the fleas as hungry and saucy as ever. A third, who called himself Mike Tedder the Rat, stated that he hated the police worse than years ago, but was otherwise hearty. There were rude drawings of profiles and men hanging from gibbets. Indeed, no government clerk's pad could be more covered with caricatures. In front of the fire sat a woman bending over it so closely that her tattered gown smelt of scorching. Her feet were bare, and she held the soles as near the bars as if they had been toast, curling her toes about with the heat. She had caught an ague from skippering it, that is, sleeping under haystacks, and was trying, she said, to draw the cold out of her bones. The men seated at the tables were talking openly, either of their day's adventures or what they intended to do on the morrow. One who hawked kite and sticky paper and wax as an excuse for begging was telling another, who was a cadger, which were the best houses to go to. He seemed, to judge from his talk, perfectly acquainted not only with every street, but with the dispositions of most of the inhabitants in the town. The brick house agin the bridge is benny if you can catch the burrick mistress at home, but the toff is a mortal downy bird, and fly to everythink pretty night. "Have the Scaldrum Dodge been worked much?" asked the cadger, referring to the art of mutilating the body to make the limbs appear as if they had been injured by fire. "I'm thinking of working the glim and going on the dreadful conflagration lurk." One of the men present had been drinking heavily, and, being half intoxicated, had lost all command over his tongue, and was complaining he had been out all day on the Moncree, and had only taken 3 12ers and a grunter. "That won't keep me," he said. "It's scarcely wages for a night of the rainbow." Footman. "What's come to people, I don't know. They don't seem to have no feelings nowadays. I'm sure I looked awful affecting, and shivered fit to come to bits. Ah, it's a rum world, and hearts is turned to paving stones." The 3 young tramps ate a hearty supper composed of a stew made out of the broken victuals they had brought with them, and which, with the aid of onions, had been rendered highly odorous to the nose and stinging to the palate. As the night drew on, the room gradually filled with the lodgers returning from their rascally work. In they came one after another, some with success written in their knowing, brazen faces, others with a dull, dejected air, the best proof that the day had been a bad one for halfpence. The man with the full pocket entered in as if the house had been built for his sole accommodation. He stalked whistling to the fire, and stood before it as a screen. He laughed loudly, and called his pals by their nicknames, pelting them with slang witticisms. He was fearlessly impudent, for he knew that, if a quarrel ensued, he had the money in his pocket to pay for the infallible ointment, a glass of liquor, for a cadger's bruised pride. But the unsuccessful tramp sneaked into the room as a dog does into a butcher's shop. He opened the door only just wide enough to admit his body, as if he would not have his entry observed. He ordered his pint of twopenny ale in a whispering voice. He sat trembling, lest the successful man should single him out as a butt, and, if his cringing form had the misfortune to attract notice, he had not the heart to resent the jest, but joined in the laugh against himself, although inwardly vowing to have vengeance. There were all kinds of men and women present, each representing some special style of imposition. They were all boasting of the dodges and tricks they had played to melt the hearts of the charitable. Many a kind-hearted townsman, who had listened to the tales of distress, had gone to bed that night with a lighter heart, consoled by the good aid he thought he had rendered. But here was the rogue who had whined out his miseries, now laughing until every tooth in his head was visible. There were men so ignorant that they could speak their thieves' slang more easily than their native English, fellows whose signature was a cross, whose knowledge of the beauties of the world began and ended with eating and drinking. But there were others whose tongues were glib as a barrister's, men whose memory retained a sufficient remnant of their schooling to enable them to drag a Latin quotation into their sentences. One coarse-featured fellow, who was nearly bung-eyed over his beer, as they call being drunk, was a stealer of boxes from the backs of carriages, a purloiner of pots from public houses, or even of bread from bakers' baskets. He could tell tales of trunks knowingly cut away from their lashings to the hind springs, or how he had pricked for Panem in the wicker, or sneaked a cat and kitten from the tap-room. He sat beside a low-browed, meek-faced villain who called himself a mumbler, and passed off as a broken-down tradesman ruined by his faith in a friend. In the furthest corner of the room was a thin, active lad of 14, who sat smoking so short a pipe that the bowl of it seemed close to his nose. He had a face pale and tired-looking, as if he had just risen from a fever, but his disease was only hard living, a bed one night and a hedge for the remainder of the week, meat and beer at one dinner and turnips for the next. He was ready for anything, either to sing ballads in the paviour's workshop streets, or to sneak down an area in the hopes of purloining a silver pap feeder spoon, or even a teapot, if it was at hand. The man in decent black clothing, seated near the fire, and laughing and talking as if he was the oracle of the room, would have nothing to say to such low-class thieves as these. He never chummed with Ken cadgers. He was a high flyer, a genteel beggar. When he worked, it was in jewellers' shops, whipping up gold rings and chains as soon as the tradesman's back was turned, or he might fraudulently collect subscriptions for charitable institutions. But as for a vulgar lurk that would bring in a few halfpence, he was above such dirty practices. The man he was talking to had studied medicine, but after being 10 years a student and 4 times unable to pass his examination, he had gradually sunk lower and lower, until now he had become a tramping swindler, earning his living by passing himself off as a sea captain ruined by shipwreck, and excellently he seemed to live on the deception. There were men and women from every part of the United Kingdom, Irishmen who pretended to have been old soldiers and had papers to prove the battles they had never fought, and medical certificates describing wounds they had never received. There were Scotchmen who for the last 5 years had been weavers out of work, and were begging for money to enable them to return to Glasgow, although they had that day tramped in an opposite direction. Some of the English passed themselves off as poor needle-makers whose health had been destroyed at the business. Others had sore legs and arms to exhibit, or for the last 10 years had told, with tears in their eyes, distressing tales of a child that died overnight of the smallpox, and begged for a few shillings to purchase the coffin. There were women, too, whose living depended upon an imaginary daughter whom they were taking to London to get cured of the king's evil, and others whose supposed husbands had fallen off scaffolds or been injured in a railway accident. The writings, or fakements, which testified to these mournful narratives were to be obtained for a few shillings at any of the principal towns, so that when one story grew stale it could easily be changed for another. The man who carried on this trade at Stafford was well known by the frequenters of Mrs. Lully's house. His false petitions were highly esteemed, and he enjoyed the reputation of being a first-rate fist at screeving a fakement, though, owing to his forged signatures having been too often detected, he was declared to be a duffer at coopering a moniker. Tramps are not regular in the hours they keep. They measure the length of the evening by the length of their purses. Plenty of money means 4 a.m, and an empty pocket to be in bed by 9. They paraphrase the French proverb, and hold that he who sleeps drinks. About 12 o'clock, Master Billy, who was commissariat general to his company, ordered a jug of what he termed hot flannel for 3, a mixture of gin, beer, and eggs, which he declared wrapped round a fellow like wool, and made him sleep like opium. Then, their money being spent, they retired to rest. The dormitory was a large, bare-walled room, with 10 beds in it, each one intended to accommodate 2, or, on a pressure, 3 sleepers. In winter, when the windows were kept closed, some of the lodgers complained in the morning of headaches, and asserted that 30 persons in one room was a leetle crowded. But in summer-time nothing could be more delightful, the company being usually gay and disposed to converse until daylight. Before he went to sleep, Billy Fortune had some serious business conversation with the gentleman in the next bed. He was sorry to learn that there was just then little doing in Stafford. "The town's been overworked," said the gentleman, "but I wouldn't give it up in despair." "You say you've got a lame chap, can play on the howling stick?" "Flute." "That he can," answered Billy. "Beautiful. Anybody would give 2d. to get rid of him. And I can make myself as humpbacked as a prawn, if I like." "Can the other cove do anything?" was the inquiry. "Well, he ain't an out-and-outer," answered Billy contemptuously, "but he's a good-looking chap, and the servant girls takes to him. He helps to bring in the belly timber." Food. The next day, the 3 vagrants, dressed as genteelly as they could manage it, were parading the back streets, Ned with his stump bandaged up and limping as if each step caused him the greatest agony. Billy had crooked his back till he was bent like a fish-hook, whilst Phil, with his face washed and his hair neatly combed, was appointed to hand the cap round for pence. The patter Master Fortune undertook to deliver, his voice being very penetrating and powerful. The appeal, with this affecting opening, "Ladies and gentlemen, and kind Christian friends," he bawled out as they crept slowly along the centre of the road, "we hare ashamed to appear thus before you and to solicite your charity. We hare without friends or the common necessaires of life, being cripples, and hunhable to procure any kind of employment." Each time he concluded this oration, the 3 boys joined in a verse of a hymn, which they sang with such vigour that it soon brought the women and children to the doors and windows. But affairs did not prosper with them. They seldom took more than 5 shillings in a day, and, owing to Mrs. Lully's objecting to any of her lodgers living beyond their income, their enjoyments were limited. Ale and hot flannel became scarce, decreasing from pots to pints, and at last were highly prized when served up by the mugful. Before leaving Stafford, Master Billy took advantage of an offer made him by a recruiting sergeant who was staying at the Goose and Bottle public-house, purposely to receive all smart young men who fancied a military life. The brave Billy drank several pots of beer with his martial friend, took the shilling, borrowed half a crown, and then, relating his adventure to his pals, proved to them, in forcible language, that it was necessary to fly from Stafford. He justified his deceit upon the sergeant in these words: "I ain't going to fight their quarrels for 'em. When these bigwigs chooses to have a row, they always tries to get us little wigs to do the fighting." On leaving Stafford, it was determined by the lads to direct their steps towards the south of England. "Confound the north!" cried Billy. "It's too cold for charity. I like the south where it's hot. They gives a penny in half the time." End of section 36. Section 37 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 4 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Great care is taken of the Hazlewood family. Miss Tomsey had come down to breakfast feeling far from well, and in a decided ill humour. She had supped rather late the night before on a crab salad. The consequence of this fish repast was an unpleasant dream, in which she imagined there was a Frenchman under the bed. "I was never so terrified in my life," she told Marianne when the latter brought the hot water up. "I imagined the bearded villain was pushing knives through the mattress and trying to stick me in the back." Being in a bad temper, Miss Tomsey quarrelled, not only with her bread and butter, but also with her new-laid egg. She gave it so vigorous a tap that it broke as readily as a bubble. She found that the dried toast was as thick and limp as a new undersole, and declared the tea to be undrinkable. When Mr. Boxer heard the parlour bell ring as if a mad dog was biting at it, he knew there was something very wrong upstairs. "Either she's got fits or upset the tea-urn," he thought, ascending the kitchen stairs at a pace that made his calves tremble as if they would drop off and roll down the stone steps like cocoanuts. "Boxer, where did you procure this egg?" began the spinster, and, without giving the man more time than permitted him to exclaim, "That hegg, mum," she continued, "I have told you thousands and thousands of times that I would not have any more eggs from the potato and coal man. How dare you buy my eggs from a man whose fowls roost in a coal cellar? I have seen those hens with my own eyes, lying in the gutter up to their necks in road scrapings. Then how dare you bring me one of their eggs?" Once more Mr. Boxer, whose raised brows denoted his astonishment, was permitted to exclaim, "The hegg, mum," when his mistress declared she would not be answered, and ordered him to keep a civil tongue in his head. Then, pointing at the teapot with tragic stiffness, she added, "And remove that. It would disgrace a Greenwich tea-room." Although hurt, Boxer still remained respectful, merely hinting in an injured tone, "Perhaps it hasn't drawed yet, mum." But so thoroughly was a lady under the influence of her ill humour that, instead of listening to the suggestion, she became rude and vulgar, calling out, "Drawed? What does the man mean? How dare you talk of the best orange-flavoured Picot as if it were a blister?" In this excited state of mind was Miss Tomsey when Bertha's mother called and requested a few minutes' conversation on important business. The notion of the workhouse nurse having important business so tickled the elderly maiden's fancy that she could not help saying with a sneer, "Bless me, we shall have the London sparrows talking of important business next. How these poor mice do try to be elephants!" All this was very unlike Miss Tomsey's usual manner of thinking, and the blame of it must be laid, not to her, but to the crab supper, which, according to the learned Buchan, when taken late, destroys the system by deranging the juices of the blood. The old nurse was received with a frigidity of manner which was intended to show Miss Tomsey's disapproval of all airs and graces in poor people. Although the aged maiden was astonished to find the good woman dressed not in her workhouse clothes, but in a gown of shining black silk, and with a shawl that never cost less than a sovereign upon her back, yet the influence of crab being strong, she would not permit herself to make any remarks that would betray her wonder. Being in high spirits, Mrs. Hazlewood did not require to be told twice to say what she had come about. "I've taken the liberty to call, ma'am," she began, for since I last saw you I've had the good fortune to meet with a kind friend, who, indeed, has been a friend to me. It's a gentleman I'm speaking of, ma'am. Judging from Miss Tomsey's looks, she seemed to disapprove of such connections. Thanks to this kind friend, ma'am, and I hope I am and ever shall be grateful, I am now in a comfortable house of my own, and furnished fit for the first in the land. May heaven bless him." Miss Tomsey's expression of countenance seemed to say that heaven might bless him if it chose, but she would have nothing to do with the matter. "They tell me, ma'am," continued Mrs. Hazlewood, finding all the talk was left to her, "that my drawing-room is a certain £1 a week, with attendance and boot-cleaning extra. I wish you could see the rooms, ma'am, you'd be surprised. There's an easy chair as big as a gig, and so comfortable it's worth while being tired only to sit in it. Flock and feathers on every bed, and the carpets as lovely as watercolour drawings. There's a 3-pair front with a separate bell, and a turn-up chest of drawers a member of Parliament might sleep on." "And might I inquire into the important business upon which you wished to see me?" asked Miss Tomsey, in her coldest manner. If a snowball had been sent into Dame Hazlewood's face, it could not have surprised her more than did this frigid question. In one moment her smiling face was turned into a countenance overflowing with indignation. The instant she had recovered her senses, she replied, "I wish to ask you, ma'am, if it would be convenient to you to spare Bertha to come and live with me, now that my circumstances are so much improved, and her assistance would be almost indispensable." So strong a hold had the demon crab upon Miss Tomsey that she pretended to burst into a laugh, though it was as shrill and forced a twitter as was ever uttered. "My good soul, you may have her altogether," she said, "for lately I don't know what has come to the girl, she's not of the least use to me." The mother looked daggers, but answered mildly, "Thank you, ma'am, I'm sure you're very obliging." Determined not to be beaten, Miss Tomsey replied, "Not at all, Mrs. Hazlewood. I have to thank you for ridding me of her. You can go." The indignant old nurse got up from her seat so suddenly that her silk sounded like the whir of a partridge rising. She had already grasped the handle of the door, and was about to leave Miss Tomsey for ever, when that maiden remembered suddenly she had forgotten to ask who the good friend was who had taken such a sudden interest in Bertha's mother. So she called out to the dame, saying, "Stop a minute! What's the name of this kind friend who seems to give away houses of furniture as if they were so much firewood?" In a tone of voice as sharp as if it had been ground on purpose to cut Miss Tomsey's ear off, Mrs. Hazlewood answered that she was not at liberty to give any information on that subject. The idea of being bearded in her own house by a pauper was more than Miss Tomsey's self-respect could put up with. Planting herself firmly upon her pride, she said, "That will do," and gracefully motioned to the door. At heart, Miss Tomsey was as good a woman as ever had her ears pierced, and about 1 o'clock in the day, when her indignation had somewhat abated, she, little thinking Mrs. Hazlewood had taken in earnest the conversation which had been held about Bertha, rang the bell and requested that the latter young lady should be sent to her. She fell back in her chair when Mr. Boxer replied that both mother and daughter had left the house some 2 hours. Now, Miss Tomsey had a real affection for her pretty companion, and was greatly hurt that, after the kindness shown her, the girl could depart with so little ceremony. Through force of habit, she made use of the simile about having nursed a serpent in her bosom, though, as Miss Tomsey laced very tightly, the cradle must have been a very uncomfortable one. By and by, she fell to thinking who this kind friend who had so suddenly turned up as a guardian to the Hazlewood family could possibly be. By degrees her curiosity grew so absorbing that she even allowed the hour at which she had the Times to read to glide by without glancing at the paper. Had she known where the Hazlewoods' new residence was, it is most likely she would have paid them a visit. She had to content herself with a useless cross-examination of Mary Ann, in which she endeavoured to worm from that young housemaid whether Bertha had ever spoken of any rich relative, or hinted there was any property coming to the family. It was not till the next day that she was in any way enlightened on this subject, and then she learned the truth from the lips of Bertha herself, who, unable to endure the idea of parting from her former mistress without even saying good-bye, had returned to Harley Street to beg for a shake of the hand. "They told me," said Bertha, "that you were very angry and would not speak to me, and I thought it must be true, for I could not understand why you turned me away so suddenly. You've always been so kind to me. But I fancied I must have done some dreadful thing or other that was past forgiveness. Now that I hear you speak to me in your good, kind manner, I wish I had never left." "I never turned you away at all, you silly child," answered the spinster sharply. She was forced to appear cross to prevent the tears from coming into her eyes. "It was that foolish mother of yours. How could she be such a silly creature, stupid enough to fancy that I was in earnest?" Very numerous were the entreaties made on the one hand for Bertha to return, and very timid were the refusals given on the other. "I'll double your wages, Bertha," said the one. "You shall have 20 pounds a year." "Mother says she cannot do without me," said the other. "If I am not with her, she must give the house up." "I shall be miserable without you," continued the lady. "Mother says she will never part with me again," answered the girl. Finding all entreaties useless, Miss Tomsey desisted, but, burning to discover the secret of the unknown friend, bluntly, and in as unconcerned a manner as she could assume, inquired his name. Bertha's face turned as red as a signal lamp, and she answered, "It was Captain Merton Crosier." If Miss Tomsey's hair could have stood straight up on her head, up it would have flown, ringlets, back hair, and all, so great was the horror she felt when she heard that name. Nothing but the force of strong-toothed combs held down her locks. She experienced a strange sensation pass over her scalp and gradually descend with icy coldness down her back. She could not simply repeat the words "Captain Merton Crosier," but screamed them out and threw them, as it were, hissing and red-hot at the terrified maid. "Bertha!" she said at last, nervously flourishing her hands till they worked as the claws of a beetle on its back. "Bertha! Either your mother is a very bad woman, or the greatest fool that walks the earth. I tell you, this Captain Crosier is a worthless, low fellow. I have made inquiries about him, and find he seldom returns home before 4 in the morning. He is what they call a man on town, child, and is trying to act a villain's part to you. You shall not go back there, Bertha. I'll keep you under my own eye and watch over you. If necessary, I will, out of my own pocket, pay for a servant for your mother, but you shall not return to her." As she said this, the good little lady thumped a book with such force that a big rose in a vase in the centre of the table was instantly jolted to pieces. How could Bertha believe her mother's benefactor was a villain? Was it the act of one to open a workhouse door and restore a broken-hearted pauper to the freedom of the working world? When she heard her former mistress call the generous friend such harsh names, She uttered almost unconsciously, "No, no." Before long, both these women were shedding tears, one weeping over the victim that was to be, the other moved by gratitude for the interest felt in her welfare. But prayers and entreaties were only met with protestations and solemn promises, and in the end Bertha took her leave to return to her new home. Miss Tomsey was standing at the window that she might see to the last the pretty girl who had so long been her companion, and whom she believed she was never to behold again. As Bertha turned up her pale face to the drawing-room window, the kind spinster shook with agitation. "Poor lost thing! Poor lost thing!" was all she could say. There was a regular shout of laughter when Crosier, for the first time, made his reappearance at the club. He had acknowledged his defeat by paying Fred Tattenham the £50 bet, and now, as he told them, he had come down purposely to arrange about the dinner. They were too hard upon him. They roasted him too severely. Lord Oakes said some deuced severe things about him, and Fred Tattenham was never so funny before in all his life. "Well, and what do you intend to do with the girl now?" asked Tom Oxendon. The cunning captain had long since determined upon the course of conduct he should pursue when he met his friends. He thought it better to appear to them as if he was disgusted with Bertha, and resolved to give her up. He rather dreaded being made the target for all their jokes, should he persist in declaring his attachment to her. "Do with the girl?" he said, laughing. "Egad, I've had enough of her. If anybody likes to buy my share and interest, he shall have it for a pound of cigars." When they asked him to give a history of his love, he did so in a very honourable manner as far as regarded Bertha. He called her a lump of ice, which would be invaluable to a confectioner, but was perfectly useless to a fellow in a hurry. He rattled off some of the impassioned declarations he had made, and appealed to his companions whether that was not the genuine stuff. He confessed, with a hearty frankness, he had been sold, and gave them his word, as a gentleman, that the next time he went after a girl he would not interfere with the legitimate property of footmen and grooms. When the dinner came off at Richmond, he was so determined to impress upon his companions that he had completely done with Bertha, that he kept continually talking of her during the entire entertainment. He made several comparisons between the dishes served and the peculiar beauties of the maiden, affirming that the truffles were the colour of her eyes, and a rich brown sauce the exact tint of her hair. During dessert, to such an extent did he carry his fanciful humour that, imitating the ways of an auctioneer, he put up Bertha as a lot to be bid for. "A very beautiful and accomplished creature," he cried, "and exactly suited for a gentleman of fortune. What shall we say for this little lot? Will anybody bid £10? Her eyes are worth the money. Remember, she's under 18 years of age, perfectly free from vice, has only an aged mother, and, I dare say, would have no objection to travel." To keep up the fun, Charlie Sutton bid a shilling, and the lot was knocked down to him. "Now mind, Crosier," said the purchaser in a serious voice, "she's mine, and if I catch you following her up, it will be a damned dishonourable thing." The solemn, businesslike tone in which this was said made the captain feel rather uncomfortable, and regret having carried the joke so far. But remembering the girl had changed her abode, and was not likely to be traced, he picked up his courage again and blustered out, "They don't allow any followers where she is, and her Sunday out is only once a month." The house in which Mrs. Hazlewood had been installed by the captain was situated in Camberwell. It had long been to let furnished, and When the offer was made to take it for a year, certain, paid in advance, there was no difficulty about handing over the keys. "I don't mind risking another £100 on the little witch," argued the captain. "I must have my revenge upon her before I let her go. Besides, I shall save the money before the year is out, for it will keep me away from night work." He had calculated his game very deeply. The street in which the house stood was not a very excellent one for letting apartments, and he clearly foresaw that if the lodgers did not come without delay, the Hazlewood exchequer would soon be down to the last farthing. Then the women would have to borrow from him. By his lending them money, they would fall into his power, and the deuce was in it if he did not arrange matters in his own way, so as to have the right of entering the house when he liked. He told Mrs. Hazlewood he would take the parlours at her own price for at least a year. "I shall very seldom be with you, madam," he said in a mild voice. "You will not be put to too much trouble on my account. Only I think it would assist you a little at the beginning, and might be the means of bringing you in a little ready money." The poor old lady could have fallen down upon her knees and worshipped him as a miracle of goodness. The first Sunday that was passed in the new house, Crosier dined with his protégés. He had, in a playful manner, asked the old nurse to invite him to their table. She, of course, was delighted. She told Bertha in the evening that she was the more pleased, because, "Don't you see, dear, we shall have an opportunity of observing how he behaves himself, and seeing whether there is any truth in those reports against him." Silly woman, as if she was any match for the cunning captain. He was afraid lest they might stick him down to a leg of pork with onions, baked mutton, and brown potatoes, or some other poor man's delicacy. To guard against such a catastrophe, he ordered a little bit of fish, a few birds, and some fruit to be sent in on the Saturday night, with his compliments. "He must be made of money and as generous as a prince," said the mother. "He has a good heart," added the daughter. He was well aware that his success would, in a great measure, depend upon his behaviour at this dinner. He knew he must do everything in his power to gain the old mother's confidence. "It was deuced hard work," he grumbles, "to be obliged to win the mother first, before he could hope for the daughter." But his honour was somewhat at stake, he thought, and he must not mind a little trouble. It would be such a rich thing to deceive those fellows, and to show them that, whilst they imagined he had given up all notion of Bertha, he was actually working out a deeply laid scheme. If ever a man did reap golden opinions, Crosier certainly was that lucky harvest man. For on the Sunday in question, his behaviour and conversation were so strict and guarded that even the clergyman could not have acquitted himself with greater propriety. He addressed very few of his remarks to Bertha, but occupied himself principally with the mother. "It won't do to make love to the little witch before the old one," he thought. "That would cause her to run cunning and spoil the match." So he was very attentive to Bertha, and very chatty with Mrs. Hazlewood. He opened the door, placed a chair, fetched a book, and handed the salt with exquisite politeness to the young girl, whilst to the old one he told amusing anecdotes about his noble friends, asked for her opinion upon the affairs of the nation, and inquired whether she had been to hear this or that preacher. In fact, he treated the dame as though she had been one of the fashionables of London, instead of having recently quitted the workhouse. The old woman felt her vanity bubble and swell at the respect shown her by so grand a gentleman. The only wish of her heart was that the master and matron of St. Lazarus Without could have seen her in her great glory. Though Bertha once or twice thought he might address a few words to her, yet from the ardent manner in which she, 2 or 3 times, surprised him gazing in her face, She readily understood his admiration was none the less because he was silent. At dinner he insisted that Mrs. Hazlewood should take the head of the table, she being the mistress, as he said. He also, in a tone full of religious earnestness, inquired of Miss Bertha if she would be kind enough to ask a blessing before meat. On being requested to take another glass of wine, he declined for the following reasons. "I always limit myself, Mrs. Hazlewood, to 2 glasses, that quantity being, in my opinion, perfectly sufficient for any man. Even then, I prefer taking it with water. I have so great a horror of drunkenness that I am most watchful over myself, in case I might be insensibly betrayed into that degrading vice." He certainly had been betrayed into it the night before, for Fred Tattenham had hoisted him into a cab, and, on waking in the morning, he discovered he had been sleeping with his hat on. When this happy repast was finished, Mrs. Hazlewood, in a friendly manner, inquired if he had enjoyed his dinner. "That I have, indeed," answered the captain. "When I tell you, madam, that I have dined at ministerial banquets, that I have frequently been at the tables of the first in the land, that I have 3 times been present at a Lord Mayor's feast, you will easily understand my meaning when I tell you that, in spite of their delicious viands, their delicious wines, their numberless servants, I never in all my life so thoroughly enjoyed a repast as this one. I am a confirmed bachelor, you know, Mrs. Hazlewood," and with a pleasant smile he turned to Bertha, "but such a happy insight into the joys of domestic bliss is almost enough to upset my prejudices against matrimony. Indeed, although I have enjoyed excessively the good things I have partaken of at your table, yet that which has been most to my palate is the perfect fireside bliss of this little meeting." This was what Charlie Sutton would have called drawing it with a little too much froth on. But the mother had no suspicion of her lodger's hypocrisy, and Bertha felt as if she could listen for an hour if he only would have continued talking. The evening passed away very slowly indeed, and the captain felt himself bored to death with the quietude and monotony. He smoked and tried to read the weekly paper, but, though his eyes were on the print, his thoughts were in Harley Street, wondering whether anybody had called upon him that day. More than once he thought to himself, "I cannot stand that old woman's twaddle much longer. If she does not go out of the room and leave me with Bertha, I shall cut it." At 6 o'clock he rose to take his departure, giving as his excuse that he had promised an aunt of his to accompany her to chapel. Before leaving he promised them, as a consolation for the grief they showed at parting with his company, that he would, in the course of a week or 2, come and stop a few days. "Only I am afraid I may annoy you," he added, "for sometimes my friends will not let me leave them, and that would be keeping you up to a very late hour." When he had gone, Mrs. Hazlewood told Bertha she was delighted with the captain's manner and ways. "I never saw so pleasant a young man, and such good company. To hear him talk, you would fancy he was in church. Now, our chaplain at St. Lazarus was not half so fluent as he is, and, as for choice of words, there is no comparison." The reply Bertha made was, that she wondered any one could be so wicked as to call Mr. Crosier a bad man, for that certainly both his words and deeds were irreproachable. Many persons proceeding quietly through the streets were surprised at seeing a dashing-looking gentleman, who had been walking at a great pace, stop suddenly, and, leaning against an area railing, burst into a tremendous laugh. For fear he should explode before he was beyond the reach of the Hazlewood ears, the captain stepped it with a vigour that almost put his boots out of shape, and just as he turned the corner, his mirth grew restive and beyond his control. He laughed as if 1,000 fingers were tickling him, not merely fit to split his sides, but his cheeks and waistcoat into the bargain. What an enormous lark, he thought to himself. It's very jolly for once, but I should not like to do it again. I must never eat another Sunday dinner there, or I should let the cat out of the bag. The only regret he had was that he could not rush off to his companions and spend a jolly evening in laughing over the wonderful adventure. End of section 37. Section 38 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 5 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Stonehenge. Ned leaned heavily on his crutch and grumbled loudly at the speed of his companions as they wound down a steep hill from which a bank of fine grass, soft and short as velvet, shelved on one side, while on the other palings stood primly up, shoulder to shoulder, like a crack regiment, sturdily protecting the sacred plumage of game within. Here and there Billy paused to examine with his stick a hole in the fence and speculate on the possibility of finding a rabbit in a snare, but his vigilance was not rewarded even with a mole's skin. "Come along, Billy, no snailing," shouted Ned, who, poor tortoise as he was, had, by his persevering hobbling, got ahead of his companions. "Come on, you'll find nothing in them holes. Here's Phil eating toadstools. That'll be a pretty go to-morrow, and they aren't ne'er a hatband among us." Here Phil, spitting out the skin of a mushroom, joined his growl to Ned's in the hopes of urging on the stubborn Billy. It was like coaxing a terrier out of a rat ditch, this tearing away of Master Fortune from these hare runs. "Come along, here's the pike," shouted Phil, "and they said the town was close to it. Come away, Billy, or I'm jiggered if I don't toe and heel it. When three chaps are in the same swim, they ought to be accommodating." These forcible remonstrances had their due effect, and the three young vagabonds, mending their pace, shuffled onwards. Having said something saucy to the old doll, who was minding the turnpike, and eyed them as they passed through, they turned to the left and saw the outskirts of Droodshurst before them, although the town was so small that to say it had outskirts seemed as absurd as to say that a ballet dancer has petticoats. The cows were chewing the cud, the tips of their horns and the warm colour of their hides lighted by the setting sun. Near the banks of the river, that sparkled like a smile among the meadows, a tired angler was winding up his tackle. Whilst the boys stopped to witness this operation, 3 or 4 labourers, with spades and forks on their shoulders, passed and turned to look at the strangers rather too curiously to please Billy, who, with his head on one side, stared back again as impudently as he could. "They looked tired, poor chaps," said Phil. "They can hardly lift their feet." "More fools they," responded Billy. "Got blisters on their hands, I'll warrant, the duffers, and all for a bob a day. That's wuss than soldiers' wages. Why, we shall get more'n an hour if we've any luck." "I'll tell you what they've got, though, that we haven't," added Phil. "They've got a home to go to, and a wife to say 'welcome,' and a good bed to rest on. I think, as far as we're concerned, they've the best of it." At times Phil was subject to these fits of melancholy. They attacked him whenever he had overwalked himself. But Dr. Billy Fortune was at hand to prescribe for the patient. He administered stimulating jibes and taunts, and soon restored Phil to what he considered a healthy condition of scoundrelism. "Listen to the preacher," he said to Ned Purchase. "What a rattling soul driver he'd have made, wouldn't he? Give him a spouting box and black togs, and he'd send such chaps as you and me, Ned, singing psalms before a week was gone. Wasn't it moving, that idea of his about the wife and home? He ought to have stuck in a few squeakers climbing up Dad's knee whilst he's gorging his cat-lap and Panam." To show that he sided with Billy, the lame boy hopped into a puddle and sent the water splashing over Phil, perhaps in the hopes of putting out this spark of virtue. "I hate a snivelling, water-headed chap," said Ned. "Just stow it till we're working the town, and let the women have it for their pence." The town of Drudeshurst had an amiable look. The parsonage house cloaked with fat-leaved ivy, the doctor's house, from the door of which the brass knocker glistened as if it would burn the fingers of any one who raised it, the round, ruddy, yellow-haired children trotting about the road, the candles flickering from the darkness of the cottage parlours, the merry songs, heavily charged with local R's, that swell from under the vermilion paws of the Red Lion, all seemed amiable, and sinking happily to the coming night's rest. Here some labourers were piling spades and rakes in a tool house. There a cottager, with his shoulder planted against his door, was sending grey wreaths of smoke into the air to get gilt edges from the sunset. And sometimes the shrill voice of a woman broke the silence as she called her little ones from a neighbour's doorstep to bed. "This looks queer," said Ned as he hobbled heavily along. "Not much to be nabbed here. They'd offer you blessings and a farthing." "Not a house good for a cold tater, that I can see," continued Billy Fortune sullenly. "It's the prettiest place we passed through," said Phil. Presently a turn in the street — it was a compromise between a street and a high road — brought them into a broad thoroughfare. But the houses were low, and the sagacious eye of Billy Fortune saw that at a glance there was little hope of picking up anything if they whined and moaned at every door in the row. "It's the beastliest crib I ever come in," growled Ned. "Confound it, ain't there any nobs about? No slap-up gentry nor nothing of that kind? It's a queer look-out, a regular bog-trotter's nest. I wish we'd gone to Salisbury. We should have done Benny there." "Let's have a try at that old gal," said Billy, pointing to an elderly woman taking the air on her doorstep. "She looks nervous and old, and if we say something about giving to the poor being the short cut to heaven, perhaps she'll tip something through the funk." Phil and Ned paused in the middle of the road, while Billy advanced toward a cottage upon which the whitewash appeared fresher than that upon the habitations round about. Over the door was a long plank, announcing to the passing antiquarian the existence of a museum within. As he didn't understand what a museum meant, Billy was in doubt whether it was the name of a public house or of some charitable institution. If he had looked at the little window, he would have observed several pamphlets exposed for sale, in which the history and wonders of Stonehenge were fully related and described by Charles Lorts of Drudeshurst. "Poor carpenter out of work, please, marm," whined Billy Fortune, "and would be very grateful for a trifle." The person addressed shifted her position several times to try to avoid the beggar, but as he still remained, she at length said in a shrill voice, "You carpenters are always out of work. There were 2 last week. Why don't you beg of carpenters that are in work instead of me? I'm not a carpenter, boy. I'm afraid you're idle. And remember this, boy, it's the root of all evil." "I know that too well, Mum," sighed Billy, "and many's the time my mother's used them very words. But it ain't idleness I'm suffering from, but hard times and hard masters, and the uncommon price of wood. Deal's gone up frightful, Mum." The pals were watching Billy with all their eyes. "He pitches it into her most uncommon powerful," observed Ned. "But she seems close and stubborn and perfect fireproof." It was to the sister of Mr. Charles Lorts that Billy Fortune was appealing. Though apparently not more than 40 years of age, she wore spectacles with an exemplary daring, which proved that if her eyes were weak, her mind was strong. Her nose was what is termed retroussé. That term, however, but ill expressed the curious upturning of this singular feature. It curled as if it had become dog's-eared. It seemed to have quarrelled with the mouth, and to be attempting a separation for life, thereby greatly inconveniencing the nostrils, which were tightened to whiteness and uncomfortably twisted. Her spectacles rode on this nose as securely as an Arab in his high-pommelled saddle, and could as easily have tumbled off a hook as slipped from their place. Her eyes had a set expression of surprise, aroused evidently by a chronic admiration of her nasal organ. Very often did Miss Lorts, in her permanent falsetto, assure Billy that she had nothing to give him. He still remained. A sudden idea crossed the lady's brain. She wouldn't part with a penny because it was wrong to encourage beggars, but she might, without fear of any transgression, endeavour to improve his mind. She would show him the museum for nothing. "Come in, young man," she said, leading the way. "I'll see what I can do for you." And I was going to give it up as a bad job, thought Bill. He had only to cross the threshold to enter the museum. The front parlour had been set aside for scientific purposes. Wafered up against the walls, and covering them as completely as if they had been the eccentric pattern of the paper, were plans of Stonehenge, pictures cut from illustrated papers, and coloured charts of scriptural revelations. With an air of disgust, Billy looked about him, first at the walls and then at the woman. An idea crossed his mind that she was mad, and, being at heart a coward, he grew frightened and watched anxiously for an opportunity to be off. But she was not mad. She was only a weak-minded, enthusiastic creature, with vanity enough for 6 women of her size. In the village, she was considered a prodigy of learning. The rising generation of Druidshurst were entrusted to her care, and every form in her infant schoolroom was crowded. As he stood in the museum, Billy could hear the little voices repeating their lessons, the twittering sounds forming a curious accompaniment to the solemn tone in which Miss Lorts, who, when inspired, always became gruff, began her lecture. She advanced to a table on which a pile of something was covered by an oilcloth. With her eyes fixed on Billy, she said, "I am about, young man, to show you some pre-Adamite formations." He felt inclined to reply, "Please don't," for fear was upon him. The slightest question on the part of Miss Lorts would have sent him flying for safety into the road. The oilcloth covered a heap of twisted, gnarled flintstones. The vagrant felt relieved when he saw them. The poor lady had, in her admiration for Stonehenge, framed a theory that it was built up by no less a person than Adam himself, as an atonement for his great sin. She had written a book on the subject, and perfectly proved the matter. But, lest the vulgar should doubt her assertions, she had collected on the plain in the neighbourhood of the Druids' temple a vast number of curiously shaped flintstones, which, from their bearing some rude resemblance to the forms of birds or the limbs of animals, she now exhibited in her museum as petrifactions of pre-Adamite formations. "I dare say, young man," she sternly asked Billy, "you wonder what all these mean?" "Well, marm," replied Billy nervously, "I should call it about a barrow load of stones." "What painful ignorance!" exclaimed the savant. "They're fossils, and the finest you ever saw." "They're very good uns," said Billy, though he felt convinced he had seen larger ones on the mounds for mending the roads. "That," said Miss Lorts, pointing to a misshapen flint, "we take to be the thigh bone of a child. And that," pointing to a round stone, "is the head. As I and learned folk judge." He couldn't help laughing. With a broad grin he answered, "If that's the head and thigh, I know where you may find the other bits of the body. Well, this is a start. If I had seen 'em in the road, I should have pitched 'em o'er the hedge." "The world is still in darkness," exclaimed Miss Lorts. "Pitch a fossil over a hedge." "If these was children," continued Billy, "I'm glad the breed is so wery much improved. I should say, mum, their parents must have been a queer sort." He saw Miss Lorts was harmless and was growing saucy. "Young man," replied the lady, impressively, "you are not prepared for these revelations. You would no doubt deny that this is a fossil bird, and this a human hand." She drew out a drawer, and, taking a clean pamphlet from it, said, "Read this, young man, and when you thoroughly understand it and are impressed with its truth, come to me. You may go." Billy took the book, turned it over, but kept his temper. It was a copy of Lorts on Stonehenge. "Can't you give us a bit of bread to wrap in it?" "There's not a morsel in the house, young man, so don't ask. I've my pupils to send home, so good night." Billy saw there was nothing to be had. He glanced into the schoolroom beyond the museum, where rows of pinafored children were whispering and giggling. Then, as he turned back into the road, he said, "Well, you've sold me most complete, old bobtail. I axed you for bread, and you shove a lump of flint into my hand. Here, take back this fakement." He flung Lorts on Stonehenge on the floor. "If I'd known this was your little game, I'd have smashed the cussed head of that there stone child of yourn. If you could add your heart to the heap of flints, I should say the collection would be fust rate." He found his pals at the corner of the road, examining the lock-up house. It was not much larger than a London pork pie, and they did not seem afraid of it. They could tell from Billy's face that he had brought nothing back with him. "I never see such a woman," said Billy, as they stared inquiringly at him. "Jawed me for half an hour, then asked me to read a cussed fakement." They remained leaning against the lock-up house, discussing what had best be done. They had but little money, and were hungry and tired. They would have liked a bed and supper if Druidshurst had owed a padding ken for travellers. But at the White Hart and the Blue Pig, beds cost more than 3d. a night, and every supper served up came to a shilling and something for the waiter. It was unfortunate for them this discussion took so long, for it happened that Miss Lorts, to be revenged on Billy for his impertinence, had dispatched one of her scholars to the constable, informing him that 3 suspicious vagabonds were loitering about the town. Delighted at an opportunity of exerting his authority, the official clapped on his hat and hurried towards our young rogues. The moment Billy Fortune saw the constable, he knew, from his angry expression and pompous walk, he was somebody in power. The first suggestion was that they should slope and give the trap the slip, but Phil indignantly replied that they had done nothing, and insisted upon standing his ground. They were threatened with the lock-up house if they didn't instantly leave the place. It was in vain they pleaded they were tired and hungry, and wanted a night's lodging. The man in power would not listen to them, but told them to move on, a request they eventually complied with, but not before the constable had been well soused with abuse. Indeed, that night he told the company at the Blue Pig that if he had had anybody to help him, he would have nailed the varmints as sure as eggs was eggs. "Confound you," Ned Purchase had said to him, "why, it's me as pays you," whilst Phil in his indignation had demanded to be taken before a magistrate, and Billy had threatened not only to write to the public journals, but also to complain to the Secretary of State, threats which the official seemed to despise, as if he had been aware that Master Fortune had forgotten all about his pothooks and hangers. They moved on slowly by the same road they had come, the cripple complaining that the crutch was wearing his arm off, and that his poor leg ached, whilst Phil growled lustily at Billy, murmuring that he had led them out of their way, and that now they must either sleep with empty stomachs in the ditch or trudge 10 miles further to the nearest town. In so painful a predicament, Billy's wits became unusually quickened. "I'll tell you what we'll do," he said. "There's no chance of nabbing any rust (taking any money), so we must make up our minds to sleep on the daisies. It's as hot as 10 blankets. I know a place not far from here where we shall be as jolly as birds in a thatch." "Where?" asked both Ned and Phil incredulously. "Why, at that there Stonehenge, to be sure," responded Billy triumphantly. "There's stones there as big as houses, and corners where the wind can't come. It's only a mile or so off." "Well," retorted Ned sarcastically, "having found such a particular soft bed, where's the scran?" "Leave that to me," was Billy's mysterious reply. "If there's a goose or a hen within 10 miles of us, I'll wring his neck or be grabbed. Are you fond of birds?" But Ned was not altogether satisfied with his pal's assurance, and as he turned with his companions down the road to Stonehenge, muttered and growled. "Growling again," said Billy Fortune. "Come out with it. What's your lay? But no yelping." "Oh, I wish you'd only one leg. You'd yelp then," was Ned's evasive answer. The moon winked as she rose above a distant slope, and the wind sang sadly among the trees, or boomed like distant cannon over the vast plain of Salisbury, to which these young urchins were advancing. The shadows from the waving trees played along the pallid moonlit road a very mystic game. The boys, although they would not confess it, didn't half like the lookout before them, for the trees decreased in size and appeared in the distance only at wide intervals. More, they would take such unpleasant shapes. Now an abrupt scrap of hedge rose like a file of ghostly policemen, and now a willow, its silver underleaf turned to the moon by the wind, bowed to and fro, a white nodding spectre. Billy Fortune started and caught Ned's arm. "Don't be a fool, you're tugging me over. It's only a tree," replied the latter young gentleman graciously. "It's only a tree, of course," jerked out Phil, too, as he regained his breath. "So it is," said Ned, "and here, my hearties, to show you that I ain't such a funky cove, I leave you." And Billy Fortune, twirling his stick knowingly, leaned against a gate from which a path that, to judge by its curves, must have been trodden out by an incessant file of drunken men, led along the jagged outskirts of a wood. "But," asked Ned, "what game's up? Keep your teeth. Didn't I promise you supper? Now, sharp, and cut on to Stonehenge. Pick up any old wood you see. Scrape something like a fire together. I'll be with you in less than no time. But no whistling. Keep them bagpipes of your'n quiet, just for an interval." Having given these directions, Billy Fortune stole along the zigzag path. His silent footsteps would not have scared a hare from his way. Ned and Phil, having mutually agreed that their pal was a born genius, only spoiled in the baking, turned from the gate behind which the young desperado had disappeared, and went on their way. The wind swept in gusts past them, and as they left the shelter of the last hedge behind them, forced them to bow their heads and pull their caps firmly down. A broad, vast, and gloomy expanse, unrelieved by tree or bush, lay in front, seemingly mysterious in extent, as if a fog surrounded them. Here and there were mounds standing up, as Phil said, like warts. The road dipped into a valley, then gently rose. Along the dark edges of the plain, here and there, lights of solitary cottages shone like glow-worms. The wind appeared to have the dark green broken plain to itself, and to shriek over it and moan over it, as though it knew its ancient story and was mourning for the fallen temple of the Druids and the forgotten dust of ancient Britons buried deep under the tumuli. The moon, too, was provokingly playful. Now she hid her face behind a floating vapour, light and white as fretted silver. Now she played hide-and-seek with a cloud of ebony blackness, which she fringed with white, making it look like a dead baby's pall. Then, lavish of her silver, she spread it upon the tops of the tumuli, dropped it magically about the edges of a milestone, turned the flints of the broken roads into so many nuggets, and now she tipped with milky light a dark, confused mass that stood up like Titans mourning upon a rise on Phil's left. Were the sighing and the moaning of the wind the great voices of these mourners? Ned and Phil kept close together. "I suppose that's Stonehenge there?" said Phil softly to his cripple friend. "There, on top of the hill. It don't look too comfortable." "One of Billy's games again. There's an airy bedstead for you, with ghosts for blankets and lizards, I know, for bedfellows." Both the boys began to jeer and laugh at the distant ruins, as children in their impudent health and thoughtlessness will mock at helpless age. So these lads scoffed at the Druids' temple. They called it a seedy graveyard. One said he had seen better flagstones, and the other replied that the sooner the granite served to mend the roads, the better. But the huge monument soon avenged itself and punished its insulters. The wind that had torn up trees and shaken houses had vainly raged around these massive columns and rushed against their broadsides, howling and shrieking as it tried to hurl them to the ground. The tempests of centuries had pelted them with rain until the granite was scarred and wrinkled with hard wear and tear, and still one half the granite blocks remained firm and upright as ever, their companion pillars lying about them like slain giants. They soon avenged themselves upon the two puny vagrant boys. The lads, to make a short cut to the ruins, had left the high road and were walking across the soft grass of the plain. Their footsteps fell soundless as upon a cushion. The silence of the night became oppressive. A tinkling, rustling sound filled the ear, a sound that seemed to come from within themselves. They longed to be able to shuffle their feet along the road and hear the pebbles crunch under their heels. When they spoke to each other, they still kept their eyes fixed upon the ruins before them, and gradually their questions and answers became shorter and less frequent. With each step the monster stones increased in size, rising from the ground as if issuing from it to welcome the young tramps. At last they appeared to hang over their heads as though they would overwhelm them. Both the boys felt afraid, and thought inwardly how much better it would have been had they crept into some dry ditch to pass the night, instead of sleeping beside these stone monsters with the black shadows stretching across their bodies. Well might they feel alarmed. Such wonders as the giant stones on the Salisbury plain should be visited only in the daytime, when sunshine drives from the mind all ghostly imaginings. Then how different do the monster blocks appear! The picnic parties who resort thither laugh and philosophise by turns as they gaze upon the ruins, and, whilst the hampers are being unpacked, wonder how such big stones could have been carried there. As each bottle is emptied, the useless glass may, without an afterthought, be flung against the massive pillars. Then Greaves from Kent and 1,000 others may scratch their names on the walls of the ancient temple, and spoil their penknives that they may leave behind an evidence of their callousness. Or Hooper of Manchester, and many more, lying at full length upon the grass, cut out their names in the smooth turf and record their folly in the kindred dirt. But would they, do you think, find courage for such silly profanation in the dead of night? With the huge blocks frowning down upon them through the darkness, they would creep by reverently, as through a churchyard, nor dare attempt such violation, lest the spirits of the Druid priests who sacrificed in that very temple should punish the insult. The two tramps walked into the precincts of the ruins and stood in the centre gazing around. The stones, arranged in circles, enclosed a plot of ground in which the tent of a travelling circus might have been erected with ease. At first sight the boys could hardly comprehend the meaning of these stones, and the mystery awed them. Some of the blocks, gnarled and moss-covered, had fallen from the perpendicular and sunk into the earth as a drunken man falls into the snow. About and around these downcast monuments grew a fringe of tall grass and nettles. Others still retained the position in which, more than 1800 years ago, they had been placed by the hands of men, and stood lofty and massive as the entrance to an Egyptian tomb. Each block had the marks and signs of great age upon it. The edges were worn and rounded as thawing ice, and in some places had fallen in like the sunken features of an old man. The Druids' temple is a wonderful chapter of the accidents of time. On one side, the upright rocks still carry, though apparently ready to drop it at any minute, their enormous mass of horizontal granite. One pair of pillars appear to be balancing a rock, as an acrobat balances a pole. It is difficult to imagine how the rock keeps its position. Phil and Ned looked on so nervously at this conjuring of time that they determined to give the wonder a very wide berth. "Why shouldn't the great stone fall that night as well as any other?" was Phil's philosophic suggestion. "It must tumble down some time or other," added Ned. Afterwards, at Salisbury, the boys were told that 100 years ago 2 of the pillars actually did fall, casting the horizontal rock from their shoulders. The fall, too, made the noise of a park of artillery, and shook the earth like an earthquake. Without knowing it, the boys had seated themselves upon these identical fallen columns, rested their feet upon the enormous burden that, after untold centuries of patience, the columns had cast from them, and then lain themselves deep down in the earth to rest and crumble. There they were, with the grey lichen creeping over them, and wearing holes upon their rugged surface, freckled with the hardy growth which damp extracts from stone. Close to these fallen giants was the leaning stone, a slanted, coffin-shaped block that seemed ready to fall upon any human being or any score of human beings who might be bold enough to venture under its shelter. Resting against a post in front, it looked to the lads like the inclined brick of a giant bird trap, set to catch innocent youths such as themselves. Other huge blocks lay here and there in wild confusion, some massive as Roman baths, others seamed and wrinkled, others again had deep hollows into which a dog might have crept, others lay buried in the earth, year after year sinking lower and lower into their grave. The boys, these thoughtless, daring young tramps, felt uneasy in this grand circus, every brick of which was a ruin in itself. The moon shone upon their pale, serious faces as they gazed from the sanctum where sacrifice was once offered, and the deep voices of the Druids were heard upon the awful confusion. The moon had been provoking to Phil and Ned on the road, and the ghastly way in which she now threw her white light, like linen sheets, upon the great stones, or let it play wickedly through chinks and in the depth of the awful shadows, frightened them more than they cared to confess. Phil was the first to cast away his fear, and he did it by opening a game of leapfrog, in which poor Ned could not join him, over the smaller stones, while his companion faintly laughed at him. And then the young fellows determined to light their fire in a snug corner close to the leaning stone, or the coffin lid, as Ned called it. They were afraid Billy would be back before they had gathered even a few sticks, so they began to grope around the grass, taking care not to stray far from each other. They soon discovered they were not the only tramps who had taken shelter under the stones of the old Druids' place of worship, for here and there the grass was burnt by the campfires into a round black patch. Ned was the first to call out that he had found something. "Here's a lot of paper. It's greasy and smells of am. Here's corks and an empty bottle. Shall I bring 'em?" "Grab all you can find," was Phil's prudent suggestion. Presently he added, "They've been eating here to-day. Here's a heap of straw and an old basket." By and by Ned gave a low whistle, and, on Phil creeping up to him, pointed to the road and asked, "What's that?" Phil looked out beyond the stones. "Somebody with a light, coming along at a rattling pace." "He can't be after Billy," suggested Ned, "but he's such a desperate cove." As he said this, he looked searchingly towards the horizon, where the wood lay like a bushy black head upon the rotund bosom of the earth. A light was travelling rapidly along the road towards them, and the distant burr of wheels reached the lad's ears. After a few minutes of perfect silence and anxious watching, Ned exclaimed, "It's only a confounded gig," and turned his attention once more to gathering fuel for the fire. They were both so nervous and timid that the least noise alarmed them. A dog barked in the distance, and Ned called out, "Do you hear that howling, Phil?" Phil had heard it, and was listening attentively. "It ain't Billy's voice?" he suggested. After a moment the lame boy dispelled all fears for Fortune's safety by saying, "All right, it's only a sheepdog. I hear the sheep bell, but it did give a chap a twist, I can tell you." And then, remarking that it was as cold as a lock-up, he proposed they should instantly prepare their fire. The boys returned to the leaning stone, and, crouching into a corner sheltered by the granite blocks, lighted a fire. Soon the dry sticks were fairly crackling, and the smoke rose like a white scarf in the moonlight. The light and heat of the fire were both cheering, for the wind began to moan very sadly, and the white slips of moonlight between the great columns of the temple shifted and looked unearthly. The stones themselves took queer shapes as the flame of the burning wood illumined their edges. One seemed to resemble a large toad, another appeared like a kneeling figure. The quiet of their fireside was destined to be disturbed. No doubt the cripple was more nervous than Phil, for he was continually hearing suspicious noises. This time he declared, "There was a rum row, like muffled drums a long way off. I don't like the look of this here," he added. "I wish Billy was come, and we'd be off." This was apparently Phil's wish also, for he crawled from under the leaning stone and climbed upon a block that commanded a view of the plain. He stretched out his neck and stared in every direction till his eyes ached. Then, urged on by Ned, he summoned up courage to break the dead silence of night, and, putting his hands to his mouth, sent forth a shout that echoed among the ruins and was carried by the wind across the gloomy waste. The sheep-dogs round about were the only living things that answered to the cry. End of section 38. Section 39 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 6 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Billy Fortune proves that he cannot be trusted alone. Tired out with having to wait for Billy's return, Phil and Ned Purchase took to the only consolation left to them, that of abusing the cause of their trouble. They sat for a time, one on each side of the fire, as quiet as Hobbes. They saw the embers turn into white ashes, and neither had energy enough to throw on another piece of stick. Occasionally Phil would push the black wood closer together with his foot, but even that exertion disturbed the resigned feeling of despair which was turning him as sour as a bill discounter's claret. It shook up the vials of his wrath to move. "I wish I'd got hold of Billy," he muttered at last. "Give me a firm grip of his hair, and I would stain him plum-coloured." He looked remarkably savage, and frowned like the lion on a door-knocker, but his body remained drawn up and motionless as that of an Indian at a war council. "His turn'll come next," growled Ned. "Won't I keep him waiting, that's all. The middle of next week shall be nothing to it." "I wish he was hung, curse him." "Or roasted alive," added the cripple, who was thinking of the dying fire. The wind grew more violent as the morning approached. When the east became streaked with the returning light, as if the day had opened its Venetian blinds to let the bright dawn peep through, the wind swept over the plain, howling like a dog let loose to chase away the ugly night. The beggars crouching beneath the big stones of the Druids' temple cursed the wind as it circled around them and made their teeth chatter. It got up the sleeves of their coats, swelling them out, round and tight as drain-pipes. It tugged at their caps and blew their hair away, as if to get at their ears and make them ache. Sometimes it caused the dead black embers of their fire to grow suddenly crimson. It blew away the ashes and the dust, tidying up the hearth better than any spinster with a broom. Strange sounds came with these sudden gusts. They heard the clock of Druidshurst strike, and both lads pricked up their ears to learn the hour, but at the third stroke the breeze had passed and taken the sound with it. The crushing, grating noise of heavy wheels, perhaps miles off, would seem as close as if a wagon were lumbering along the road across the plain, or the barking of dogs would flit by them, the yelping becoming more and more distinct and then gradually dying off, as though the animals themselves were racing through the air. They listened with assumed courage to the screaming and moaning of the hurricane rushing through the pine trees on the distant hill. "It's just like someone being murdered," said Phil. "By jingo, I think it is," replied Ned, seizing his crutch. He was told not to be a fool, but sit still, but for this he would have limped away. Then came the same mysterious sound of muffled drums, which had before disturbed them, a rolling, deadened noise that appeared to come from every side. Was it thunder underground, or an earthquake that would topple over the huge stones like so many skittles? They held their breath and listened. It seemed as if daylight would never come. The cripple began to complain that the cold had taken hold of the stump of his leg and made it ache as though it had been crushed. He began to move it, rocking to and fro as if he had a child in his arms. He would soon have fallen asleep with the rocking motion. His moans were gradually dying away, but, just as he was dozing off, his arm was violently seized, and, starting from his nap, he saw Phil, white as moonlight, and looking intently into the black distance. "Ned! Ned!" gasped the boy. "There's that cussed row again, and awful! Get up! It's coming here!" Ned heard it too. The same muffled sound, the same dead noise. It seemed to roll along, and the earth on which they were seated appeared to jolt. The cripple tried to rise, but fell sprawling on the ground, whilst Phil, seizing the crutch, stood valiantly on the defence. They had given themselves up for lost when, as if by magic, the entire space of the temple became filled with countless sheep, and as the animals stood still to stare at the boys, the noise ceased. The stamping of their feet as they raced over the turf had played this devil's tattoo. There were hundreds of the yellow-wooled beasts. They drew themselves up in a circle around the boys, and with raised heads stared their hardest. Presently a dog made its appearance and walked round the strangers with a crouching, wolfish step, growling the while. He showed his teeth so spitefully, Ned was not sorry when the shepherd stalked up to their side. The man began to snigger as he approached the tramps, saying, "Well, a bit of fire ain't a bad thing of cold nights," and, opening his palms, held them to the smouldering embers. He was a familiar sort of fellow, well accustomed to seeing encampments under the big stones. When the lads related how they had been frightened, he laughed and told them they was not the first by many a score, adding that the ground of the plain was, he believed, undermined, and that gave it its sounds. "Who undermined it?" asked Ned. That was before we was thought of," answered the man, who had seated himself and was carefully arranging on the smouldering embers the few sticks that remained. The dog approached and crouched near its master, whilst the sheep commenced grazing and nibbling the grass around. Tired of their own society, the boys were not sorry to have a companion. "What did they undermine it for?" asked Ned, thirsting for knowledge. "You'd better ask him as stuck up these here stones," the man replied, pointing to the granite pillars. No doubt it was in order that he'd find out the gentleman that Ned inquired his name. "Why, the devil to be sure," was the answer. "Did you never hear of how he built this here Stonehenge?" Unlike many educated persons, the lads were not ashamed to confess their ignorance, Ned observing that he thought they growed there promiscuous-like. The shepherd had been by himself all the night, and was not sorry to have the chance of talking. "What I'm going to tell you is as true as if it took place yesterday. Leastwise, everybody in these parts believes so, and there's some thousands of us, so we can't all be wrong. Many years ago, some say it's such a long time ago that hang me if I thinks there ever could have been such a time, there was a conjuring chap as was called Merlin by name, and says he to the devil, he knowed him very intimate, 'Go over to Ireland and bring me some stones as you'll find there, these here very ones.' So off goes the devil, for he was mortal afraid of this here conjuring chap, and when he gets to Ireland, he dresses hisself up first rate, and goes to the old woman as owned these stones, the same as you sees, and says he, 'You shall have as much money for these here stones,' says he, 'as you can count out,' says he, 'whilst I'm removing of them.' She was agreeable, and thinks she to herself, 'What a fool the devil must be, for,' says she, 'they ain't exactly the kind of things to be slipped into a coat-tail pocket,' says she. He claps down a bag of money, but just as she's going to count, he cries out, 'Hold hard, old woman, the stones is gone.' She thought he was gammoning her, but she soon found out her mistake. They was gone, and she only got fourpence for them, though they're worth many a honest sovereign to the people about here, for they draws a world of people to Druidshurst." "That's a bouncer," exclaimed Phil, laughing. The shepherd was hurt at the expression. He would have refused to continue the legend if Ned, on being appealed to, had not avowed the most implicit belief. "When the devil brings these here very stones to this conjuring chap, says he, 'Where shall I put 'em?' So they was stuck up here, as it's airy and open, and here they're likely to stick, at any rate for our time, thank God." "Do you mean to say you believe that, Crammer?" asked Phil. "Believe it?" replied the shepherd. "I tell you there's sulphur in every ounce of them. Why, go to Bulford, and you'll see one of these here blocks as the devil dropped in the river there, owing to the lash round the bundle getting loose." Phil indignantly cried out, "Go on with you. You won't goose me." A quarrel ensued, in which the shepherd called the young tramps a couple of blackguard thieves, and in return was termed a mutton-headed fool. Eventually the man whistled his dog after him, and walked off from such unbelieving company. They laughed over the story of Stonehenge, and the stupid shepherd who had related it, little thinking it was not the simple rustic, but Geoffrey of Monmouth, A.D. 1130, who was to blame for the strange history. Just as the excitement of the quarrel was wearing off, they heard a low, tremulous whistle, which they instantly recognised as the signal peculiar to, and much used by, William Fortune, Esquire. That youth, jolly and lively as if he had found a £5 note, advanced towards his friends as unconcernedly as if he had not been absent more than half an hour. "Here comes the supper tray," he cried, "and the chap as supplied it." They neither of them greeted him, but looked as sulky as if they sat in the stocks. The sensitive Billy was pained by so cold a reception. "Making faces!" he cried. "Hullo! Why, what's all this here about? Whose cow has died, eh?" "I'll soon tell you what this here's about," retorted Ned. "What do you keep chaps waiting for like this here? Do you think we let ourselves out by the hour? It don't wash, I can tell you." "Who said it washed?" answered Billy. "Do you think I've been enjoying myself so wery comfortable, eh? You're good uns. Ain't we all in the same swim? Ain't I been near grabbed as touch and go?" He pulled up his trouser and exhibited a wound in the leg. "What do you think of this kind of amusement? Very nice, eh? Well, I prefers going in when half price has begun, that's all." Naturally enough, they began to pity their wounded companion. A dozen questions were asked before he had time to answer one, as to how he had met with the misfortune. "Wait till we're eating," was the victim's only reply. Whilst he was searching in his pockets, he asked them, "Now, what would you like particular luptious? Fowls?" "If they'd been dead a month, I'd eat 'em," cried Phil. "Or a rattling young chicken? Very sweet eating, and not to be by no means sneezed at," was Ned's rapid response. "Well, then, here's some of the youngest chickens as is manufactured under the present process," continued Billy, producing from his tattered coat some dozen eggs, "chickens as will never live to see daylight in this here hard-hearted world of ourn." Without noticing their disappointed looks, he added, "Shove 'em in the fire and fry 'em. They're sweet as innocence, and the feathers won't choke you." To complete the repast, he had brought some apples and a few potatoes, with the wet earth still about them. The young fellows were soon eating as if he who swallowed fastest was to have the largest share. They began with the apples, then set to at the half-cooked eggs, and wound up with the baked potatoes. Billy's adventures were the salt which gave the meal its relish. He told them how a dog as big as a cow, with teeth like clothes pegs, caught him in the hen-house and kept him there. He related his fears on hearing the farmhouse windows thrown open, and voices call out, "Who's there?" He tried to stuff a fowl into the dog's mouth and make his escape, but the brute was too knowing to allow himself to be gagged. 7 hens with twisted necks were ready for being carried off. The eggs were in his cap when the dog made his appearance. He took down the pole on which the birds were roosting to defend himself, but the cussed birds made such a row at being toppled from their perch that they might be heard miles off. At last he heard men coming toward the hen-house. He heard them ask one another if the gun was loaded, and, as he preferred risking the dog's teeth to being riddled with shot, he determined to rush off. "I sent the pole slap into the dog's gullet and cut, but the beggar was after me as soon as he'd emptied his mouth, and just filled it again with a bit of my leg. Now do you understand what all this here was about, huh?" The apologies that ensued were most handsome, and Mr. Fortune listened to them with great meekness and gratification. He even borrowed Phil's neckerchief with which to bind up his wound, having first applied a poultice of bruised grass and yolk of egg to draw out the poison of the bite. Not that Mr. William was in any way versed in the use of medicines, but he was impressed with the belief that anything wet and unctuous was an excellent remedy for all kinds of sores. The morning was coming, the east was pale, and the light rising like a mist from the horizon. It was only in the west that the stars were still visible. The clouds were floating along rapidly as weeds in a mill-stream, and the air tweaked the boys' noses as only the air of early day can. All three bent over the fire, and felt so cruelly cold they would have set fire to a cottage had they dared, for the sake of the heat it would give. A dog barked, a loud deep yell that came from jaws opening wide as garden shears, and Bill Fortune's head turned round suddenly as if his name had been called. He knew the sound and had felt the jaws. He leaped to his feet and listened with his head towards the barking, his eyes straining the while with fear. There was no mistake. He recognised the clarion of the enemy who was rushing upon them. "If you don't want to be lagged," he said in a tone which was convincingly earnest, "we must look slippy. Come on, before that infernal dog sees us. They're down on us. Push forward, Ned, and hop as if you was a frog in pumps. Our names must be Walker, and no catchy, no havey the word." A farmer close by had a field of promising corn, and through it the three boys bolted, doing 10 pounds worth of mischief in their course. They cared not if the farmer were ruined, provided they got clear off. A field of beans lay before them, and into it they plunged like rabbits into underwood, levelling the thick pulpy stalks as they waded along. The barking of the dog still followed behind, and once Billy thought he could distinguish the sound of horses' hoofs. On they rushed, the cripple working his crutch with desperate energy, and almost heading his companions by the immense leaps he took. They gained a plantation of firs, and darted into it by Billy's advice to "take the shine out of the chaps on horseback," as he said. It was slow work winding their way among the trunks, and the yelping seemed to be gaining upon the fugitives. Neither could Ned use his crutch so advantageously as on the road. They determined to remain concealed in this wood, and it was further agreed that Billy should venture on a reconnoitring expedition to see if they were really being hunted. "For," said that bold young vagrant, "perhaps we're only funking ourselves useless, and it mayn't be the farm chaps at all. If anything happens, we meet at Salisbury." But Billy was a deep rogue. It was not for his friend's safety, but for his own, that he undertook this errand. He determined to be off. "I'm the only chap they could prove against," he thought. "They could sessions me, but Ned and Phil are safe enough. Whilst they are being collared, I shall slope away easy." From curiosity he went to the edge of the wood and passed down the road. He saw a mob of men with pitchforks, led on by one mounted on horseback, while in front ran the terrible mastiff. Standing upon the highest of the hillocks, or barrows on the plain, was the figure of a shepherd, directing the pursuers which way to take. It was the man who had related the legend of the Druid's temple. Master Billy got safely off, and the other two were seized. The man on horseback was very wrath, and swore he would give them 6 months at the tread-wheel. He would drag them off then and there to the nearest magistrate and have them committed. That morning Sir William Hatcher was in deep consultation with his banker, Mr. Nathaniel Crosier, relative to certain moneys which he wished to raise on mortgage for immediate use. As the security was excellent, the business did not take long. They were chatting on other matters when the baronet was called upon as a magistrate to commit our 2 young gentlemen to the county prison for robbery. As Sir William was much pleased with the banker's prompt manner of advancing money, he asked Crosier if he would like to hear the case. "Sometimes these examinations are very amusing," said Sir William. The banker smiled in answer. but the pleasant expression soon left Mr. Crosier's lips, and the case ceased to promise amusement when he caught sight of one of the culprits. He stumbled backwards as if some person had struck him. "Good heavens," he said to himself, "that boy must not go to prison, whatever he may have done." Despite the assurances of Mr. Simcox, Senior, of the Temple, the banker felt that Philip Merton was his daughter's child. He heard the boy, when his name was asked, give it boldly, and, though he was a man of great nerve, he could not prevent his lip from twitching. He gained heart a little when he found that robbing a hen roost was the only charge brought forward. £20 will settle the matter, he thought. The determined denials of guilt made by Phil gave him great ease. "I shall not have to give the money after all," he said to himself. The son of Catherine Merton saw the solemn, hard-featured banker, and in an instant recognised the father of the laughing schoolgirl whom he had known in his donkey-driving days. He fancied the old gentleman did not remember his face. "I shouldn't like her to know of this," thought Phil. The farmer couldn't swear to the boys, but they swore lustily to their own innocence, so, aided by a few remarks from Nathaniel Crosier, Esquire, the case was dismissed. The banker drew a breath that made his neatly plaited shirt frill expand like an accordion. "Boys," exclaimed the magistrate pompously, "let this be a warning to you. Return to your friends and be honest. Remember, many now rolling in wealth have begun life as poor as you. Have you any friends?" The baronet looked at Phil, and the banker closed his eyes with fear. "Sir," answered the grandson, "I don't know a single person in the world who cares that for me," and he snapped his fingers. The banker felt the lad spoke truthfully. They were discharged and set off, walking as fast as if they feared the magistrate might alter his decision and send for them again. They asked their way to Salisbury, where they were to meet Billy. How he would laugh over the adventure, they said, and thank his stars he was not lagged. They had gone some 3 miles when they heard a gig driven at a furious rate following them. They stood on one side to let the vehicle pass. The horse, covered with sweat, seemed to be running away, but to their surprise its speed was checked as it neared them, and the gig stopped within a few yards of where they stood. It was the solemn, hard-featured banker who had been driving in this reckless manner. He descended and beckoned Phil to him. "You've had a narrow escape, young gentleman," he began, "and I'm glad you were able to acquit yourself. You say you have no friends. I feel interested in you and should like to save you from ruin. Suppose I felt inclined to assist you. I say, supposing, could you, do you think, lead an honourable life for the future?" The protestations that followed sounded as if the boy spoke sincerely. "If he only had work, etc., and etc. If, as you say, work is so scarce, why not go to other countries where it is plentiful? Would you emigrate now if the passage were paid for you?" The anxiety with which Mr. Crosier waited for the reply was painfully evident. He flushed when Phil vowed he was ready to start on the morrow. He gave the boy a hastily scribbled note on a leaf from his pocket-book, addressed to Simcox of the Temple, and, which pleased Phil more, a sovereign to take him up to town. Then he got into his gig again and drove away, but at a very gentle pace this time. The story was soon told to Ned. "Shall you emigrate?" asked the cripple. "Not I," replied Phil. They read the letter to Simcox of the Temple. Written in pencil were the words, "This is the boy." "He knows you!" exclaimed Ned. "It's rum, ain't it?" answered Phil. The next morning, Mr. Simcox received a letter. announcing Phil's speedy visit to the temple and giving full directions about shipping him off to Australia. In Mr. Simcox's next bill of costs was this serious item: having received instructions from you relating to the boy Merton, waiting at home 3 days, but he never came, £9, 9s. End of section 39. Section 40 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 7 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin, in which we blush for the captain. When a man of 30, Captain Crosier was 31, falls in love, he is as thoroughly lost as if he had fallen over Shakespeare's cliff. The heart of a man of 30 is tough and solid. It has changed from clay to brick, hard baked by experience. It chips, and the marks remain. What a boy of 18 calls a heart is a soft, yielding mass, to be dented and impressed by the merest squeeze of the hand or slightest pressure of the foot. Youthfulness wraps it up and keeps it ever plastic, as the wet cloths about a sculptor's model. A little water, a few tears, just to soften the clay, and the last image may be obliterated, and the clay ready for a new face. A boy's love is as the flame of a spirit lamp, lighted in a moment, blown out in a moment, giving little light, and burnt out quickly. A man's love is a house on fire, difficult to kindle, but when it does rage, not all the fire engines of philosophy, nor all the mains and plugs of resolution, can conquer the blaze. It will roar and crackle until the house gives way, and dust is returned to dust, and ashes to ashes. That Captain Crosier was in love was as certain as that London is in Middlesex, and that his love was dishonourable and mean is as positive as that the aforesaid London was not built in a day. He was almost ashamed that Bertha should have obtained such power over him. Not an hour passed without his asking himself, some 20 times, whether he really loved the girl. He endeavoured to persuade himself that his affection was a mere caprice, a stupid whim which, if he chose, he could get rid of as easily as he jerked off a slipper. If he found himself growing too sentimental, he summoned to his aid his stronger and coarser nature, and, to conquer his weakness, would abuse the girl, calling her a housemaid and a drudge at £10 a year. He found great temporary relief in assuming a disgust towards himself for not flying at a higher game. He liked to persuade himself he was making a great sacrifice in loving Bertha. He could mention 30 young ladies who would be only too glad to change places with this hesitating housemaid. Some of these young ladies could sing, play the piano, speak French, and that sort of thing. All Bertha could do was to look pretty and mend linen. Besides, she wasn't grateful. How do we know that Captain Crosier was in love? Did he, like Sir Proteus, go ungartered? No, he wore socks and required no garters. Did he wreathe his arms like a malcontent? No, they usually hung down straight and limp as bell ropes, for he was an idle man and of little energy. Did he relish a love song? If an organ played still so gently beneath his windows, he swore at it. Did he sigh frequently? Only after long draughts from the tankard of bitter ale. He was beyond all poetic tests, for he was of a gross nature, and unless moved by drink, but little addicted to sentiment. In describing his sufferings, for he did suffer, it would be absurd to waste any flowers of speech. Most decidedly, this long-legged officer could not be likened to a captive bird struggling for liberty and beating its pretty bosom against its cruel cage, as Bertha might fantastically be styled. We would not even typify the mustachioed swain as a wretched dog whining to be freed of its chain, and vainly trying to force its head through its relentless collar, another allusion to the cruel maid. We much prefer, in matter of fact, parlance to state that, since his mind had been spurred into briskness by Bertha's piercing eyes, and whipped into gentle exercise by her long lashes, ever since he had had something to think about besides prize fights, horse races, and rat-killing, his body had become more and more listless and torpid, as if his organization did not contain energy enough to keep both muscle and brain working. He lay from morning till night upon the sofa, motionless as a bundle. His cigar went out 20 times before he had finished smoking it. He looked more as if he were thinking of suicide than love, as though he were reflecting on razors and prussic acid instead of on Bertha and a cottage near a wood. Sometimes his reflections became so painful that he was forced to relieve himself with a whistling accompaniment. Whenever he despaired of success, he whistled. Whenever it struck him the girl might in time become a nuisance, and he wished to get rid of her, he whistled. If he pondered over the guilt and wickedness of such an abandonment, and reflected on the harsh view the world would take of his dishonourable conduct, he whistled. The sadder the thought, the lower the whistle. Sometimes it was not louder than the wind rushing through a keyhole. This seductive young officer had all the inclination to become a villain, but he lacked the courage, and perhaps the ability. He was very much afraid of the world. To make a good rogue, a man should be 9/10 a genius. He must be a skilful diplomat, know how to plot, and dare to execute, not caring the value of a bad egg what his neighbours may say. Could Crosier read thoughts in the glance of an eye? He could scarcely read them when in good, bold print. Had he strength of mind? Weak as a bonnet wire. Could he adhere steadfastly to one purpose? He was blown away as easily as flue from polished marble. As for the world's opinion, the criticism of a street boy distressed him. He discontinued wearing a white hat in consequence of a rude observation delivered by a vulgar lad of 12. This seductive young officer was a weak, timid man, who, if he did an evil action one moment, repented of it the next. Although he had animal courage enough to stand all the warlike tests of an active military life, he was not bold enough to resist the temptations which beset the idle life of a soldier in time of peace. His great ambition was to render himself worthy by different excesses of the friendship of such dashing blades as Tom Oxenden or Charlie Sutton. Had he stopped at home instead of entering the army, Crosier would most probably have taken to gentler pleasures, and felt delight in the pleasant pastimes of Sunday school teaching and keeping tame rabbits. He would have turned religious, not from any inward conviction, but to gain the esteem of the old ladies in the neighbourhood. He had a half suspicion that his noble brother officers looked down upon him for being the son of a banker. It was excessively mortifying to his pride to hear a banker called a tradesman. To counteract these annoying prejudices, He did all he could to convince his gallant friends that he was a reckless, clever dog, ever ready for any roguery, however desperate and dangerous it might be. To earn their good opinion he drank 2 glasses for their 1, and, although his income was infinitely less, he spent as much money as they did. It was to gain their esteem, more than to satisfy his own desires, that he had first laid siege to Bertha. If Lord Oakes or Viscount Ascot had, when he entered on this amatory campaign, spoken one disparaging word, Bertha would have been left in peace. To oblige a nobleman, Crosier would make any sacrifice. He always considered that England's hope was its aristocracy. There are some men who only admire a woman because others are captivated by her. On the day when Bertha was seen stitching at her window, the captain was rather astonished that his friend should have thought her so beautiful. He had seen her many times before, and looked upon her as a pretty, badly dressed thing, but it was not until his fashionable companions dilated upon her beauties that he felt any violent affection for her. Their praises had served to trim the wick and turn up the cotton of his flame. His love began with envy. Because she lived in a house facing his apartments, he considered her as his property, and it delighted him to think that anything he possessed should be envied by his set. There was a time, as we have said, when 1 drop of cold water applied by the noble lord of Viscount would have completely extinguished the little love spark that ran about the tinder of Crosier's bosom. But now that time was gone by. It was too late. His heart, like a hayrick stacked when damp, was heated and smouldering, and if the entire Blue Book had cast their buckets full of freezing reproofs at the ardent swain, it would not have cooled his love. He thought of Bertha at all times and all places, whilst shaving or pulling on his boots, when in cabs or taverns, even whilst his hair was being cut. The soothing sensation of having his locks played with called up especially tender thoughts. He entered jewellers' shops to ask the price of brooches, bracelets, and earrings, thinking only of Bertha. If his love was not equal to the sacrifice of the 10 or 20 guineas asked, it was only because his success was as yet doubtful, and the speculation too heavy. Because he saw some resemblance to Bertha's eyes in a 30-shilling print, he bought it, and ordered a costly frame. It was a foreign production, with the title in 3 languages, the English one being The Return of the Dances. It represented a well-proportioned young lady risking a severe cold by reposing herself en dishabille after the fatigues of an evening party. Do not imagine that it was on account of the value of this print, or because it was an elegant piece of furniture, that the captain had it so expensively framed, for he treated with equal honour a common shilling lithograph entitled, "A glass of gin, young man?" and that solely because the mouth and chin of the barmaid represented were of a similar shape to those in the possession of his beloved Bertha. When, in answer to his question, the stationer who sold this shilling lithograph told him it had been much admired and uncommonly successful, he felt a thrill of delight play about the 3rd button of his waistcoat that the entire British public should have the same taste as himself, and patronize a face bearing such a resemblance to his adored one. Occasionally of an afternoon, when he felt very lonely and yet not inclined to sleep, Crosier would take up a book and stumble through a page or 2. He would mark in pencil any sentimental passage that struck him as being particularly tender. Formerly he used to skip what he called twaddle. Now he felt great relief in reading the amiable sufferings so like what he experienced. He entered with a sympathizing spirit into the descriptions of the lover's trials, and would even utter a pitying "Poor devil!" if the agony was very great. Whilst reading in this way, he would long for Bertha to be by his side, that her sighs might mingle with his own over the harrowing portions, or her prima donna laugh be joined to his basso profundo chuckle at the comic passages. "When she is melancholy," he would mutter, "she does so look thundering handsome, though she's just as rattling when she laughs." He often said she had a prettier smile than any woman he ever knew, and his acquaintance was very extensive. It did him good to catch sight of those faultless white teeth, with a little dot of light sparkling on the bright enamel. At such times he felt a weight in his chest from excess of admiration, similar to that caused by a slight indigestion, but more gratifying. The most peculiar effect produced upon the captain by his loving condition was that it was gradually purifying his mind, and cleansing from it its thick outer crust of grossness. The midnight haunts began to disgust him. Late hours made him feel sleepy, and even drink lost many of its charms for him, for at a second glass he would feel slightly intoxicated. He no longer cared to stare at women, his ogle lost all its winning piquancy, and he could no longer smile as he was wont to smile. If an elegantly dressed lady passed, he might look at her dress, but he cared nothing for her face. Where could he see anyone lovelier than Bertha? After he had examined her toilette, he invariably thought what an assistance's ilks and ribands were to the female form, and how overpoweringly resplendent his Bertha would be if she had such advantages to assist her. Once, it was in Curzon Street, he stood still for 10 minutes, gazing after a well-arranged shawl, and all the time he was admiring the neatly adjusted folds on the shoulder, and the admirable manner in which the cashmere was pulled in at the waist to make it fit smoothly on the back, and give it a bell-like sweep as it rose over the skirts. He was saying to himself, "That's art, not nature. That woman has been, I know, hours arranging her shawl." But with Bertha it would have been the work of a minute. If she were to fling a shawl on her, it would look 50 times better. She has the most exquisitely proportioned figure, the roundest, best modelled, prettiest formed, and etc., etc., etc. For, were we to give at full length all the captain's praises, we should require at least one entire page. It would have been a great relief to this loving man if he had been blessed with an intimate friend to whom he could have confided the emotions which filled his mind. No doubt this intimate friend would have been bored to death, and have many times wished that either the lover or the loved one would depart this world. You can understand that after having publicly announced he was tired of the girl, and even offering to sell his share and interest in her for a pound of cigars, he could not with decency pour his love wailings into the ears of Tom Oxenden or any of that set. It was a relief to him, when alone in his room, to address even the chairs or tables, and declare to these chattels how great was his affection for the incomparable Bertha. Frequently, whilst dressing of a morning, he would rehearse to himself all the speeches he would make to the little girl the next time he saw her, and, carried away by his fancy, would utter them aloud, giving the words with great feeling and action, flourishing his razor about whilst his chin was covered with a smooth coating of suds, most unromantic to behold. If any one, during these monologues, happened to knock at the door, the captain's reason returned in an instant, and, half ashamed of such childish conduct, he would endeavour to turn the vehement declaration of love into a badly hummed opera air, in the hopes of impressing the intruder with the belief that he was not half crazed with love, but only very fond of music. Then again, how many witty things did Bertha utter during his interviews with her, all of which, spoken, dear girl, as if she were quite unconscious of their merit, were lost to the world because he knew nobody to whom he dare repeat them. There was that observation of hers on tea, made by her the last time she presided at the tray. How clever it was! How true! What a knowledge of human nature it evinced! He had asked her, in a pleasant joking manner, why ladies, whilst drinking tea, talked so wickedly of one another. She had answered, laughing most divinely, because ladies seldom drank tea till dusk, and that was scandal. Candle. Time. He swore she meant it. He called it true wit. He sent it to a comic paper of the day, arranged as a conundrum. But he knew no one to whom he could rush off in a cab and relate the wonderful mot. He felt as if he were being cheated out of the praises to which he was entitled for giving his affection to a lady of such wit and perception. Our opinion is that Bertha did not mean to be funny, and did not even attempt it. It was the captain who made the pun, not she, poor innocent girl. Despite an excellent education, the captain found great difficulty in writing even a letter. He disguised a great quantity of bad spelling under a scrawling style of penmanship, so that a dash in the middle of a word would pass for one or more M's or N's, as the necessities of the English language might require. He, however, so potent is love, purchased an elegant memorandum book, in which he penned down the excellent things wherewith Bertha at different times favoured him. His desk contained this precious volume. Every maxim and sentence in it he declared to be excellent, saying, "If they aren't witty, which I think they are sure to be damned sensible, and that's something." The first entry was to this effect: "How wretched it must be to be without a friend! It is the heart's exile." To the end of this apothegm, the adoring Crosier had written the words, "True, by Jove, and poetical too. M.C." Another line ran as follows: "Soldiers and sailors are never friendly because fire and water cannot agree." This time the captain's remark was more vigorous. He wrote, "Thundering hard, but, by blazes, she's right. M.C." The forcible language used by the military annotator may be accounted for by stating that the gallant gentleman usually entered his souvenirs of the evening's conversation on his return home, an event for which there was no fixed hour. The later the return, the greater strength he threw into his commentary. End of section 40. Section 41 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 8 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. The Captain's Plot. Of his own love for Bertha, the captain felt perfectly assured, but he was not quite so positive about the return she made to his tenderness. He would have given a great deal, say £5, to have been acquainted with the real state of her feelings. He felt his affection hampered by not knowing whether it was reciprocated, for he did not like to pour out the entire flood of his passion until he was certain the wells and cisterns of her heart were prepared to receive the sudden flood. He felt it would be a degrading waste of tenderness, and too humiliating an experiment should she, after the display, still hold her head up, keeping it high and dry above the loving deluge. Could he have been sure of swamping her, he would have given flow to his words. Many persons will say, why, if the captain was so desperately in love with Bertha, did he not propose to marry her? We will tell them." This thought had once or twice entered his brain as the last expedient in case every other failed, but the gallant gentleman had rapidly chased away the idea, hunting it out with the same angry hurry as he would have pursued a strange cat from his bedroom. You see, Mrs. Hazlewood had been a workhouse nurse, and Bertha herself only a superior kind of servant. Gentlemen born of respectable parents do not like workhouse people. They pity them perhaps, but seldom regard them in a matrimonial light. It is a prejudice, and a strong one. The captain saw no objection to passing many years of his life in Bertha's society. He would allow her to carry his name, and have felt much offended if his friends had treated her with disrespect, but he could not for one moment think of making her his wife. That would disgrace him. The other position disgraced only her. He could put up with the latter indignity much more cheerfully than the former. Besides, he was never able to overcome the obstacle he saw in the person of Bertha's mother. "Fancy calling her mother-in-law," he said, making a wry face, and then laughing at the absurdity. "I could sooner swallow a quart of her own confounded workhouse gruel." In his more pathetic moments, for instance, after he had spent the evening with his beloved, and had returned home perfectly enchanted, Crosier would combat any idea of making Bertha his wife by the ordinary argument that he was not a marrying man. He did not see the stupidity of such reasoning. He generously pleaded he should only make her miserable, leaving it to be implied that the fact of not having the service read over their union would ensure her happiness. He was not a very bright genius, as we have before hinted. Bertha had no friends beyond her mother and the boy she termed her foster brother. There was nobody to demand explanations, and with clenched fists and scowling brows talk of vengeance. He was very glad the Hazlewood family was so limited. He had no relish for brothers in the carpenter's business or the blacksmith's line of life, who, though they speak curious English, are powerful of arm and spiteful. Another objection to the marriage was that he was as yet not positively sure the girl loved him, and he considered that nothing under an attack of madness brought on from adoration for him would justify such an absurd step. The great difficulty was to devise some plan by which he might discover the real state of Bertha's feelings towards him. He was, although a soldier, not quick at strategy, and had no idea how to proceed in the matter. He cunningly sought the assistance of his friends. He met Tom Garden airing himself in Regent Street, and presently inquired of him the best method by which a man could discover whether a woman loved a man. This Tom Garden was a coarse-minded fellow, and the only suggestion he could make was to ask the woman to lend the man a good round sum of money, and if she lends it, he added, you may be sure she's spoony. The idea of asking Bertha to lend him money so tickled the captain that he laughed himself into a headache. On another occasion, he made a similar inquiry of Fred Tattenham. This time the reply had more wisdom in it, but not more consolation. "Ask her to bolt with you," answered Mr. Tattenham, "and if she will trust herself to your honour, be certain she loves you." That was precisely what Crosier did want Bertha to do, but he scarcely thought she was in a proper state to accede to such a request. After deliberating for a week, during which he did not once pay a visit to Camberwell, the captain hit upon the following scheme. The Hazlewoods knew he had no money. The £1 or £2 he had presented to them could not, if they were ever so careful, last out more than a fortnight. He would let them feel what the want of money was like. The most savage animals, he argued, were to be tamed by hunger. Perhaps Bertha was to be conquered by the same method. To a certain extent this experiment succeeded, The mother and daughter saw their little stock of money grow gradually less and less, and became more and more frightened. They prayed every night Providence would send them single gentlemen to take their first and second floors, and pay a week's rent in advance, but still no lodgers arrived. At last it became positively necessary that the experiment should be made of obtaining credit of the baker and the butcher. Those tradesmen knew very well the house had been let furnished, and, not liking the personal security of the would-be customers, declined all further favours. Things were at this dreadful pass when the mother determined to pay a visit to the captain. He was in arrear for his parlours, and it was necessary something should be done. She started early in the morning and returned at dusk. It was easy for Bertha to see that her mother had tired herself to no purpose. The captain had gone into the country, and would not return for a week. They dined on tea that day, and the next as well. It is useless to add that they generally rose from table with an excellent appetite. But the captain was not in the country. He heard with great delight of Mrs. Hazlewood's visit. He felt very much inclined to rush off in a cab and relieve her distress, for a fearful picture rose to his mind of Bertha grown very thin from starvation, and gradually turning to a skeleton. For 2 days he resisted this impulse, but on the third his good nature obtained the mastery. As he stood at his window, he noticed, crouched up in a corner of the area beneath, a wretched cat that was slowly dying of want. It looked dusty, solemn, and was hopelessly weak. A trussed fowl did not show its formation more perfectly. The skin hung about the body in loose folds. It seemed to Crosier as if the spirit of the starving Bertha had come there to rebuke him. He would fly to his beautiful one and console her with food. He pulled on his boots with despairing haste. He rang the bell so violently that at first Mr. Cutler imagined some muffin boy had dared to enter the house. Mr. Cutler was ordered first to fetch a cab, and then give some food to the cat in the area. The former of these commissions Mr. Cutler executed. The latter he neglected. He was not going, to use his own words, to turn cat's meat man to please anybody. How glad they were to see him! How their eyes sparkled as they ran to greet him at the door! They knew his knock in a moment. The captain was quite overcome by this reception, but a sudden thought crossed his brain and soured his milky joy. Was he welcomed for himself alone, or only because he typified, as it were, so much food? Was it the quartern loaf? Was it the leg of mutton? Or was it Crosier that rejoiced Bertha's eyes and made them sparkle? Did she smile on him, or was it on the vision of hot meat for dinner? Terrible misgiving! In the most delicate manner he gave Mrs. Hazlewood the amount of rent due. In his best style he apologized for his remissness in neglecting an earlier settlement. He was rather pleased to find that Bertha, far from resembling the cat he discovered crouching in the area, was looking remarkably pretty. The prolonged fast had made her appear fascinatingly delicate, and imparted a peculiar blueness to the under portions of the eyes, which was exceedingly becoming. "That man is our guardian angel," cried Mrs. Hazlewood when the captain took his leave. "Who could help loving him?" added Bertha. The starvation experiment was, the captain considered, a failure. Being a man much given to extremes, he now resolved to see what a sudden rush of plenty would do towards softening Bertha's heart. He would send them wine, and every luxury, things they could never hope to enjoy, and feast them into a voluptuous laziness. Then, if necessary, he would starve them again. They would feel it even more after the excessive profusion. The area bell never ceased to ring, and single knocks made the hall resound like a shooting gallery with sudden noises. No sooner was Mrs. Hazlewood at the top of the house than she had to run downstairs. One man with a yellow flannel apron left a turbot, a thick white fish, and so fresh that the cord which lashed its tail and head together was as tight as a fiddle string on which Paganini could have played. Then came a game pie as big as an oyster tub, and Fortnum's man said there was nothing to pay. Before night a pheasant was hanging from a hook in the pantry, and a hamper of wine was standing in the back kitchen. Perhaps it was that Crosier, who was fond of good living, thought he might as well partake of the sumptuous fare he would have to pay for, or perhaps his affection for Bertha became ungovernable, but for an entire week he dined at Camberwell. He tried to make himself very entertaining and amiable. Towards the mother he adopted a behaviour which was distantly respectful and excessively flattering to that lady's self-esteem. To Bertha he endeavoured to convey the idea that he was her slave, her victim. He wished to impress her with the belief that his constitution was being slowly destroyed by love. His sighs were powerful enough to blow out a gas lamp. One evening he brought with him a paper parcel of considerable dimensions. It seemed, from the careful manner in which he handled it, to contain something of great value. This parcel he would allow no one to touch, but with his own hands carried it into the parlours, his own rooms, where they usually dined. During the repast he was excessively attentive to the mother, and made her take wine so often that she was at last obliged to remark that her poor head was becoming affected. She laughed immoderately, and upset a water bottle. Both ladies were very anxious to know what the paper parcel contained. Their curiosity did not escape his notice. Whenever there was a pause in the conversation, their eyes turned to the mysterious bundle. They had to wait till the cloth was cleared. Then up rose the captain, and, with a trembling voice, stammered out a statement to the effect that, as he was passing down Regent Street, he had noticed a remarkably elegant dress. As if afraid his next sentence would give offence, he, with great agitation of manner, requested the mother's permission to present this robe to the daughter. Blushes rose to Bertha's temples, and her eyelids closed in modesty over her eyes. Of course, Mrs. Hazlewood could not object. She was even foolish enough to hint that the gift was excessively acceptable. The blushing girl only raised her head to thank the generous captain, and then resigned herself to her crimson confusion. A most magnificent dress. A skirt with 3 flounces that pouted out like enormous pen wipers. Silk as thick as leather that whistled like wind through rigging when the hand was swept down it. It was a robe to make the eyes start from the head with surprise. For 5 minutes the only words Mrs. Hazlewood could make use of were, "How beautiful!" and she touched it nervously, as if she expected it to move. The poor Bertha was bewitched, and ready to either laugh or cry. In a glance the captain saw the sensation he had created, and proceeded to take advantage of the situation. He took Bertha's hand, and, looking at the mother, said with a sweet smile, he should insist upon being paid for the dress, that he was a very stingy man, and never gave anything for nothing. Whilst the mother was tittering at this foolish speech, he took Bertha's head between his hands and kissed her on the forehead. It was done in so brotherly a manner that it would have been absurd to make any objection. It was a poetic salutation. He appeared so much affected that, instead of blame, he seemed more to deserve consolation. When he left — he always asked for his hat at 10 — the mother and daughter began to chat. They had another look at the dress, and a conversation ensued as to how the body was to be fashioned. The length of the skirt was also tested to see if it suited Bertha's height. With a mean knowingness, the captain had left in the parcel the mercer's bill, and with unpardonable baseness altered the amount from £4 5s. to £4 15s. He argued that persons in the Hazlewood walk of life only judged of a present by the amount paid for it. Mrs. Hazlewood began to have ambitious visions. "I never saw a man so completely in love as that dear captain," she said to Bertha. "Something, I can't tell you what it is, but something always convinced me you were destined to be lucky. You have a mole on your left cheek, my dear, and that's considered a sign of luck. Your poor father used to say you were born to be a lady, and, upon my word, I think his words will come true." She was inconsiderate in saying this, for Bertha's ideas were galloping along quite rapidly enough without additional spurring. She was beginning to worship the dear captain. "Poor fellow," continued the mother, "I wish you could have seen his beautiful look when he kissed you. On the forehead, too. Well, if my time was to come over again, he's just the kind of man I should dream about." The captain's reflections were more manly and less virtuous. He was muttering to himself, "Thank heaven I've introduced kissing. It was expensive, but by and by I shall get as many as I want. More than I want, for nothing. I dare say a 30-shilling affair would have answered just as well, but I always overdo a thing, like a fool." The next time the captain visited Camberwell, he took with him a bonnet fresh from the Burlington Arcade, a simple straw bound with velvet and adorned with violets. The strings were broad and long. It was a kind of bonnet a princess might have worn, it was so quiet and good. When this new bonnet was tried on, after dinner, Merton became once more to feel like a brother, and demanded payment in kisses. He chose on this occasion to salute the cheek. "Get gradually down to the lips," was his thought. He determined that, the next time he offered up sacrifices of clothing to his idol, he would make the grand experiment. He objected to foreheads and cheeks. What the deuce were the lips made for, he asked himself. Come what will, I'll risk the trial. If she takes it quietly, well and good. If she makes a row, I'll cut the business. What should he take her? Gloves? That didn't seem enough. A shawl? That was too much. The foolish man had an idea that Bertha's embrace was to be bought, and he was prudent enough to wish to get them at the cheapest price. He fixed upon a velvet mantle with a quilted satin lining and a silk fringe as deep as a horse's mane. It looked fearfully expensive, and, as he paid for it, he thought it was so, too. He did kiss her. The girl with the mantle on her shoulders allowed him to touch her lips. He felt, or fancied he felt, her tremble. He would have promised her 20 mantles for another embrace, but the mother, deuce take her, was standing by, and he dared not. This old nurse Hazlewood was a simple-hearted creature who had been so little in the world that she had forgotten all about its deceits. She only remembered that, when her husband courted her, he used to kiss her whenever he brought her any simple present. She looked upon Crosier as the noblest and best man living, and regarded the fact of his embracing Bertha, in her presence too, as a proof he wished to make her his wife. The old nurse has grown as childish as the infants she looked to in the workhouse nursery. She was without suspicion. The only marvel to her was that so great a gentleman should condescend to notice so humble a girl as her Bertha. The sofa in Harley Street was once more covered during the day by the bulky form of the long-legged officer. He had again fallen into his habit of letting his cigar go out, whilst he dreamed with his eyes open of Bertha and the next steps to be taken. "Dash my wigs," he thought, "I can't afford any more kisses." I felt the little witch tremble. She must love me, and she ought to. After £10 worth of presents, how the deuce can I make her worship me? I want her to leave off eating and go nearly mad for my sake. It's so cursed difficult and takes such a time. It's no use asking her to bolt yet, confound it. I wish she'd grow romantic and follow me all over the world, as some of them do. It had long been a matter of deliberation with this gentleman whether he should pack up his trunk and occupy, for a week or so, his parlours at Camberwell. It was the idea of being bored by the old mother that restrained him. There were many advantages, such as being constantly near the daughter and having her to wait upon him. But the family dinner frightened him. Mrs. Hazlewood would insist on changing the plates, and he couldn't bear the muddle and mess. It gave him the idea he was dining in the kitchen. She was so confoundedly civil, too, and talked such twaddle. These things were what he called the drawbacks to his happiness. He often wished the old nurse would be obliging enough to die, and leave Bertha alone and friendless, to be cared for and tended by him. Now the unhappy youth was a victim of ungovernable passion. His love had, like a cucumber in a bottle, swollen to such a size that he often wondered how it could have entered his bosom. He was drunk with parfait amour. His thoughts ran zigzag and tumbled about in tipsy helplessness. What could he do? For 4 years the captain had never passed more than an hour at once over a book. That was, perhaps, twice a week. He looked upon reading as a pleasant manner of taking opium. Following the lines made him sleepy. Now he was seized with a sudden desire for literature. He sent Mr. Cutler to the nearest circulating library, and, the subscription paid, an astonishing number of 3-volume novels were carried backwards and forwards. He could finish off an entire romance in a morning, reading perhaps a line here and there, but always following the story. He skated through the books. Being entirely devoid of imagination, he was taking advantage of the brains of others. He was anxious for a lesson or two in love-making, and, above all, he was desirous of learning how those heroes, whose trials were invariably so severe, whose affections were so constantly blighted in the bud, always managed to win their fair ones, and end the story happily. These novels, thought the captain, are supposed to be based upon incidents in real life. Perhaps they may put me up to a wrinkle or two about Bertha. In the greater number of the romances, Crosier found the fair lady was never moved to forget her maidenly reserve and confess her love until some serious danger threatened her admirer. For instance, in Lucy Degbert or A Life, she, Lucy, treats Henry Sinclair with positive disdain up to the time that he is wounded in the duel with Alfred Holbrook. When on the 3rd day consciousness returned, we are quoting from the novel, a cloud seemed to obscure his brain and veil his vision. In the midst of this confused shadow, he beheld a gentle face and 2 pitying eyes, moist with sympathy, like 2 stars half hidden by a moonlit cloud, which appeared to beckon him back to life. Did he dream, or was it reality? Little by little the feverish mist cleared away, the features became more distinct, and he recognised the angelic countenance of the once proud but now humbled Lucy Degbert. With all the strength he was master of, he called aloud, "Lucy, my beloved, can this be true?" "It is time to take your cooling powders," she answered, in a voice of superlative tenderness. She loved him. After reading such a passage, the captain would give himself to thought. "That's all very fine," he would argue, "but I'll see Bertha further before I get myself shot in a duel, merely to find out if she loves me. That's a little too strong, hang it." That book would be laid aside and another taken up. He was particularly struck with an incident in Joy and Sorrow, or Shine and Shade. In that popular romance, Sir Herbert Brompton is thrown from his horse and is found by Ellen Trevor perfectly senseless, with one leg dangling over a precipice. She has him conveyed to Trevor Castle, where his fractured arm is set, and she nurses him all through his dangerous illness. It is whilst she is shifting the bandages from his arm that he proposes and is accepted. "Despite the agony he suffered," writes the author, despite the torture that racked his frame, despite the worse than torment of his mind, Sir Herbert could not regard without feelings of the liveliest pleasure the lovely countenance of his tender nurse. How carefully did she handle the fractured limb! He scarcely felt the taper fingers that played about the now useless member. Then he feels a tear drop on his wrist, and that convinces him he is beloved. Neither did Crosier care much to undergo such a trial as Sir Herbert. He didn't like the idea of being thrown from a horse and breaking an arm. "Begad," he thought, "it might break my head, and then where should I be? No. I'm very fond of Bertha, but I don't think my love goes to the length of a broken arm. Besides, a fellow looks such a fool rolling about in a dusty road with perhaps his trousers split." He read, and he liked none of the incidents. Those which pleased him most were when the heroine was in great danger and the lover rescued her from peril. But even then there was either a burning house, or a boat upset, or an enraged bull to be risked, and he had no fancy either for being singed, ducked, or gored. So, when he had waded through some dozen of these novels, he vowed they were all romance, and not worth the trouble of opening. He found he must trust to his own wits after all, and felt the true awkwardness of the position. He was determined to be ill somehow or other, and then to hurry over to Camberwell and ask Bertha to nurse him. He would take something to make himself look pale and interesting, and sham the remainder of the sickness. He remembered once buying some ipecacuanha lozenges to ease a troublesome cough, and the young man at the chemist's had strongly cautioned him not to take more than one at a time, as they produced a sensation of sickness. To this vendor of medicines did the gallant captain dispatch his man, who presently returned with 2-shilling boxes. The next day the captain packed up his portmanteau, and then, everything being ready for his departure, drew forth his lozenges and commenced to eat. They tasted very pleasantly, and 6 were rapidly disposed of. He began to consider the chemist a swindler. He vowed he would send a letter to the Lancet exposing the infamous imposition. Before he was halfway through his 7th lozenge, he had excellent proof that no more voracious man existed in the world than the druggist who had warned him not to take more than 1. The emetic asserted itself. With his forehead bathed in cold perspiration, and with a face as white as a clown's, the captain threw himself on the sofa and began to pant. A dreadful idea seized him that he might have poisoned himself. He almost wished he had never seen Bertha. Oh, how ill he felt! He ran to look at himself in the glass, and the vision shocked him. 1 or 2 pimples glowed on his pallid countenance, as the strawberries do on the top of a blancmange. He could never dare to show himself to Bertha with such a face. She would be disgusted. About 3 o'clock he had a little recovered, but he had undergone a severe time of it and was positively unwell. He had only sufficient energy to arrange his curls in the looking-glass and then get into a cab. End of section 41. Section 42 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 9 of Book the 3rd, The Road to Ruin. How the best years of Phil's life were wasted. Some few years ago, the masters of the unions throughout England became aware that a gang of vagrants was travelling through the land, an organised band under the command of a captain who directed their actions and ruled supreme, appointing the workhouses where they were to meet and the towns they were to work. The police were on the alert to lay hold of this band, but though some few of them were seized, the majority escaped. These captures did not decrease the numbers, for recruits were more numerous than the captain chose to accept. The name of this captain was Philip Merton. This is how he attained to the honour. He was nearly 18 years of age when he, Fortune, and Purchase were on the Tramp. Passing through the different towns, they found acquaintances. 4 other wanderers joined the schoolfellows. Being a silent, thoughtful youth, Phil was slightly feared and greatly disliked by his companions. They often reproached him that he never stole or worked as they did. If, when they begged at a cottage door, they saw even a scrubbing brush or a morsel of soap, it was pocketed. But Merton never boned, and was half suspected of being a sneak. In vain, Phil pleaded that this morality was owing to no virtuous scruples, but he thought it mean to carry off such useless penny lots. They considered, and right they were, that the youth, though he dare not confess it to them, objected to theft on principle, and he was nicknamed the Amen Baller Parson, and recommended to take to the hum-box pulpit, as better suited him than cadging. Stung to the quick by these taunts, Phil, poor weak fellow, at length gave way. They were working Preston at the time. "I'll show you whether I'm afraid," he cried, leaving them. Presently he returned with a huge basket of clean linen. He had seen a man leave it at a house close by, and, knocking at the door, had stated that by mistake the wrong basket had been given. The foolish servant handed back the clothes. "Now," cried Phil, "do you believe I'm a croaker?" They answered with cheers, for the linen was worth at least £5. "And now," added Phil, "I will do another thing which none of you would have courage even to think of." He walked off again, carrying the basket, and his pals saw him return it to the rightful owners. This action, and a severe drubbing administered to Billy Fortune, caused Phil to be regarded as an astounding mortal. His companions grew afraid of him. He could read, write, rob, and be honest. He could sing, recite, tell wonderful stories, and bamboozle old women with his glib tongue and handsome face better than any of the ragged crew. They elected him captain. He proved himself a wonderful commander. He learned by heart the long list of unions from Land's End to the Scottish borders, and could tell what rations of food were served at each, where cheese was allowed, or the bread either sour or short weight. He could inform you which vagrant wards contained beds, where the rugs were warm, or where only straw was served out. To prevent confusion when working a town, he caused certain signs to be used by his gang. A chalk mark on a doorpost was sufficient to indicate whether it was worth the next comer's while to beg at that house, or to warn him if it was dangerous to make the experiment. Even for the corners of roads, or milestones, or guideposts, he had different marks, so that if the band was by any misfortune broken up, the members were soon enabled to meet together again. Very strange were the nights passed in the casual wards. Outside the town the gang would separate. One by one they asked for admittance at the workhouse gate. To avoid being traced in their wanderings, they seldom gave their correct names on entering the house. On different occasions Phil had christened himself Joseph Hume, Arthur Wellington, and Richard Turpin. If any workhouse master offended this gang, they would, after a time, revisit the union, and in revenge break the windows, burn the rugs, and destroy whatever was destructible. They carried lucifer matches with them, concealed in their clothes, and, not unfrequently, short, stout sticks. Against the Irish tramps, this band waged continual warfare. A law was passed that no lad from the sister isles should be admitted into their troop. They even went out of their road sometimes to visit a workhouse where they knew they should find Irish tramps, merely to fight and drive them out of the Union. Then the most dreadful battles would ensue. In the depth of the night, Phil and his crew would rise silently from their beds. Armed with sticks, they would set upon the unoffending Irish, belabouring them cruelly. It was useless to shout for help. No master would have dared to interfere during such engagements. The only hope was to strike in return. Occasionally the band got the worst of the encounter, and served them right. Another infamous practice of these young ruffians was to seize upon a sleeping man, and, whilst some held him, others rifled him of any money he might, before entering, have secreted about his clothing. There was no redress for the sufferer, for at the Union gate he had confessed himself a pauper without a penny in the world. Sometimes these banditti would prowl about in the neighbourhood of a workhouse, waiting for the Irish tramps to come up. The unsuspecting wanderer, if he had any money in his possession, would usually seek for some hidden corner in which to stow away for the night what he had earned during the day. Under waterspouts, in the hedge bank, or in the hollows between the bricks, the few shillings would be carefully deposited, to be soon taken out again by the rogues who were upon the watch. If these young vagabonds could secure a ward to themselves, the night passed merrily, and very little sleep did the crew indulge in. Sometimes stories would be told of the doings of famous robbers, or the contents of a novel would be condensed into a 20 minutes tale. If any one was called upon for a yarn, he was forced by the laws of the band to invent one, if he could not remember any he had read. The set style of beginning these narratives was in these words: "Once upon a time, mates, but not in your time, or in my time, but in the time gone by, when it was a good time," and etc., and etc. If they grew tired of stories, they would sing or give recitations. The drunkard's soliloquy was an especial favourite. There was a great deal of what actors call business in it. It began in this way: "Well, here I am, just come out of the public house. I've only drunk 14 glasses of brandy and water," staggers about, "and I'm as drunk as a parson. Talking of the parson reminds me of the devil. Talking of the devil reminds me of my wife," and etc., and etc. The songs Phil was especially celebrated for were "The Slave's Dream," "Oh, What a Sight for a Mother," and "Dearest, Touch the Castanet." The only subject Billy Fortune could talk about was penny theatres. He was a constant frequenter of gaffs, and had a peculiar knowledge of the performers at them, being able to tell when those gentlemen made their first appearance, and in what line they were famous. "Any of you chaps seen Madame Mossy in her tableau vivant? Ain't she first rate as Venus attended by the Sirens? Stunning." Or he would inform the company that Jimmy Bison, the original monkey, was to be at Oxford in 3 weeks' time, and proposed directing their steps in that direction, to have the pleasure of witnessing his curious antics. "To see him go up a pole is a regular knock me down," he would add. In this manner did Phil allow his youth to pass away. He grew to be a man, and the only advantages age brought him were greater strength of body and greater cunning of brain. He could imagine bolder schemes than in his boyhood, and his limbs were strong enough to face any danger his reckless life might entail. Some 50 tramps were ready to sing his praises and call him captain, but to the remainder of the world he was a rogue and a vagabond. End of section 42. Section 43 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 10 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Bertha behaves like a woman. Kind-hearted Mrs. Hazlewood nearly fainted on the coconut-fibered doormat when the ghost of Captain Crosier first met her gaze. She screamed out for Bertha, and then exclaimed, "Good heavens, what has happened?" The captain, who had arranged in his own mind the story he was to tell and the way in which he was to act, clutched for support at the old lady's shoulder, and in a weak voice murmured, "Let me sit down. Parlours. Sofa." Both the women stood over him in the greatest anxiety, as with closed eyes he lay upon the couch and panted. He heard Bertha sob, and, as if with an effort that caused him much agony, turned his head towards her, took her hand, and murmured, "Do not weep. I shall soon be well." Presently he appeared to recover his strength, for he was, though with difficulty, able to express a wish to retire to bed. Away flew Mrs. Hazlewood to prepare her dear good friend's four-poster. Alone with Bertha, he again began to pant, and had the satisfaction of once more hearing her sob. It was very pathetic to see this poor invalid, now gasping like a trout on the grass, now moving his lips about feverishly, and begging for water. He was put to bed, and the bell-pull fastened to a chair by his side, that he might ring the moment he required anything. He recovered mightily when left alone. Indeed, he began, for the 100th time, to curse the chemist who sold him the lozenges. He remained in bed for about an hour, staring at every piece of furniture in the room, wondering where the deuce the wash-hand stand was picked up, or whose portrait it was hanging over the drawers. About 10 o'clock the Hazlewoods heard the bell tinkle, and upstairs they raced to wait on the patient. He had risen, very imprudently they said, and, wrapped in an elegant dressing-gown with his shirt-collar a la Byron, was seated in a roomy armchair before the fire. "He was better, yes, much better," he said in a voice that sounded as if he was worse, much worse. He was implored to relate the cause of his indisposition, that was, if he had strength enough to do so. In a few words he told his story. Returning home from a friend's house, so he spoke, he had the misfortune to hire a drunken cabman. The fellow drove, he thought, very recklessly. Just as the vehicle was turning the corner of Oxford Street, it came in contact with a heavy market cart, and he was pitched out of the hansom onto the horse's back. Now his voice became fainter as he added, "The animal kicked me in the side." He panted for a moment and looked wildly, but presently added, when the women had finished hiding their faces in their aprons and drawing in their breath with horror, "Thank God, no bones were broken, but the internal injuries, they tell me, are severe." Then he fell back in the chair exhausted. He was hypocrite enough to ask Bertha to feel the place on his ribs where the cruel steed had struck him with its iron hoof, and with fear and trembling she allowed her hand to be guided to the wound. She declared it was dreadfully swollen, and felt as if there was a deep hole. "I thought I would come here," said the captain, with a languid air, as he by and by drank some tea and tried to eat some dry toast. "I have no right to inflict you with my sufferings and make nurses of you, but I am a poor lonely bachelor, Mrs. Hazlewood, and I thought you would in mercy not refuse to assist my recovery." The mother replied, "Oh, sir, we are grateful you should think us worthy of such a task," and the daughter, though she did not speak, looked as if she would willingly have taken all his sufferings from him, and endured them herself had it been possible. The next day and the next the captain grew better. The pretty Bertha waited on him, bringing him his breakfast, his lunch, his dinner, or anything he required. He was ringing the bell for her every 10 minutes. The mother was very much pleased to remark the great modesty of his behaviour. He locked his bedroom door as regularly as if he had been afraid of thieves. If, before he rose, he required anything, he had it set down outside the door, and presently a white hand with a gold signet ring on the 3rd finger would issue from the slight opening of the door and take in the thing asked for. If he had been a young girl of 16, he could not have been more modest and decorous. When he had been in the house a couple of days, he got to learn the hours at which Mrs. Hazlewood usually went out on her household errands. If she had no occasion to leave the house, he was clever enough to find one. Either he required jellies, which he insisted should be fetched from Gunter's, or he would touch no fish but that vended by Groves of Bond Street. A cab was ordered to carry the mother on her errand, and Bertha was asked to keep the sick man company until she returned. He saw plainly enough the little girl was in love with him. He caught her looking at him with the tenderest expression in her large eyes. She answered his bell when he rang as rapidly as if she slept on the mat outside. The first time he slept in his room she had, in the middle of the night, fancied she'd heard him moaning, and, slipping on her dress, had descended to assure herself whether the sound was fancied or real. He never knew that, but we do. Ask yourselves whether it was not natural she should adore this man. You have been shown all the falsity and trickery of this man's character and behaviour. She believed that everything he said or did was true and honest. He, a gentleman in the army, with noble friends, rich and generous as the prince of a fairy tale. She, a poor sewing girl with a pauper mother. Remember, too, that this Crosier, in all he did, never transgressed any one of the rules laid down by society, but made love to her as respectfully as if she had been a little Russell Square miss. The companions pointed out to her as fitting her station in life were the servants of the house. Yet she had received education, and was by nature gifted enough to feel she was their superior. She preferred the well-expressed conversation of one who was called a gentleman to the tittle-tattle of a kitchen, and felt grateful he should consider her worthy of his notice. They had some curious conversation together whenever the mother was dispatched on these jelly and fish errands. The captain was very desirous of forcing from Bertha a confession that she loved him. "You have a dear good heart, Bertha," he said on one occasion, in a voice still weak from the effects of his severe kicking. "I shall never forget your sweet look of pity on the day when I came here so ill. You have cured me now, pretty Bertha. I shall soon be able to leave you and cease to trouble you." "You should not call it trouble, captain," was the inevitable answer. "Dear, good girl, bless you for those sweet words," he continued. "I might have died without your care, Bertha. I shall always think of you, Bertha. Do you know that when I lay under that plunging horse, and saw his iron hoofs gleam in the moonlight, I thought of you. Why did I not think of my father or my sister? I ought to have done so. Why did I think of you, sweet Bertha?" Of course, she could not in decency inform him. He took her hand, and she did not resist. "Bertha, tell me," he said, speaking excitedly. "Is it because I love you? You know how I have always admired you, how for your dear sake I have braved insults and denials. Yes, I do love you dearly, more dearly than I dare to tell you, for it passes belief, and you might refuse me yours." At this moment the mother returned, and the captain, cursing his luck that he had not begun the conversation sooner, was obliged to release his trembling angel. Once, to ensure a lengthy absence, Crosier dispatched the mother to his apartments in Harley Street to fetch something he didn't want, and neglected to give the old lady the money for a cab. He knew she would never ask for it. As soon as he was alone, he requested the pleasure of Miss Bertha's society to cheer his solitude, and before a quarter of an hour had passed, was making love more desperately than ever. He was determined that this time she should make a confession, one way or the other. Ever since the world was an educated world, the same method, manner, and almost phrases of love have been employed. They seem to succeed so well that swains do not think it worth while inventing fresh ones. The captain once more told Bertha he worshipped her, and, by repeating the same sentiment in 50 different ways, impressed her with a belief that each declaration was a new one. She sat still and listened, staring at the fire. He saw the reflection of the flickering flame in her eyes. Her hand was raised to her lips, as if she was in deep thought. Never had she looked prettier. The heat of the coals had flushed her cheeks, and the captain's declaration had turned every other portion of her countenance to an ashy whiteness. As she did not willingly answer him, he determined to wrench a reply from her somehow or other. He became silent for a few seconds, and then, letting go her hand, placed his own against his bosom as if in pain. For a few minutes he was plunged in thought, frowning and breathing loudly down his nose. When at last he did speak, it was in a timid, hesitating voice, as if his life depended on the reply. "Bertha, tell me truly, do not deceive me. That would be too cruel. Do you love another?" She turned round and stared at him with her big eyes, but said nothing. "You do!" he cried, starting forward. "Now I can understand why you reject me. Why have you trifled with me?" As if exhausted, he fell back in his chair and panted. He was perfectly well aware the poor girl knew no one and cared for no one but himself. Excepting the portrait of George III in the drawing-room, she never saw anything resembling a man from one week's end to another. She had taken her eyes from the fire and was looking at him. He didn't move. For nearly a quarter of an hour he never stirred a muscle, and he felt a cramp was coming on. A hand was placed on his shoulder. It was a mute confession, the only one she dared to make. He started round, and with a smile of consummate beatitude, cried, as he seized her hand between his palms, "Then you do love me? Oh, let me hear those words. Whisper them to me, dearest." Instead of speaking, the tears came welling up to her eyes. "Now," he cried, "I am ready to die for you. Now I am certain of happiness. Tell me, dear one, have you loved me long? And how have I gained your affection?" He wanted to learn all the particulars of the case as minutely as a physician. It was evening, and the room was in half obscurity, the flickering of the coal fire only lighting up every now and then the objects around. Mothers of families, take this advice. Never leave your daughters alone with captains in the dusk of evening. The mysterious dimness gives an air of privacy, and many a confession of love has been made under its dreamy influence which the lips would have been ashamed to utter if a couple of candles had been burning on the table. A lamp in a bedroom will frighten away a thief. A gaslight is said to be worth 3 policemen. There are other thieves besides those who break into houses, and they are equally afraid of being viewed distinctly. The flame of the smallest taper would have been sufficient to prevent Bertha from answering as she did, with downcast eyes and a trembling of the lips. "Yes, I do love you. I have for a long time. I was afraid you knew it, and that made me very unhappy. I don't know why, but I was ashamed of liking you." She spoke so much because she was crying. A very little would have brought on a fit of hysterics. Instead of falling into an ecstasy of rapture, the captain began calmly to contemplate his happiness. The confession that she had for a long time loved him annoyed him considerably. He considered he had been wasting a vast deal of money and many valuable weeks. "What a timid fool I am," he thought. "I am so disgustingly delicate. If I had only had sense enough to make these inquiries before, what trouble and expense I might have saved myself." After Bertha had confessed her love for him, he saw no harm in indulging lovers' ways. He placed his arm around her waist and often kissed her temples or smoothed her hair. They did not talk much. A half grunt of delight frequently came from the captain, but the girl remained motionless and thoughtful. Perhaps she already regretted she had spoken so much. She had parted with her liberty and placed a master over herself. Even now, the new master was taking advantage of his authority, indulging himself in affectionate caresses. 2 hours previously he was as respectful as a linen draper. Now he was as saucy as a jack in office. At the end of the first week, the captain, instead of leaving Camberwell, inquired, with a pleasing humility, of Mrs. Hazlewood whether he might be permitted to lengthen his stay to a fortnight. His side, he complained, was still painful, especially when he coughed. He felt, he said, as if living at his own home and the tranquil happiness did him more good than all the medicine in the world. How different was his behaviour to Bertha to what it had been on his first coming. He became apathetic and called her his life, his beauty, and many other sweet, endearing terms. Frequently he pressed her against his bosom, more particularly when she held the breakfast tray in her hands and could not resist. Towards the mother he adopted a severely moral deportment. "She is always bothering me with her company, poor soul," he silently complained, and, to drive her off, he sermonized to his utmost during her visits. He usually chose the horrors of intemperance as his theme, that being the subject he was best acquainted with. Sometimes he would say to her, "When will the English be a sober nation, Mrs. Hazlewood? I have often been struck by a peculiar expression used by the vulgar. They call it, I think, treating one another to drink. Now, how much more appropriate would it be if they said ill-treating one another to drink, since the morrow's headache, the burning brow, the hard dry tongue, the deranged stomach, deserve this expression." The old lady, who was seriously inclined, felt as if she could listen to him by the hour. He shared with the workhouse chaplain her humble admiration. At another time he would say, "Drink, Mrs. Hazlewood, is a cruelty imposed on us by custom. If I were to raise a pistol to my friend's head and blow away his brains, society would call me a heartless murderer. But if I raise a brimming glass to his lips and blow away his brains with the fumes of alcohol, society smiles and terms me a loving companion. Yet the insensibility of drunkenness is to me as terrible as the stillness of death." Little did the admiring old lady imagine that this preacher had brought to her house concealed in his portmanteau 4 bottles of overproof brandy which were rapidly being emptied of their contents. In his love-makings with Bertha he was extremely cautious in avoiding all reference to marriage. He fancied that if he did not mention the fact of making her his wife, he should not be bound in honour to wed her. The only time he ventured on this subject was done solely to sound her notions on the subject, and, if possible, to convince her that the ceremony at the altar was an unphilosophical and useless rite. Like other innocent girls, Bertha believed that love and the church were synonymous. For fear she might relate to her mother the incidents of their love scenes, he bound her over to silence by solemn promises and threats of the serious injury that would befall him if his family should hear of his affection for one so lowly conditioned as herself. "This absurd, this foolish world!" he cried in disgust. "It insists that we should not do as we like, but as it chooses. Now what can be more absurd than marriage? A man loves a woman so fondly that he finds he cannot even exist out of her presence. To have her near him is his dearest wish. She must be by his side, within reach of his hand, as it were. Is it natural that a man in such a state of feeling would ever dream of quitting this woman? No, it would be death. I should die if you, dear Bertha, were taken from me. But what says the stupid world? You must go to church, a priest must read from a certain book, certain passages, to which you are too excited to pay attention. You must ride home in a carriage, and eat a peculiar kind of cake, and then you may live as man and wife. Absurd! Absurd!" Whilst he was laughing derisively, the girl was wondering why he should think the ceremony so ridiculous. She had always considered it as the most solemn event in a maiden's life. She felt particularly hurt to hear the cake abused. "How much more honourable," continued the captain, "is that union which, without the fetters of law, remains constant." Because he was looking at her, she replied that it was so, but she added, "I've been told that they sometimes leave one another, and then the poor woman— there was one my mother knew who was deserted. Her character was lost, and he was a gentleman's son and very well off." The conversation ended. For fear she might imagine he entertained any such designs against her, he ceased talking and began to fondle her, patting her hands and praising her eyes, asking her to give them to him to be made into shirt studs. "She's not quite ready yet," thought the captain, as in the evening he sat before the fire, plotting how he was to carry off the girl. "Not quite ready, but rapidly coming round. I could no more get her to cut away just now than if she was of the blood royal. I must give her time, and she'll come around. Never whip a jibbing horse. You may break your whip to atoms, yet not advance a step. Patience, patience, that's the virtue for me." End of section 43. Section 44 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 11 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. The Travelling Circus. The town of Elbury is a quiet place, with some 2,000 inhabitants, and it struck Monsieur the celebrated equestrian performer and the boldest somersault thrower in the world, that it would be worth his while to pitch his tent in the neighbourhood for one night only. He waited upon Sir Frederick Wigwam to seek his patronage. He obtained an indirect promise from Dr. Pinnock of Milton House Academy that his 40 scholars would be present, and altogether the speculation looked, as Monsieur Le Cobbe said, healthy. The bills appeared, long blue ones at the pastry cook's, long pink ones at the circulating library. Labouring men were to be admitted at half the price demanded of the gentry. The inhabitants of Elbury became excited, and the butchers, bakers, and doctors' boys began to practise standing on their heads. To increase the enthusiasm, Monsieur Le Cobbe and his talented troupe entered Elbury in grand procession. The gentlemen riders, with their thick necks exposed, and their long hair tucked behind their ears, wore romantic costumes, while the lady riders looked lovely in their velvet habits and gold lace. The band in the ornamented car played with such spirit that the spotted and cream-coloured steeds became inspired and danced like Christians. Not the least wonderful part of the sight was the dexterity with which Monsieur Le Cobbe drove 10 in hand. He turned the corner of the market-place as easily as if he had been pushing a wheelbarrow. Orders had long since been given to Mr. Barton, the carpenter, to have so many sacks of sawdust ready by a certain day. 4 cartloads of fine garden mould had been bespoken at Daddy's nursery ground. The erecting of the handsome and commodious tent attracted hundreds of lookers on. Indeed, the beer boy from the Pink Sow was constantly running backwards and forwards with gallon cans of ale. In the course of the day, Sir Frederick Wigwam and the ladies honoured the stables of Monsieur Le Cobbe with a visit, and expressed themselves much pleased with the beauty and condition of the numerous stud. There was, that evening, such a rush that it was a mercy the tent did not get turned over or collapse like an umbrella. The shilling places were packed in half an hour. The youngest child of Mr. Waters, the greengrocer, had to be sent home to be washed, having been rolled into a mud heap, where it lay like a pigeon in a pie, with only its little hands showing above the crust. What business Philip Merton had at Elbury does not signify just now. Perhaps it is better not to inquire too closely into the matter. There he was, and well dressed too. How he paid for, or otherwise obtained, these excellent clothes, we had rather not be forced to explain. The inside of the tent was worthy of being painted in a picture. The oil lamps cast a mellow light, and the striped bunting decorations were draped with exceeding taste. There was a mixed smell of horses, sawdust, oil, and oranges, which was far from unpleasant. In the centre of the tent was the ring, resembling an enormous snuff-box filled with râpé, and in a stand, raised like a railway cistern, over the door at which the horses would enter, were placed the band. As soon as the noble patron had arrived, the performances commenced. First there was an equestrian drama entitled "The Fair Maid of Sahara, or the Arab Steed and the Lover's Vow." Seated next to Philip was a young lady, evidently under the protection of her maidservant, a savage, elderly female, who, whenever she caught the youth peeping at her mistress, looked murder, and clenched the hand of her big basket tightly, as if it were a stick. But the face was so pretty that all the servants in the world could not force Phil's eyes away from it. A round forehead, on which a little globe of light was focused just above the temple, of such whiteness that pearl powder would have soiled it. The lashes to the eyes were so long that they sheltered them like a screen, and, casting a shadow, gave a velvet softness to the pupils. The strings to her bonnet tightened when she laughed, for she had the smallest taste in life of a double chin, which plumped out on such occasions and looked remarkably lovely. She listened very attentively to the drama, apparently believing every word of it to be true. The hero always came in on horseback, and never once was he permitted to mount or dismount his steed without slow music. He often addressed the animal, calling it his beautiful bright-eyed charger. He would tell the passive-looking cream that right well had it carried him on its lightning feet amid the battle fray. These praises caused the young lady next Phil to exclaim over and over again, "Pretty creature!" She trembled in horror when the villain of the drama, making his horse prance, roared out, "If she reject me, my revenge shall indeed be fearful and terrible." How she rejoiced when the bold lover, raising himself in the stirrups, shouted, "If we meet, his blood be upon his own soul." Phil, who was watching her, felt quite jealous of the actor who played the part. There was no scenery to this piece, which was performed in the circus, but it gave great satisfaction, and the horses and actors went out amidst immense applause. During the scenes in the circle, Phil gazed so intently at the young lady that the maidservant once proposed to change places with her mistress. The entrance of Mademoiselle Vanille in that graceful scene d'équitation called "The Flower Girl of Florence" saved Phil from this misfortune. Every eye in the circus followed the flower girl as she moved round the ring. It was a prettily conceived scene. First she had a spade handed her, and began to dig at the saddle as if it were a garden bed. Then a groom ran after her and exchanged the spade for a rake, with which she proceeded to level the imaginary earth about the saddle. Every time the ringmaster smacked his long whip, the fair one of Elbury trembled, lest the flower girl of Florence should tumble to the real soil. The saddle with the embroidered covering was as broad as a tea-tray, but what is that when a jolting horse is underneath? Towards the close of this graceful performance, when "Hi, hi!" was shouted to make the horse gallop faster and faster, when the rider was being carried round at a speed that nearly tore away her satin skirts, the velvet-eyed beauty seemed in great fear lest the Florentine damsel should break her neck on English ground. There was a capital clown, who first did his gymnastic exercises, and then made the audience shout at his wit. "How do you do, sir?" asked the ringmaster. "Very poorly, thank you, sir," answered the clown, forcing down the corners of his mouth. "How is that, sir?" "Why, I've had the hen flew in at the window, sir." "What is that, sir?" "It's a kind of severe guitar, with headrakes and roomy attics, sir." "You mean the influenza with a catarrh, headaches, and rheumatics, I suppose, sir?" "Yes, sir, but I take my medicine regular, a wine glass of mustard poultice 3 times a day, and my feet in cough mixture before going to bed." When the pretty young lady laughed at this, Phil laughed too, and then their eyes met. Then they laughed more violently than before. There were some acrobats in spangled tights who glittered like fresh herrings. These men had legs flexible as riding whips, and lifted each other in every possible manner. There was a young lady who executed the rapid and brilliant act of leaping over banners and through paper hoops. There was another maiden, with weak knees that bent each time the horse moved, who performed most elegantly with a scarf. Whenever the audience applauded, Phil and the young lady looked at each other as though comparing notes and exchanging opinions about the merit of the entertainment. The eccentricities of the clown amused the old maid-servant, and she forgot to watch her young mistress. Mr. Merriman told the ringmaster that provisions were very dear. "Sorry to hear it, sir," answered the gentleman. "Yes, sir," continued the clown. "Milk has gone up so high the cream can't get to the top of it." When Mr. Merriman asked if he was afraid of a horse, he said, "No, it was himself he was afraid of." There seemed no end to his humour. He remarked that one of the steeds was a thoroughbred, and a penny loaf atop of that. He even invited the ringmaster to come and spend a week at his house. "I shall be delighted, Mr. Merryman," answered that gentleman. "Where do you live, sir?" "In the same place, sir, before I removed to where I used to live now." "That's a rather strange address, sir. I've gone up and down on the other side facing." "I'm not much wiser, sir." "Well, you can't mistake the house, sir, because the door opens just as you go in." Whilst everybody was roaring with delight, Philip most impudently whispered in the young lady's ear, "He's very good, don't you think so?" And she, laughing, answered aloud, "Oh, very amusing indeed." Presently the ringmaster advised Mr. Merryman not to walk before him, adding, "I never follow fools," upon which the clown fell into the rear, and making a face, said, "I do." This gave Phil an excuse for again speaking to the young lady. "Have you never been to a circus before?" he asked. She answered so loudly that the maidservant heard her. "No, this is the first time I ever saw anything of the kind," and then fell to laughing again. But, alas! for Phil, all further chance of renewing the conversation was put an end to by the maidservant, who, crimson with indignation, threw herself between him and the fair one. "For shame, Miss Lucy!" cried the faithful domestic. "To talk with a strange gentleman! Well, I never did before." When he heard that her name was Lucy, Phil opened his eyes with delight. He did nothing but repeat the name to himself during the remainder of the performance. It was in vain he endeavoured to catch another glance at the pretty face. The eye of the servant maid was watching him with threatening activity. At last the audience rose to depart, and Phil, although the domestic did all she could to get rid of him, followed closely at the heels of the beauty. He had resolved to find out where she lived, though, as he said to himself, "It's only a waste of time. They wouldn't let a chap like me marry her." End of section 44. Section 45 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 12 of Book the Third. The Road to Ruin. The captain is guilty of what he considers a great waste of money. Out of respect to its age, we were about to make use of an old saying, but most fortunately we are, without departing from the truth, enabled to vary it a little. The course of Captain Crosier's base love did not run smooth. It was full of hard, flinty obstructions that made it foam and bubble. It had to rush by difficult points and overcome a variety of disagreeable stoppages. This course was a muddy stream, such as a lover would prefer drinking in a poetic manner with his eyes. He might just as well have given up his rooms in Harley Street for the use he made of them. From one week's end to another he never showed his face there. In fact, more than once Mrs. Bullanty — he owed her, as she said, a pretty penny — became seriously alarmed at the prolonged absence of her first-floor lodger, and had even gone to the extreme length of using her duplicate keys to see if the effects in the locked-up drawers were equal to the value of her debt. The vast amount of time left on Mr. Teddy Cutler's hands enabled him to add to his varied accomplishments by learning several new songs from the Little Warbler. He could also make his appointments for the evening with greater certainty of not breaking them. Had he dared to grow a moustache, his worldly happiness would have been complete. They lived well and looked well at Camberwell. The captain became so curiously domesticated that it almost seemed like a wager between himself and the cat as to which of them should remain indoors for the greater length of time. The only journey of any consequence that he undertook was to the chambers of Mr. Edward Dancer in Holborn, to request him to let some little matter or other stand over for a few weeks. When he returned, he told Bertha it seemed to him as if he had been absent for hours. He also made this journey an excuse for embracing his beloved as fondly as if he had been to India and back. The gallant captain, in the full bloom of his happiness, felt a worm in the bud gnawing at the tenderest leaves of his love. He was disappointed with himself. He had come, he had seen, but, instead of his conquering, there had been a very hard battle for the victory. The other chaps, his dashing friends, would cut him if they knew what a mess he had made of the business. With them, carrying off a girl was either the affair of a week or a fortnight, or she might stop where she was. Charlie Sutton had bolted with a baker's daughter from Cheltenham before he had wasted £10 in the courtship. Fred Tattenham could tell 20 highly amusing stories of his loves — one was with a lawyer's wife — and in no instance had he devoted more than 2 months to even the most troublesome case. The captain felt the awkwardness of his position. Even after he carried off Bertha, he scarcely knew what he should do with her. It was his dream to give pleasant little dinners at her villa in St. John's Wood. He wanted to make the fellows envious of his good fortune. But then, with these delicious morsels of swagger, the truth would peep out that it had taken him ages of the most assiduous attention to captivate a servant girl. He felt ashamed of himself, and would often examine his countenance in the chimney glass to try and discover some reason for the tardiness of the result. If we were called upon to give any explanation of the captain's fear of the world and a dread of the exposure which might follow his dilatory method of proceeding, we should impute it to an excessive adventure. This gentleman was, even then, in great trepidation lest any rumour of what he was plotting should reach the ears of certain parties at Swanborough. He more particularly dreaded the remarks his mother might make on such a theme. She was very much opposed to these amiable indiscretions, even if his father, who was an easy-going man upon all human frailties but those of robbery and dishonouring a bill, were to remark that young men would be young men. The strict mamma would most likely add something about it not being necessary for them to be rogues as well. That woman, thought the captain, is actually capable of insisting on a genuine marriage. The occurrences of daily life reported in our morning newspapers had also a checking influence on the captain's boldness. He never opened the Times without fear and trembling. His eye fell down the columns with the rapidity of a stone. If he saw anything about heartless seduction by a gentleman of fortune, it brought on an attack of frowning and biting the lips. He was pained to see that in such reported cases it was usually the mother of the girl who applied to the magistrate for advice under the distressing circumstances. One of these reports would run thus: a respectably dressed female, who appeared greatly excited, entered the court as it was about to rise, and appealed, and etc., and etc. Then the bold captain would mutter to himself, "Damn that mother Hazlewood, that's exactly the little game she'd be after." The woman would cry her eyes out to make a case of it. Sometimes the report was slightly varied. A woman who was humbly but cleanly attired, and who, though overcome by her feelings, refused to give her name. This he could read with a more full breath. The refusal to give her name had great hope in it. With his eyes slantways through intensity of thought, he would wonder to himself whether the old woman would have decency enough to keep her daughter's shame secret. But by the way in which he would immediately afterwards term the poor old nurse an old jade and a whining hypocrite, he showed he had not much reliance on the family pride of the Hazlewoods. All done to extort money, was his usual criticism upon such police cases. Yet, to see how pleasantly the days skipped and hopped and danced along over the heads of these happy sojourners in Camberwell, who could have suspected that even one bosom had a thorn in it? As for that house having a skeleton in it, the very mice and black beetles were fat, jovial Daniel Lamberts in their small way. The happy mother might wake up in the morning dreaming either that Bertha's wedding dress had come home too late to be worn at the bridal, or that the hooks and eyes wouldn't meet, but even a pork supper could not trouble her with any misgivings more terrible. The intended bride seldom dreamed at all. She usually fell asleep towards 3 in the morning, being by that time thoroughly tired out with thinking about her prince, her king, her demigod, the lanky Merton, snoring in the back parlour. If there was any uneasy conscience in this humble residence, it was in the bosom of the wicked soldier. He might perhaps kick about his blankets and moan as he writhed and plunged his head into his pillow, perhaps to find a comfortable place. But even he had no night or morning visions. He usually dreamed with the candle burning, and his eyes fixed on the curtain rings whilst he smoked his last cigar in bed. He was troubled with dreadful imaginings of the scene that would take place on the day when Bertha discovered that she had been tricked into being his mistress. The perspiration would make his forelocks cling, curling like feathers, to his forehead as he sketched to himself the tragedy that might follow. He fancied he saw her, seated in a corner of the room, a pose plastique of bitter sorrow, her eyes fixed with a terrible stare that looked through the walls in front and far beyond the houses on the other side of the way. He might call to her and she wouldn't hear him. If he touched her, she would turn round like one just awakened, and then, her chin crumpling up and her lip quivering with anguish, gaze at him for a moment or two as if she had never before seen his face. He would suppose himself standing over her, telling her to bear her trial with fortitude and resignation, but however eloquently he besought her to "never mind, love," or to "be a woman, dear," no answer was returned. He fancied he could hear the big tears fall heavily on the little silk apron that fitted so jauntily round her slender waist. If he went out and returned ever so late at night, he would find her, not in bed, but still in the same attitude. The servant who followed him into the room would, as she sobbed, tell him how her mistress had eaten nothing, and wouldn't have the candles, but hid her head when lights were brought. Or maybe he would have to listen to some miserable tale of how a cup of tea had been placed near her lips, and she never even tasted it, and although some was, with the spoon, forced into her mouth, she wouldn't swallowed it, but allowed it to trickle onto her bosom. Then the captain, with a sigh that blew away the tobacco fumes, curling and twirling, would utter, "It would drive me mad unless I bolted away and left her. Confound it, that tragic humbuggery wouldn't do with me, I can tell her." The convulsive manner in which he unlocked a private drawer and took out a bottle of brandy, the peculiar shaking of the hand as he poured out the stimulant, and the reckless manner in which he drank off the raw spirit, were proof sufficient that he was terribly disturbed by these forewarning phantasms. Brandy ever stood his friend in these attacks. As the spirit worked, his pluck returned, and he would fall asleep calling himself an idiot and a weak fool to suffer mere mental hobgoblins to make a child of such a strong man as he was. It had been the captain's wish that during his sojourn at Camberwell he should remain hidden from the eyes of the world. In all he did, he kept in view the chances of an action at law, and so conducted himself as to favour his own case should any proceedings follow his flight with Bertha. The captain liked the mystery of the business. It made him fancy himself a grand personage. He noticed that he grew fat for want of exercise, but yet he remained indoors. How disgusted then he must have felt when, despite all his precautions, he found himself one of the most talked about and closely watched personages in the neighbourhood. He was enraged to find that whenever he ventured into the street, he became an object of great interest to the neighbours. As he slammed the street door after him, the servants at No. 6 next door would either rush to the windows or race to the parlours and throw up the sash to stare after him. At the butcher's, the young man and the young lady would trip out into the street and gaze most impertinently. Women in shops left their customers to catch a peep, and the lovely apprentices in the millinery establishment nearly upset the bonnets exposed for sale in their hurry to see the capting at No. 5. Several times Crosier felt his face become hot and red as these rude people whispered to each other, "That's him!" And even if the criticism was favourable and consisted of, "He's a nice-ish sort of chap," or, as at the bonnet shop, of, "He's just my style of fella," it did not compensate for the indignation caused by his notoriety. He was not long in accounting for these annoying impertinences. "Confound that Mother Hazlewood," he growled. "Confound the cunning old fox. She wants to force me into marriage, does she? She thinks that by spreading about a report that I am courting Bertha, I shall be afraid to bolt with her. We shall see, old gal. It's a fight between us." He even distilled a few drops of consolation from these troubles, assuring himself that for the future he need feel no delicacy towards the poor mother, for it was clear she knew what his intentions were, and was speculating on his modesty and fear of public opinion. Now, the Lord Mayor of London was not more innocent of these attacks upon the parlour lodger than unfortunate Mrs. Hazlewood. Poor creature, she was ready to sink to the ground when one day Mrs. Gosport, where she dealt for the captain's sausages and bacon, wished her joy on the excellent match her daughter had made. She tried to deny it, but her nervousness so twisted her words that her answer more than admitted the fact, and even led the garrulous shopkeeper to infer that the day had been fixed and the cake ordered. If the captain had calmly considered the matter, he would have soon discovered why the neighbours busied themselves so unceremoniously with his affairs. He had 4 or 5 times, but not until the new dresses had been made up, taken Bertha for a walk. As she leaned on his arm, his head was bent down to enable him to peep under her bonnet. He walked with his body twisted on one side. He spoke to her in rapid whispers, she having her eyes directed to the pavement, and never raising them but to look up in his face and smile, when he was lucky enough to utter something particularly delicious. Everybody who saw this couple concluded they were in love. It is much to the credit of everybody that they also concluded this couple were to be married. How lovely did the maiden appear in her silken robe, velvet mantle, and dainty little bonnet. The enamoured officer felt giddy with rapture, as with the gentlest pressure her arm rested on his. The gown rustling with each step affected his nerves worse than the scratching of slate pencil. He watched her little feet bob in and out from under the waving flounces until he felt giddy. He took her small hand, made smaller by the tight kid glove, and said innumerable playful things as he laid it on his own big palm that held it easily as a dish does a chop. He called it an ugly little paw, a stupid useless little daddle, and with a miraculous softness about the eyes would inquire when that silly little hand was to be his. How happy these walks made him. He watched the reflection of Bertha's figure in the shop windows as they passed. He saw fellows lean from their cabs and turn round in their saddles to stare at his little beauty. Some impudent scoundrels would walk in front of this couple, looking round at every other step at the abashed angel. He heard many of them cry out, "By Jove, what a pretty girl!" And although the rage of the bold captain was such that his fists rolled up tight as hedgehogs, yet he was secretly pleased that the world should so unmistakably approve of and envy his choice. On one occasion, Charlie Sutton passed the couple as they were sauntering down Regent Street. Crosier shook his hand and said languidly, "Howdy do," a recognition which Sutton acknowledged by raising his eyeglass and staring his hardest at Bertha. He did not recognise the little servant girl. In a letter he sent Crosier a few days afterwards, he asked bluntly where the devil he picked up the little blood he was trotting out, adding in his strange style that she was a regular petrifier, very choice and becoming, and indeed, he might add, the slap-up perfect ginger. The captain smiled as he read these lines. He felt as if he had been avenged. "They pretended to laugh at me, the fools!" he cried. "They dared to sneer at my judgment, the donkeys! Wait till they see her at the opera, in a low-necked dress, with a wreath round her head, and just one diamond bracelet. The idiots! I'll pay them out." The captain, whenever he was alone with Bertha, never chatted about any other subject than their approaching wedding. He would ask her in the merriest manner not to weep at the altar, and entreat her to give out the awful "yes" in a bold, joyful tone. He even made her rehearse to him her conduct before the priest, uttering in a ludicrously gruff voice the question of, "Will you, Bertha Hazlewood, accept this horribly spoony wretch to be," and etc., and etc., and insist upon her replying, "Yes, if you please," or "I should think so," or some other absurdity which made the supposed bride blush and titter. But if ever the unfortunate Mrs. Hazlewood dared to indulge in any of her maternal jokes upon the forthcoming event, her wit was speedily checked by the son-in-law's frigid replies. If, as she left the room, she threw out hints about their preferring to be alone, and bobbed her head or looked sly, the captain would coldly answer that he saw no reason why Mrs. Hazlewood should deprive him of her delightful company. Once the mamma caught Bertha reading the advertisements of marriages in the Times, and playfully quizzed the girl about the delight somebody would feel when a certain announcement appeared in the paper. The captain gave her such a haughty look that in her alarm the poor creature, who was making tea, poured the whole of the fragrant decoction into the slop basin, mistaking it for a cup. That evening he told Bertha he considered her mother's jests highly indecent and vulgar. Not that he was really disgusted, but he was determined in no way to admit to anybody who could be brought forward as a witness that he had either by word or gesture given any promise of marriage. "No, no, no, not a bit of it," thought he, "not so green as that." It cut Bertha to the heart to hear this king of hers speak in ungenerous, not to say rude terms of her poor mother. He was constantly reminding the girl that she was never to repeat to mamma any of the fond conversations they held together. "It isn't her fault, poor creature, but her ignorance and stupidity are most offensive to me," he would give as his reason for desiring this secrecy, whilst the daughter stared at him in wonder, almost doubting her own ears. By and by he would compensate the outraged child by informing her of the provision he intended to make for the mother, fixing her maintenance at £60 per annum and a comfortable cottage. The captain, seeing that no great opposition was offered to his plans upon Bertha, grew bolder in his behaviour to the parent. He several times hinted to his angel that it was high time she should give up any share in the household management. He told her that the heat of the kitchen fire was deleterious to the skin of the face, and requested her to leave all cooking to the old lady. He occasionally examined her hands, saying he would not permit her to spoil their whiteness by housemaid's work. He even lectured the damsel on her want of proper spirit in rendering any assistance whatever to her mother. "You should remember, dearest," he said, chiding her, "that you will shortly bear my name, and this hand," looking at it closely, "should come to me unsullied by the most vulgar of labour. If your mother had any sense or delicacy, she would understand these things, without my being forced to speak on what is, naturally, a painful subject. Pray speak to Mrs. Hazlewood, and inform her of my wishes." If he thought Bertha cruel enough to do this, he was mistaken. She would have preferred deposing her king to deserting her doting gentle parent. After hearing such unkind words, she would wonder why Merton was so altered of late, and what her mother could have done to offend him. But she never shocked the old nurse by repeating her lodger's injunctions. Despair had the effect of brightening the captain's wits, giving to his leaden intellect a silvery polish. He laid him down on the sofa, and invented fresh snares for the unprotected maiden. In the present emergency, he resolved on writing letters to himself in a disguised hand, which, telling her they were received from his home, he would read to her to prove that his parents were violently opposed to their son's union with one so lowly born, that the only chance of his being united to her was by a clandestine marriage. One great advantage of this forged letter process was, according to this base man, that he could puff and glorify both himself and the worshipped one of his wickedness. Each epistle took him many hours to perfect. The handwriting was carefully disguised. The thick down strokes of his ordinary calligraphy became thin ones. In the counterfeit T and L were decreased in size, and every other letter of the alphabet artfully altered. On the day the first of these deceits arrived per post, Crosier did all he could to force Bertha into the trap. He first rang the bell for the girl, and when she entered the room, she found him sighing and slapping his forehead with good hard knocks. When asked if he was ill, he rolled his eyes and replied, "Yes, ill indeed. Sick at heart." From bashfulness, most likely, Bertha, instead of putting any more questions, merely stared with her large eyes, stretched to twice their size with sympathy. As this silence did not suit the captain's plot, he murmured forth, "Why did they send that letter, that cruel letter?" On this, Bertha was forced to ask, "What letter?" The question did not clear the mystery much, for Crosier replied, "That cruel letter which has cut me to my very soul." Then, fearing lest she might leave the room and so spoil the affair, he drew the girl close to him, and, swearing no one should ever part them as long as he had health and strength to resist, told her with an effort that he had written to a dear friend, imploring him to sound his mother and father on the subject of his marriage with one far beneath him in fortune, birth, and position. "I told him, beloved one," added the captain, gazing on the girl with a fond, sickly expression of eye, "that you were an angel on earth, that your beautiful face was a greater treasure than mere worldly riches, and I added that the noblest born could not be more virtuous than my Bertha. And," thought he to himself, "that is painfully true at any rate." To see him fall to again, banging his poor forehead, and casting up his eyeballs as if he were trying to look backwards, prepared the girl for the most terrible news, and made her tremble pitifully. As he read aloud extracts from this dreadful letter, every word seemed to hit her. The cunning fellow pretended to make mistakes whilst hunting after the particular paragraph, and so managed to introduce several passages highly complimentary to the maiden, and which, having the appearance of being the confession of a secret correspondence, did not fail to move her heart with an excessive love and gratitude. He standing by the window, she trembling by the door, the reading commenced. "You do, indeed, speak in glowing terms," mumbled the captain, "of the lovely being who has inspired in you so honourable a love—" "No, that is not the passage," he muttered, turning the leaf. "Ah, here it is. You describe her as the most fair and perfect of her sex, and your manly views on marriage—" No, that isn't the place. Oh, here it is. "Your mother, when I spoke to her on the subject, became excessively indignant, and declared that if a son of hers dared to bring a kitchen wench into the family, he must do so at his peril, and perhaps when starving in a garret he would regret having sought in the arms of a serving maid the love a mother would henceforth refuse." Not daring to turn his head to see what the effect of this letter had been, the captain assumed a fit of rage, and threw the epistle into the fire, calling it an inhuman and wicked performance. He waited some time for Bertha either to faint or to burst into tears, but as she remained silent, he was forced to turn towards her. Her face was crimson with indignant blushes, but she seemed collected and firm of limb. "Your mother's right," she said, as he stared inquiringly at her. "I'm punished for my presumption." He tried to prevent her leaving the room, but although he upset 2 chairs, she was gone before he could seize her arm. The girl went upstairs to weep, and he plumped into his armchair to think. He admitted the attempt had failed. The wording was too strong. He banged the fire irons about with vexation. She would be afraid to come near him. Of course she didn't like such name-calling. Who would? The only good thing was, he had burnt the letter. That couldn't tell tales or bear witness. "Always burn your letters," murmured the captain. He set to work writing another letter. It was a milder style of authorship. On the second day it was delivered at Camberwell, and, as Crosier had not seen Bertha for 2 days, he sent to her requesting an interview. She came, but so pale in face and so dejected in manner that he was really shocked and pained. Her eyes were crimson with weeping, and by the hurried manner in which the hair was tucked behind her ears, he saw she had been thinking of nothing but her sorrow. Being fond of stimulants, he insisted upon her instantly taking a restorative of sherry, and, though the glass rattled against her teeth as she raised her trembling hand to her lips, he begged that its contents should be swallowed, even if it choked her. But what did her more good than his wine was the happy expression of his face. "We shall have no more saucy letters, dear Bertha," he said, kneeling by her side. And as he wrote them himself, he was well enabled to make good the promise. "I warrant they will be civil enough now. My little queen shall not be made to cry for nothing. Every tear shall be avenged with a shower." As she tried to smile, he continued, "Cheer up, my pretty May Queen. Laugh again, darling flower. There's good news this time." And producing the forgery, he opened it. "Read this, dear, with your own pretty eyes. See what Alfred writes me. If, as you say, you cannot live without your beloved Bertha, take my advice and get married privately. Your mother has already greatly changed her tone. She loves you dearly, and would soon pardon any act you might commit." Do you hear that, dearest? Yes, that is what we will do. I will buy the license, and we will be married at once. When they see my sweet wife's pretty face, I am sure to be forgiven for loving you, for they will all love you as fondly as I do." But Bertha shook her head. She began to sob again, and, though he wiped up the tears as they trickled down her cheeks, she would not be consoled. Whilst matters were at this crisis, a real letter arrived for Captain Merton Crosier whilst he was waiting for the post to bring him another of his fictitious ones. He had resolved to expedite matters by a line or two from his mother herself, half assenting to the match, and had passed the day before in forging as well as he could that lady's handwriting. Anxiously was he looking out of the window to catch sight of the 10 o'clock postman, when, to his astonishment, he beheld Mr. Edward Cutler, his man, hurrying at the top of his speed towards No. 5. "Now, how the devil did that fellow discover my hiding place?" thought the captain, ducking his head. On came the valet with rapid strides. The master, through the wire blind, saw him unhesitatingly ascend the steps, and heard him knock as rapidly and violently as if a steam gun were being exhibited. "That fellow is sacked to-morrow," vowed the master, boiling over with passion. All his rage, all thoughts about his hiding-place, all his vows of vengeance were forgotten when Mr. Cutler entered the parlour and handed him 2 letters, one with "Immediate" stamped on the outside, and the other with a deep black border around the envelope. After he had opened the first, he scarcely needed to break the seal of the second. The black edging told the news. In the one, he was besought, if he wished to see his mother alive, to start instantly for Swanborough. In the other, his father informed him, with stinging coldness, that the mother had expired asking for her absent son. Scarcely had he recovered from the terrible surprise of this news than the postman delivered the letter he had forged in his dead mother's handwriting. Without even opening it, to the astonishment of Mr. Cutler, he flung the epistle into the fire. "How long have those letters been delivered?" asked Crosier, but in a mournful voice, as if all his manhood had left him. "4 days, sir," replied the man, frightened by the ghastly face of the questioner. "I sought for you everywhere, in the Haymarket and at the clubs, for I knew Mr. Nathaniel's writing, but you were nowhere to be heard of. At last, Miss Tommy thought you was here, and— Go home and prepare my trunks. I must leave town instantly." Standing in the hall, Mrs. Hazlewood heard this conversation. She hurried off to tell Bertha that something dreadful had happened to the captain. Shortly afterwards, when the bell rang, both these women, as if they did not dare to be alone, entered the parlour together. He had been weeping bitterly, and although he had bathed his face in water to remove all traces of his grief, his eyes were swollen and inflamed. Then did these women, sympathising with the trouble of their dear friend, begin also to shed tears. He told them, as well as he could, the terrible news he had received. His voice was strangely altered, and had become hoarse and short-breathed. The women were fearfully frightened, and stood close together as if they expected the sad tale was not half finished. The mother, wiping her eyes on her apron, was dispatched for a cab. The daughter, left alone with Crosier, advanced to his side, and laying her hand on his arm, said in a tone of great agony, "It was I who caused your mother's death. This marriage broke her heart. God forgive me. I wish I had died in her stead." Whether it was that grief for his loss had crushed every other feeling in his heart, or whether he had not courage to enter into the details of the deceit he had practised, most certain is it that he had the cruelty to leave the house without making even an attempt to undeceive the poor girl. She construed his silence into a tacit acknowledgment that her self-accusings were just, For days and nights did she pine and mourn over the life she imagined she had destroyed. She began to hate herself and curse her pretty face for the evil it had wrought. Her poor mother would miss her in the daytime, and hunt through room after room, calling aloud for Bertha, to find her at last huddled up in some corner, with her head resting upon her knees, dreaming with open, straining eyes of the loss she had brought upon her dear Merton. Sometimes, at night, the mother would wake and discover the girl had risen, but she knew where to find her, for Bertha had crept downstairs to fling herself upon the bed in which she had slept, and pray there that he might forgive her the misery she had caused. The house, No. 5, became a miserable habitation, such as neither first, second, nor ground floor lodger would have stopped a day in, and all because Captain Crosier had not courage enough to speak some half-dozen words of truth. By the death of his mother, Crosier became a gentleman of independent fortune. The deceased lady's jointure of £400 a year descended to himself and his sister Helen, but by her will he inherited the sum of nearly £5,000, moneys which had at different times been bequeathed her by her relations. The sorrow of the son became more intense when he discovered to what an amount his departed parent had loved him. He spoke feelingly of the loss he had suffered, and, even when he was calculating mentally what the total of his debts might be, his grief seemed uncontrollable. Simple Helen forgot to cry when brother Merton began to groan and sob. She said pretty tender consolations about the miseries of this life and the blessings beyond the grave, and used her utmost to check the bitter wailings of the soldier brother, but he was touched to the quick with the loving kindness of the special bequest, and his spirit refused all comfort. Nathaniel Crosier, banker, argued with his broken-hearted son, but to no avail, so he drank his port wine after dinner in solitude, and never bothered his head about where Merton had gone. Yet of the two, Nathaniel Crosier was the more stricken down by the blow. The old man spoke little, but he pined sorely for the lost wife. He grew, day by day, more and more morose and taciturn, whilst Merton gradually recovered his health and spirits, and was, before a month had passed, in a fit state to write several letters to town, one of which made Mr. Dancer of Holborn very lively, whilst another did more good to the conscience-tormented Bertha than if 50 physicians had held a mighty consultation in her case. It was a short, rapidly scrawled note, but it contained a wonderful prescription in these words: "I find my poor mother was not, after all, so much opposed as we imagined to our marriage. Her death was caused by the rupture of a blood vessel. I enclose you a remittance. She lingered for only 2 days. Be kind enough to see that my room is prepared, for I shall be in town shortly. I now, alas, know how heavy is the loss of a fond parent. What can replace a mother's love? Send your answer by Cutler, who brings this." It seemed as if the best response the captain could find to his question of "What can replace a mother's love?" was to fall in love with somebody else. After a month's absence he returned to London, and drove direct to Camberwell. Here he passed his time in listening as patiently as he could to Mrs. Hazlewood's solemn consolations, and in endeavouring to persuade the dejected Bertha that she was in no way accountable for the family bereavement. He was delighted to find that sorrow had had a softening influence over the maiden's heart. Out of respect to the memory of his mother, he thought it would seem heartless if he commenced his love-making until the edges of his mourning suit evinced something like wear and tear. He even suited his voice to his sable garments, imparting a mournful tone to his sentences, which convinced all hearers that grief was in his heart. It was not until some 3 months had crept past that he allowed his lips to utter fond expressions. Even then he pressed his suit in doleful accents, making his affectionate requests in a melodious cadence of sad suffering, such as no tender-hearted maiden would wish by cruel refusals to increase or aggravate. He was enchanted at his success, and persuaded himself that, provided he allowed some 6 months or so to elapse before he pressed the girl to elope with him, there would be no impropriety in the act as far as mourning a mother's loss was concerned. 6 months are a long period of time. For fear the girl should grow nervous and withdraw her consent, he endeavoured to secure her affections by divers little acts of great kindness and generosity. He caused his will to be drawn up, and, when everything was prepared, read it over to Bertha. He bequeathed all he possessed to her, and named her as his sole executrix and legatee. He signed the deed in her presence, and had the signature properly witnessed by a policeman, who charged 1 shilling as his fee, and the old nurse, who shed tears of gratitude. There was no great importance to be attached to this act, for, as he very well knew, a will is destroyed in much less time than it is prepared. Nevertheless, he made a great fuss about this ceremony, and assured Bertha, who, from a childish idea that men never make their wills until on the point of death, imagined her Merton intended to quit this life, that as she was to replace a mother's love, so she ought to receive a mother's legacy. He talked too much about his mother to please honest, sensible persons, but Bertha and her mother were both under the influence of a sentimental fit, and considered these allusions to his parent as beautifully filial and extremely affecting. We know the captain better than they did, simple creatures. He was for ever impressing on the girl, by making her presents necessary to her future state, that it was now too late to break off the match. He talked with her about the printing of her wedding cards, and the ordering of the cake, although, as their match was to be a stolen one, he never intended to be at the expense of either. His object was to be continually talking about the marriage, and allow her no time for thought or repentance. He had plotted with her how they were to leave the house. He was to send her wardrobe to Harley Street in his boxes. The shopkeepers, where extensive purchases were made, had instructions to leave their bulky parcels at the same address. The mother would suspect nothing if she saw no preparation for the wedding. He was to leave the house the day before, on some important business or other, and she was to join him early the next morning, then to the registrar's, and afterwards to the north to enjoy the honeymoon. "But," added the captain, "we will not break poor mamma's heart by keeping her in suspense. You shall send her one of your sweet little letters, telling her that you are right and happy, and that sort of thing, and entreating her to keep the business secret." How kind and considerate he was! He thought of everybody but himself, dear man. We consider it to be the duty of a young gentleman, even if he does not very deeply mourn the loss of his mother, at any rate to assume a certain show of grief for the bereavement. The captain had fixed 6 months as the period his affliction was to last. By that time he calculated all his tears would be expended. But before half that time had expired, his lachrymal ducts were as dry as gas pipes. He could hardly persuade himself that he had not been an orphan for years. He could not understand why the crape on his hat should wear so well, and remain so stiff and black. Every day he referred to his almanac, to see how long he must yet wait before Bertha should deliver herself into his loving custody. He was as impatient for this great holiday as an Indian boy who has been at school all his life. He prepared everything. He remained patiently for an entire hour in a cab at the door of an outfitting establishment whilst she was inside selecting the trousseau. On another occasion, the evening was very dark and looked like rain, so that few people were abroad. He escorted Bertha to an eminent jeweller's in Regent Street to purchase the wedding ring. He did not tell the girl the purport of their walk until he was close to the shop, and then in a husky voice he tried to be poetically affecting on the subject of the link that was to bind them together for life. He never was much of a hand at sentiment, and any other girl but Bertha would have laughed in his face as he stammered out, "As that ring, my sweetest, is to typify, as it were, our loves, I should like you to select a good, solid, strong one, and also, my beauty, when once I have placed it on your finger, never on any account take it off again, even wash your hands with it on. Do you understand, my dearest treasure?" Bertha listened to all of this twaddle with as solemn a countenance as if it had been spoken from a pulpit. She was, indeed, rather affected by the sentiment. Outside the jeweller's shop the captain felt very nervous and uneasy. He was nearly on the point of asking Bertha to make the purchase alone. A man, he thought, looks such a fool buying a wedding ring, and everybody grins at him. He darted in, dragging his sweetest after him in a manner that would have made many believe that this goldsmith and jeweller advanced money on certain securities besides vending precious ornaments. As the nervous couple stood before the counter, they had to undergo another distressing trial. The captain tried to assume an air as if he had only come there for the fun of the thing, and expected Bertha to reply to the man's question of "What can I show you?" whilst she, unfortunate child, was so overwhelmed by her bashfulness that she left it to her dashing lover to give the necessary orders. The captain scowled and coloured, fiddled with his eyeglass, bit his moustache, but eventually had to gasp out the words, "Rings. Wedding ones." This was spoken in an undertone as if he were confiding a secret. Unfortunately, the tray in which these plain gold ornaments were kept was exhibited in the window, adorned with white satin bows and other chaste decorations. Some dirty little boys were idling their time, discussing in vulgar language which trinket they would most prefer as a present, when the tray of wedding rings was lifted away under their small noses, which they had flattened into white heart cherries by pressing against the glass. These dirty children also saw a lady and gentleman inside, and quickly guessed what they'd come about. Their laughter and rude remarks attracted several other persons to the window, and a complete audience was formed to witness the conduct of the lovers. All this the captain witnessed. He heard the children outside prattling about "that's him who's to have her," and knew it was to him the infants referred. He understood that the playful remark of "her hand's skinnier than my sister's" was meant for Bertha. He didn't like it, and asked Bertha to make haste. In vain did the jeweller observe that the lady had such a remarkably small finger. It was no consolation, for the glass window seemed nebulous with eyes, all staring at him with impudent expressions. The language of those eyes was rude and personal. Every ring that was tried on, Crosier declared would do very well, and, had not the shopman objected to the fit, he would have accepted a golden circle that dangled as loosely on the girl's finger as a hoop on its stick. At last the exact size was found. It was weighed and paid for, and the captain, at a brisk trot, left the shop. Dreadfully annoyed by this humiliating trial, the captain could scarcely speak civilly to her whom but a few minutes before he had styled his treasure. He walked along sulking. "I was a fool ever to mention anything about the ring," he soliloquized. "What the deuce does she want with a ring? I hate such tomfoolery. Throwing 16 shillings away for what? A thing she will never be entitled to wear. Much better have bought herself a pair of boots." Yet, despite these extraordinary remarks, when Bertha that very evening, whilst making his strong coffee, asked him — mother was downstairs — if he liked this much abused ring, he tried it on her finger, and then, kissing her hand, exclaimed with rapture, "Bertha, I worship it. as an emblem of yourself, for its purity and simplicity. On such a hand it does indeed appear lovely." And he fell to kissing her fingers as if he could have eaten them, the ring included. End of section 45. Section 46 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 13 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Some of the adventures which befell Monsieur Emile Vautrin during 10 years of his life. The heading to this chapter is so startling that, without explanation, the reader might feel inclined to treat it like a dirty puddle and just skip over it. The idea of having to devour 10 years of adventure at one sitting is depressing and unnatural. The dish is so enormous that it sickens the appetite, and even curiosity's capacious stomach feels overladen before a single sentence has been tasted. But we intend to grind down and knead this long period of time, so that these 10 years shall make as thin a slice in the loaf of this story as if they had been so many ears of corn. Emile Vautrin was a reckless, unprincipled man. He might have carried his virtues in his snuff-box, and there would have been plenty of room left for the rapé. He thought no more of taking a new name when his old one was worn out than he did of taking a newer hat or a fresher umbrella whenever a favourable opportunity presented itself. On one occasion, as we have seen, he had, in a free and easy manner, unauthorized by any government, joined the army as colonel of the 11 Légers. On another, he had entered into commerce as one Coquardau, a clerk. And as a crowning touch, he had turned philanthropist, calling himself Chose. Whenever one cognomen was a little out at elbows, or spoken of too familiarly by the police, it was changed for a better, fresher, and less celebrated appellation. No godfathers were troubled to attend such christenings. Nobody became security for future sins, and Petit Vert was the baptismal font. Usually Emile Vautrin led an ignoble and vicious life, caring no more for the eye of the law than he did for the eye of a potato. If that coach and four, which can be driven through every Act of Parliament, had been in want of a coachman, this desperado was the man of men to handle the reins. He was what the Americans call a bad egg. Yet there were moments when Vautrin complained bitterly of the ill treatment he had suffered in the world. This unjust man, who had wronged so many, had an idea that he had been driven into his reckless course of vice by the wrongs heaped upon him by his enemies. When in the 4th stage of drunkenness, or depressed by ill luck, he would talk by the hour and grind his teeth over the injuries that had crushed him. He once informed an eminent advocate who undertook some little law business that his natural was good. But, added the client, "I have been made what I am. My guilt be on their shoulders. They massacred the wife I adored. They robbed me of her fortune, and they stole from me my beloved child. They left me the miserable being you behold." At the door of Nathaniel Crosier of Swanborough did Vautrin deposit the big bundle of his crimes, trusting that it would trip up that respectable gentleman whenever he might set out on his way to heaven. There was some little truth and a great deal of imagination in the Frenchman's complainings. His sentimental raving about his wife and child was mere bombast. but the lost fortune he wailed over was as true as arithmetic. Bitterly did he regret it. Nathaniel Crosier had married a Miss Merton, and father-in-law, not liking his son-in-law, had insisted that the bride's fortune, a pretty little income of about £400, should be settled on her as tight as lawyers' pens and red tape could bind it. After the mother's death, the children, if any, were to inherit this jointure. If the children died, leaving husbands or legitimate issue, these were again to become possessed. So it stands to reason that Vautrin had a distinct and perfect claim to 1/3 of these yearly £400. Boldly and with much noise he would have demanded justice in the English law courts, but that the little affair of impersonating the colonel of the 11 Leger rendered such an experiment hazardous and unprofitable. He had peculiar notions about the value of liberty. Besides, gruel was his aversion. We have often heard it asserted that thieves are thieves because they delight in their daring life. Many are of opinion that a pickpocket, earning 30 shillings weekly at his illegal craft, would, if his honesty were better paid, refuse to quit his wickedness. This is mere ill-natured talk. Nobody would have been more delighted than our Frenchman to become respectable, had his virtue been priced at even the value of a cigar above the returns of his roguery. We do not mean to say that he would have worked more laboriously, or risen 1 hour earlier, or told 1 hour later, for the advantage of being considered an honourable man. But, provided the exertion imposed and the earnings were to be in both cases similar, Vautrin would have embraced the respectable in preference to the disreputable life. He had made many attempts to steady himself in society. With the plunder obtained from his Colonel du 11 Leger performance, he vowed to reform and, if it answered, repent. On his return to Paris, he had speculated in an eating-house, spending his capital of about 3,000 francs in fitting up a cheap restaurant in the Quartier Latin. He announced dinner, consisting of 4 plats and a dessert at 1 franc a head. The carte du jour always contained filet de boeuf and gibelotte de lapin. The salle à manger was not a sumptuously furnished apartment, but it served. The rush-covered stools were comfortable enough, and the deal tables looked neat, and occasionally, when hidden under the cotton napkins, clean. A row of hat pegs, a crockery-ware stove, and a few looking-glasses were even more than the 1 franc customers expected or needed. They cared little about ornamentation, provided the portions were large. The establishment of Monsieur Tinton, he had again changed his name, soon won the esteem of the students. His beefsteaks were très solides, and gifted with the distinguishing characteristics of caoutchouc, being both indigestible and elastic. The medical or legal student who ate one of these steaks might possibly suffer from indigestion, but certainly hunger would not for that day again trouble him. The gibelotte de lapin were also favourably received by the customers, and the absence of more than 1 head in each portion termed honourable treatment. But, despite the 2d halfpenny charged for wine when required, despite the weakness of the julienne soup, the scantiness of the salad, and the 1 apple for dessert, the restaurant, to Vautrin's sincere regret, was a failure. He again vowed it was useless trying to be honest, and, secretly selling off his stools, tables, and stewpans, decamped before the landlord had time to ask for the rent. Then he came to England, the richest country in the world, as he called it. Once more he succeeded in filling his pockets, his commercial speculation as agent for the firm of John Coppings, Tan Stickor and Company being eminently prosperous. He made Irish linens refund what he had lost by beefsteaks. Had the climate of Great Britain been more genial, and the amusements of the metropolis more various, or its Sabbath more gay, Monsieur Vautrin asserted that he would have permanently settled in our monster city. He liked the business methods and the great facilities, paper, offered an ingenious merchant. But his health suffering and Inspector Gyves becoming alarmingly alert, he once more asked for a passport and departed. Again he determined on giving honesty a fair chance. People spoke so loudly about their better policy of integrity that he could not imagine it was done expressly to deceive him. He had about £800 to speculate with, and if plain dealing would give him cent per cent, it was, he considered, as good an investment as any other. This time he opened a café estaminet. It was richly decorated with pier glasses and marble-topped tables. The velvet couches were as broad as beds. The comptoir was fanciful and elegant, with its gilding and inlaid woods. The two plated urns, in which the sous given to the garçons were deposited, shone like lamps. A mountain of portions of sugar sparkled in crystalline purity at each extremity. The young lady who presided on this throne was fascinatingly attired, and her beauty soon made an impression upon the hearts of the coffee, beer, and eau sucrée drinkers. In addition to this, Monsieur Everard, Vautrin thought his new name had an innocent and poetic sound, mounted 3 billiards, noble tables, nearly 10 feet in length, with ormolu lions' heads instead of pockets, and highly carved legs. Before the garçons were engaged, express stipulations were made as to the number of clean aprons they were to wear weekly. Soon the Café Mirabeau began to be talked of. The lumps of sugar were reported to be sublimely generous in their dimensions. The coffee was declared to be du véritable mocha, and the cognac spoken of as being soft as satin. The two garçons, in their jackets and pumps, found the sous given them mounting up. The cry of "Verser" might have been heard on the other side of the street. The customers for du noir, chops, and canettes increased daily. The bain de pied, as the overflowings of the cup into the saucer are called, were overwhelmingly liberal. The Café du Roi, higher up, had to retain its customers by lowering the price of the demi-tasse 1 sou, and the Café de la Reine, lower down, tried to avoid insolvency by turning its petits verres into large ones. Presently the Café Mirabeau had its habitués who came there night after night, wet or fine. A pipe rack was mounted to hold the clays these constant customers were colouring. Now men began to make appointments chez Everard and spend the evening together, emptying shops of beer and playing at billiards who should pay. The rattle of the dominoes on the marble tops of the tables was like the clatter of plates in a scullery. There were little square boards covered with green baize for card players, and many whist parties passed the entire day over the fascinating game, wearing out a pack of the flimsy paper cards by the constant wetting of the thumb whilst dealing. Every paper published in Paris was taken in and fastened to the razor-strop-looking holder, excellent preservers of the journal, but rather too much like perusing a flag to be pleasant to the reader. In such a short time, Monsieur Everard became a great man in the quartier. He had always longed to be respected in some quartier or other. The boulanger who kept the iron-railed bread shop next door, the épicier in his grocer's shop opposite, the marchand de nouveautés, the marchand de vin, and all the neighbours, in fact, spoke of him as a good child and a very amicable boy. He never refused to give a customer, who had even twice left his purse at home, credit till better times. He never ceased to smile, unless it was to restrain the love-making of some impertinent student whispering at the comptoir to Mademoiselle Constance. Even then he spoke mildly and frankly. "Let us see," he would say. "Let us finish these follies. Her father is one of the old who followed Napoleon. Let us respect the only child of a brave." When he joined in a game of billiards with his more cherished customers, he would delight all with the quaint phrases he used. A ball under the cushion was said to manger du mérinon. He would, with each stroke, request his ball to go vigoureusement, ma belle, or to lever ses pattes. When the stakes played for were trivial, he managed, after a desperately close game, to lose, but on other occasions he was wonderfully fortunate. "A-t-il de la chance, ce diable d'Everard?" his opponents would cry out, when he made 8 or 9 cannons running. He might have done well at this estaminet, but his gipsy nature would not allow him to remain long at any quiet occupation. It was at this time that he had written to Mr. Nathan of Lyon's Inn to find out his son Philip and send him over to France. If the boy could have been discovered, perhaps the father would have remained steady at his coffee-selling, but, annoyed at the failure of Mr. Nathan's search, Everard, alias Vautrin, took a dislike to the jog-trot estaminet and disposed of the business. He had always complained that his life had been a failure simply for the want of a little ready money to go to work with. He would talk of the voleurs on the Bourse, and with bitter scorn taunt them that, with their chances, they did not do more. It really seemed as if there were some truth in his boastings. A week after he had sold his café, Everard had started the Grand National Marriage Insurance Company. What he made by it he never confessed. He was, however, sufficiently enriched to become a large speculator on the Bourse, and one of the little kings of the Passage de l'Opéra. A few more lucky hits, and his vagrant boy Phil might have been a dandy, a rentier. But it was the old story. He realised a fortune in 4 transactions, and lost it by the 5th. In his mad endeavour to re-establish himself, he parted with every sixpence, and eventually did something or other which was considered, even by the frequenters of that national gambling house, to be swindling, and the gates of this paradise of fools were closed on the coquin. Without even a bad shilling in his pocket, Everard changed his name to Boustache, and began the world afresh. His old friends, the wine-sellers of the Temple, received him again to their hearts and back parlours, upbraiding him slightly for his 2 years' absence, and perhaps delighted that, after all his grand doings, he was no better off than themselves. This was the bitter winter and discontent of Vautrin's life. He remembered to his dying hour the hardships he was forced to endure. His brain was so fogged, and his heart so dejected with his failure, that he could devise no scheme to raise himself above the vulgar pickpocketing herd. To prevent himself from starving, he turned vendor of tooth powder and square tablets for removing grease from cloth. Those who bought the powder had the tablet given them for nothing. For the entire summer, with a tray of merchandise before him, he took up his post on the Boulevard du Temple. He had composed an address to the people, which collected a vast mob and always delighted his audience. He prefaced the exhibition of the marvellous effects of the tooth powder in these words: "This specific, being both odontalgic and balsamic, is a sovereign remedy for the caries, canker, and corrosion of the teeth. It was presented to a gentleman of distinguished character in the highest circles by His Excellency the Ambassador of Persia. Its virtue shall be proved by public experiment. Come here, ignoble boy. Behold, the teeth of this infant are of the most perfect black. You place a little of the specific on a brush in this manner. You humect with water, Do not imagine that the water is prepared. Water the first that comes to hand, water hard or soft, from the cistern or the barrel, or, as this instance, water from the gutter. You rub the teeth, and thus render them whiter than enamel, strengthening the gums and soothing the nerves." Then he would scrub at the unfortunate boy's mouth, and as the powder would have served equally well for cleaning knives, it did certainly in a remarkably short time grind away some of the dark stains from the teeth. Whilst this operation was proceeding, Monsieur Vautrin would exclaim, partially to drown the cries of the suffering lad, "The price of my specific is only 5 sous the box, dedicated to the peuple français, at 5 sous the box." He was a patient, much enduring man, this Vautrin, gifted with the indomitable perseverance of a caterpillar, which, however often it is knocked down from the stem of a tree, will again and again commence to climb upwards. When at the bottom of the ladder, Vautrin was always thinking of the topmost round. When he had picked up enough money with his tooth powder to enable him to travel to England, he gave up dentistry and, with a forged passport, left Paris. He had no definite object in coming to London, beyond that of plundering whomever and wherever he could. The first day he arrived, he experimented on the memory of the police by entering the Bow Street Court as a spectator. He was delighted to find that neither inspectors nor men had the least suspicion of him. He had left the metropolis in a black wig and heavy whiskers, and he returned with flaxen locks and an elegant moustache. It was shortly after Vautrin's return that a great many letters were sent to the Times, complaining of the darkness of the metropolitan roads. Applications were constantly being made to the Hammersmith magistrate by gentlemen and ladies who had been followed and robbed by a tall, powerful man who wore a comforter so arranged that it masked his face. His method was to creep after a foot passenger until he or she had reached a portion of the road where, in consequence of the discontinuance of the gas lamps, the darkness favoured the robbery, and then, having pinioned the arms of the victim, a pocket-handkerchief was thrust into the mouth, and the pockets rifled without dread of any interference. One of these complainants had lost 13 sovereigns, another his gold watch, and a pocket-book of bank-notes. In all these robberies the tall man was assisted by a shorter and apparently younger companion. In one evening it was calculated that they became unlawfully possessed of some £50 worth of property. The Hammersmith police, the moment the robberies were committed, became very active, but the man and his associate had left the neighbourhood before the constables attempted to seize them. They were next heard of at Brixton, after that at Hackney, and subsequently at Peckham. They always seemed to post themselves at a short distance from the tavern where the omnibuses stopped, and, having then fixed upon the victim to be plucked, to follow him until he reached some secluded, dark spot favourable to the plucking. This tall man was Vautrin, and who do you think the associate was? No other than Jack Drake, the quondam captain of the crossing sweepers' gang. The Frenchman had picked him up at a low twopenny lodging-house in Gunyard, Whitechapel, and tempted him into joining his foot-padding expeditions. The Duck was in a terrible state of destitution, and the prospect of being clothed and fed soon placed him in Vautrin's power. Up to that time he had been a mere prig, purloining bacon and wrenching off brass bell-pulls to sell as old metal. The idea of being a highwayman had something grand in it. Purses were better plunder than the scraps on a butcher's stall. It was like a militiaman entering a Queen's regiment. Vautrin had proposed to make a fine fellow of the Duck, and, as far as clothing was concerned, kept his word. After the exploits in the dark London roads, the pair journeyed into the country. They had plenty of money and travelled like gentlemen. Not a town they passed through but they left it with greater wealth than when they entered. Their plan was for Vautrin to enter a hotel and engage the best suite of apartments to be had. He drove up to the house with heavy trunks on the cab. Whilst choosing his bedroom, he would give great trouble to the housekeeper, asking why he could not have such and such a chamber, until he learned pretty nearly which rooms were occupied. After an excellent supper, he would ring the bell for his candle and proceed to his bedroom to arrange his hair, having previously inquired of the waiter whether there was any place of amusement open in town. As he went upstairs, a glance at the candlesticks ranged on the side table at each landing told him whether many of the travellers were in their rooms or downstairs. All he wanted was half an hour to himself, for by that time he had made the round of the bedchambers, ripping open trunks and boxes with his chisel and short crowbar. If he found any money or jewellery, they were crammed in his coat pocket. He never meddled with bulky plunder. He could rifle a trunk in 1 minute and a half. Then, with the greatest sang-froid, would this extraordinary man descend the staircase, and, telling the waiters that he should not return before 12, hurry off to the rendezvous he had made with Jack Drake. It was the Duck's business to carry about his person and dispose of the stolen effects. The descriptions that were, instantly after their exploits, published of Monsieur Vautrin's person and costume rendered it highly dangerous for that eminent leader to risk too great an exposure of his manly form in the public streets. End of section 46. Section 47 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judi Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus MAYHEW. Chapter 14 of Book the Third, The Road to Ruin. Containing many incidents which ought to have been told pages ago, relating, among other circumstances, how father and son met, the conversation that ensued, and in what manner Phil followed his parents' advice. As chance would have it, Philip Merton was wandering about the streets of Derby on the very same day that Monsieur Vautrin and his friend the Duck arrived by the express from Nottingham to see if there were anything to be done in their little line of business. The vagrant, in his black mangy rags, with his shoulders up to his ears, was paddling with his naked feet along the muddy road, wishing that somebody would try and hit him in the eye with a sixpence, when the Duck, attired so fashionably that even the governor of Coldbath Fields would not have recognised him, sauntered past, his ever-active mind endeavouring to recall the words of a song he had joined chorus to overnight. "It's all for that ale, that confounded ale, that confounded ale and tobaccy," was all he could remember of the poem, and it annoyed him considerably. When, therefore, Phil, little dreaming that the Duck stood before him, commenced in his cringing voice to petition his honour to spare a copper, Jack Drake, who was up to cadging in all its branches, having professed the calling, assumed a pompous demeanour and asked the beggar why he did not work, and if he wasn't ashamed of himself for leading such an idle, disgraceful life. It was pleasant to the Duck to be able to repeat the rebukes he had himself so frequently met with. Whilst explaining the reason of his distress, Phil addressed the buckish prig so respectfully, and made use of so many flattering expressions, that, pleased with this evidence of his prosperous appearance, the Duck gave alms. More, he endeavoured to read the vagrant a moral lesson. "Sich a reg'lar strong-made chap as you, as has the wear of cast iron in you, To be cadging about is rather too stiffish for my swallow. Why, you could carry a load of bricks on them shoulders and feel 'em no more than a coat collar." Philip was startled to hear such a fashionable person talk such very rickety British. He gave the usual excusing answers almost mechanically, whilst his mind was busy wondering whether the dandy was a genuine or forged article. "Now, how do you think I should provide for myself if I didn't work?" continued the moralizing duck. "Do you think I likes work? Not me. It's too rich for my stomach. Idleness is my drink, only it pays you out so tremendous the next day." The vagrant considered that, after this charity sermon, a collection would follow, so he listened humbly. The ex-captain grew more and more virtuous. "Do you think such as me didn't know the value of pence, but must be continual getting change for such as you? We earns our money too severe for such extravagance. Sooner than be a lumping about the streets, I'd take a broom and start a crossing. I never see finer mud or likelier pitches," he added, his great experience in these matters making him for a moment forget himself. A little learning proved a very dangerous thing for Master Drake. The ragged beggar had often looked up slyly in the lecturer's face. He had noticed that 2 of the big front teeth were missing. If ever the fashionable gentleman smiled, his face, which before had been blank and smooth as a tablecloth, crumpled up like a collapsed balloon, and became a mass of wrinkles and dimples. Had Jack kept his knowledge about crossings and mud locked up in the dark cellar of his brain, he would have escaped detection. As one who has forgotten a certain tune requires but to have the first few notes hummed in order to start off in full voice with the remainder of the melody, so Phil, the moment he heard the words "take a broom," was, as it were, carried back to the days of his dirty childhood, when catenwheeling was his trade and the Haymarket his workshop. The first idea that crossed his brain was, "What a tip-topper the duck has turned out!" That gentleman was expecting a cringing, supplicating reply, and his knees almost bent under him, as Phil, in a moment brightening up and looking sharp as a terrier at a rat-hole, cried out, "You cussed Jack Drake! Shut up that patter! I'm Phil Merton." We will say this for the duck: he had great presence of mind. He never attempted to deny his identity, but assumed a pleased air, as if the sight of an old comrade cheered him. He expressed his delight by exclaiming, "Here's a start! A regular twicer!" He admitted that he was in Phil's power by saying in a low voice, "Don't blow the gaff. Follow me." Thus, by a few simple words, did Jack, without insulting his friend by objecting to the negligee of his costume, avoid being seen walking with rags and tatters. Further, the dilapidated friend felt his heart kindle towards his old pal, even though he followed like a dog at his heels. For fear Phil might burn with rage after the moral lecture, the duck poured beer down his throat sufficient to have extinguished a smouldering chimney. He also presented his old mate with 5 shillings. His manner was most affectionate and affecting. The wretched Phil, despite the drink, felt sad and embittered as he listened to the duck's history. "I'm on the square now," boasted that wonderful youth. "Regular straight and open. I'm a wallet to a French gent, a good un to pay and remarkable civil-tempered." This was wormwood to the listener. He was jealous of the luck the ignorant, coarse Master Drake had met with. When the duck rose to depart, it was as much as Phil could do to assume a straight-lipped smile and allow his black hand to be shaken. He even regretted that he had given the direction of the travellers' padding-ken where he was lodging. "I'd as soon drown as see him again," thought Phil. "It's like taking poison to hear him talk of his luck." Had it depended upon Master Drake, a second meeting would never have taken place. Like a good and faithful servant, he rushed home at a speed which crimsoned his face, and gave warning to the French gent that they must slope from Derby with the greatest activity. "If we ain't minus in less than no time, we're blowed upon," the excited duck said in a confidential murmur, which no waiter, however close his ear might have been to the keyhole, could have overheard. "I've just met a chap as knowed me, and, from the looks of him, he'd peach for the valley of a pipe of backer." Men of nerve never allow themselves to feel alarmed. Although Monsieur Vautrin was trying to remember when the next train started, he replied, "We shall have done our business by to-morrow. To-day I am too tired to travel any further. Who is this friend, and why the devil do you go exhibiting yourself in the street?" The Drake, who feared his master to such an extent that at times he felt inclined to betray him, took no notice of the rebuke, but continued, "I tell you, this chap is dead on us. We shall be coopered if we don't pad the hoof, and that rapid. He's a chap of the name of Phil Merton, who—" What else he was going to say was interrupted by the peculiar behaviour of the Frenchman. Master Drake's sentence ended in a moan, similar to that dismal sound produced when the music of a barrel organ is suddenly cut short. Monsieur Vautrin had jerked his body most strangely to one side as he heard this name, almost as though a stone had been thrown at him, and he had drawn back to avoid it. He had also dropped his cigar, and although he turned his back to the window and tried to conceal his countenance, Jack noticed it had turned to a corpse-like hue. His voice had a dry, hoarse sound as he asked, "Do you know where this boy is to be found?" Because Jack stammered a little as he replied, "How should I know?" Emile Vautrin twirled around on his heel and scowled as if he was about to fly at the youth's throat. "Because he told you. Go and fetch him. I must see him. Do you hear me? Bring him here." "Bring him here?" cried the duck. "Well, you do talk. Why, he's as ragged as an old kite in a tree. They'd want to carry him upstairs in a dustpan." "Buy him clothes, then," roared Vautrin. "Have you no sense, blockhead? Or stay, your things will fit him. Let him wear them." "And what am I to do?" inquired Jack saucily. He had a suspicion that the Frenchman wanted to get rid of him, and that was a thing he could not stand. There had been a misunderstanding the day before at Nottingham. He could see through the dodge well enough. "What are you to do?" answered the master. "Why, wear his rags if you like, or get others if you choose. Understand me, Jack. That boy must be here in an hour, or I shall hunt him up myself." In a mild, sneaking tone, he added, "If you put me to that trouble, I shall not consider you my friend, nor feel the same affection for you that I do now, my good Jack. So go along at once, and here is money for you to buy the clothes. Mind, good clothes, such as I wear." The good Jack looked about as amiable as a baited bull, and on taking the proffered note, crushed it up savagely as if it had been the giver's neck. But he did not dare to be disobedient, and shuffled to the door. The Frenchman, with his bright eye, grey and round as a new bullet, called to Jack as he was about to turn the handle, and said in his mild, patronising manner, "My poor Jack, you are angry, and hate me because you are jealous. That is wrong, my boy. I am your friend, and would not desert you for anyone. Now you can go, and to please me, do not be long." As he descended the stairs, the Duck remarked to himself, "How did the chap know why I was riled? He's up to everything. There never was such a dodger. Wouldn't he make a spanking peeler?" The prospect of gaining a few shillings by overcharging for the purchase of the clothes helped to smooth the Duck's ruffled feathers. How different was his manner to Phil when he sought out that wandering youth at the padding ken. He shook his old companion's hand with a brave, hearty manner, and thus addressed him. "I never see a old pal in the suds, but my spirit's willing to give him a hist up'ards. I've stood your friend, Phil, and put in a good word for you in the right quarter, the same as is meat, drink, and toggery to me." He then related to Merton an affecting history of how his heart grieved to see the friend of his youth in so sad a plight. He had interceded with the French gent, and ultimately prevailed on him to take an additional servant into his employ. "I can tell you it was touch-and-go work, but I was so precious hard down on him," says he at last, "by gosh, Jack, you'd talk a milestone over to other side of the road." And there he gave in, and took it quite sweet and natural. No one would imagine that Phil could see anything to object to in such a brilliant future as Jack had sketched out for him. Warm clothes, warm dinners, and warm beds have their attractions. Good money paid quarterly, a new suit per annum, and little or no work to do sounds temptingly. Perhaps Phil objected to have Jack as a benefactor. Perhaps he, as many persons do, felt hurt that an ignorant, coarse fellow should have it in his power to render a service far above any he could realize for himself. Much to the Duck's delight, Merton did not jump so eagerly at the offer. He asked how much tin was given, and when the knowing Jack purposely understated the sum, he remarked, "That's short earnings." Many other business inquiries were made, to all of which the most unfavourable replies were readily given. The Duck was already congratulating himself upon having choked off his rival. "I do pretty well at cadging," said Phil. "Of course I don't wear these rags you see when I knock off work. I live pretty well, and it's middling jolly." "And you're your own master," suggested Jack. "Nobody to swear at you but the peelers, and they comes under the head of destiny, and don't rile a chap no more than thunder or rain." But, too knowing to let the chance of a new suit of clothes slip by, Phil, after all, determined to see the Frenchman. The Duck had felt so certain of a refusal that he had arranged in his own mind a clever anecdote to enable him to keep the £5 note. He had determined on soiling his coat with mud, and then telling the Frenchman that Phil, suspecting foul play, had pushed him and bolted off, just as they were within 5 minutes' walk of the hotel. His disgust, therefore, when Merton took up his hat and said, "There's no harm in seeing what this rich chap is made of," was so great that he tried to pick a quarrel, saying he would hear the gent spoke of in that manner by no one, nowhere, no, not as if they was as big as a house and 40 horsepower. The tailor makes the man. Always wear a good coat. It is almost as serviceable as a good character. Many persons who in the morning had threatened Phil as a vagabond would, had they met him adorned with his excellent suit, have styled him a very gentlemanly, well-behaved young man. A barber had cut his hair and pomatumed it with a highly scented grease. His boots, his clothes, and his hat were lustrous with the varnish of newness. Waiters drew back and made way for the well-dressed gentleman. The chambermaid gazed on him. and felt how easy it would be to love such a man. And this miracle was produced by a good coat. 10 years of a rogue's life, atoned for and forgiven through a 30-shilling paletot. As they ascended the stairs, the man waiting for them heard their footfalls, and, tossing off a glass of brandy, tried to be calm. For the last half-hour he had stood at the window, gazing right and left, to catch the first sight of Philip Merton. He dare not trust himself to speak when the lads entered. He knew the words would stick in his throat and betray him. So he motioned Phil to a chair, and, leaning against the mantelpiece, stared at him. For more than 10 minutes he did not utter a word. The Duck was wondering to himself what the deuce had come to the governor. The Duck would have made great allowances for human nature had he been aware that only once before the father had seen his son, and then under painful circumstances. Now, Vautrin could examine the latter without fear or interruption. He could trace a resemblance to himself in the long-missing son, and that pleased him, for Phil was a better-looking man than the father had ever been. The shoulders were broad, the strong arms filled up the coat sleeve with the bulging muscles, and he had the slimness and the strength of a greyhound. Vautrin looked at the handsome face and half laughed as he wondered if in his youth he had been such a joli garçon. He also thought of the mother, who had died giving life to this fine youth, but he did not dwell at length on this subject. He had become entitled to property through his wife's death. He had ceased to deplore her loss. He rejoiced in the son as a means of claiming the inheritance and baffling Crosier. Those who believe in the voice of nature will be surprised to hear that on this occasion Philip felt no thrill in his bosom as he beheld his father. He was, instead of being overcome by the parental gaze, considerably annoyed at it. He moved uneasily in his chair, brushed his hat with his hand, and finally occupied himself with the improvement of his nails. When he's done staring, perhaps he'll say so, thought Phil. When Vautrin felt the muscles in his throat relax, he began to speak. He ordered up wine. He laughed and joked and talked on every subject but the one Phil considered the most important. They dined together. This is a strange kind of gent, the son could not help thinking. To dine with his valets? There's something very deranged in these clockworks. When the hour grew late, Vautrin rang the bell and ordered a bed to be prepared for his young friend. They shook hands and retired to rest excellent friends. Determined to make some inquiries into the mystery, Phil followed the Duck into that bold outlaw's chamber, and, shutting the door, inquired, "Jack, who the devil is this chap?" "He's allers like you see him," replied Mr. Drake. "Remarkable affable and free." "What does he want with me?" inquired Phil. "You might as well ax me which side of his starchers has the most hairs," answered Jack. "He's a rum 'un," added Phil. "Uncommon so," responded the Duck, "and very good company, leastwise when so inclined." In the morning, before Phil was awake, Vautrin entered his room, bringing him clean linen and shaving tackle. He could scarcely bear the boy to be out of his sight. It seemed as if he feared Phil should run away. They went out walking together, and he was kind to an astonishing degree. He insisted that Phil wished to smoke, and purchased cigars. He joked about some ladies that passed by. He asked him constantly to enter taverns and call for what he liked. "This is very jolly," thought Phil, "only very difficult to come at." In the evening the explanation ensued. Master Drake was, in very polite but very unmistakable language, desired to make himself scarce. He grumbled, and asked for the loan of half a sovereign, as if those were his terms for absenting himself. To Phil's surprise, the French gent lent his valet the required sum. When father and son were alone, the following conversation took place over some cigars and brandy and water. Father: Come closer to the fire. I want to talk with you on business. You have, Drake tells me, led a miserable life. Is that true? Son, rather doggedly and annoyed: I have lived as well as I could. Father: I know the life. The same rags from the first week of the year to the last. A twopenny bed at a lodging-house, or a turn-in under a haystack. Food when the begging has been lucky and none, or a bone snatched from a dog, or a root torn up from a field, when halfpence are scarce. I know. Son, spitefully: And if you do know, what comes of it? Father: Why, it's a low game, and the only thing that comes of it is what it gets. Rags and starvation. You must leave this life and follow mine. Son: What is yours? Father: Plenty, and good covering. Do I live well? I have only to ring this bell to order what I require. I have money enough to give orders to half the shops in town. Yet I only work 1 hour, where you toil an entire day. Will you join me? Son: What is your business? Father: The same as yours, to get money. You, for a few pence, risk a prison and the treadwheel. I, for the same punishment, speculate for hundreds of pounds. You are forced to work under the very eyes of the police. Therefore, the chances of escape are slight. I choose my own time, and plan my labours so as to render them secure. After 10 years' toil, you have perhaps 5 shillings in your pocket. I, after a few weeks, have as many £100. Why do you hesitate to join me? Son, after considering a while: I thought you were up to some such game as this. But don't you see, where your calling is worse than mine, I'm not worth the nabbing, whilst at this very moment the police are after you. I belong to the small fry, and swim through the meshes of the net. You are the large fish, and worth being hauled up. You're always being hunted. I'm not worth the taking. It's very good of you to make the offer, but I'll keep myself to myself. Father: You refuse. Very well. You've a right to your own opinion, but there is another circumstance that I will mention, in which I hope will alter your determination. Son: What is that? Out with it. I want to be off. Father: You are my son. Son, staring: Gammon! What was my mother's name? Father, annoyed that the revelation has not produced more effect: I tell you, I am your father. Your mother, calling herself Catherine Merton, died in prison whilst I was in France. We were married. Son, savagely: Who drove my mother to prison? You deserted her. You left me to die in prison too, if the parish had not had more pity than a parent. There was a time when I wished to see you. Now I would sooner be alone. Let me go. Father, calmly: I did not desert you, Philip. I can refer you to my lawyer to convince you of the many attempts I have made to discover my child. You shall see his bills some day. I was driven from you. A man with a heart of stone has separated father from child. It is he that drove me to my desperate life. The fortune we are entitled to is withheld from us, and, sooner than starve and rot, I do anything. Son, who is this man who separated us? Father: Nathaniel Crosier. The father of your murdered mother. Son. Suddenly remembering the offer that had been made him to emigrate. That sounds true. I know Crosier. An old man, yellow and wrinkled, with a bald head and fluffy hair like a young bird. Why don't you go to law? Father. He knows. I dare not, but you can, and you shall. Now will you join me? Will you allow the wretch who destroyed your mother, who has made us both outcasts, to enjoy the property his roguery has wrested from us? Son. Thoughtfully. I'll tell you in 2 days. But wait, what name am I to call you by? Father. My real name is Emile Vautrin. At present, call me Monsieur Boustache. When 3 days had passed, Vautrin paid the hotel bill and, celebrating his reunion with his son by respecting the property in the house, he journeyed to London, accompanied by the Duck and Philip. End of section 47.